Did the stream just fucking break? Are you kidding me? Bruh. It might have just broken. I don't know why it does that. Did I cut out for people? I don't know. Oh, I must have, because the Twitch thing says I've been streaming 39 seconds now. Hopefully the YouTube is good. Sometimes it ends and sometimes it doesn't. YouTube seems to have better reconnect ability. This counter objection neglects two considerations. First, there's no way to have an economic system where the producer is protected from consumers by barriers to trade, while the consumer is protected from producers by competition. Firstly, it's not possible to protect producers from protected by from consumers by barriers to trade. Producers from consumers by barriers to trade, while the consumer is protected from producers by competition. Competition and barriers are antithetical at the international level, just as they are at the domestic level. Ultimately, let's hit first. Is there a second? Ultimately, either the consumer or producers running the system. Consumers can't benefit from competitive prices, while producers are protected against competitive challenges. Second, theory and experience shows that the economy where the consumer sovereign satisfies individual preferences better than a system in which producers rule by vying for privileges from the state. Secondly, theory and experience show that an economy where the consumer is sovereign, it satisfies individual preferences okay, this is already confused. Okay, it satisfies individual preferences. It's better than a system which produces rule vying for privileges from the state. We might read this. I don't know. I mean, we'll definitely read all of the book at some point. I just don't know right now if we need to read this. People say the need for jobs. What they really mean is incomes and consumption possibilities. Now free trade, not protectionism, is a way to maximize incomes and consumption possibilities. Oh, I'm streaming. Oh, wow. Thank you, Stream Elements. We'll read it, but then we'll probably switch to one of the Cato things. When people say that what is needed is jobs, what they really mean is incomes and consumption possibilities. When people say we need jobs, they usually really mean we need to maximize incomes and consumption possibilities. Free trade does both of these betters. We need tariffs to protect infant industry. Fuck. What? Thanks for the follow, Gleb. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? So both of these better than protectionism. Protectionism can protect jobs, but these jobs are ones that should disappear because they cannot be maintained by free consumer choice. Protectionism can protect certain jobs. If you never do tariffs, then you'll produce cheap BS like clothing forever. So true. Good thing the US is already not producing clothing. What's it? Protect protection of jobs. But these are jobs that should disappear. English shit for Russia? What the hell? Because they cannot be maintained by free consumer choice. One example among many was provided by the increased tariffs of imports of Chinese tires imposed by Barack Obama in 2009. One estimate put the cost to consumers in increased prices at $900,000 per year per job saved in the domestic industry. I think don't worry guys. Trump improved on this. I'm pretty sure the steel tariffs were only like $800,000 per job protected. Per job protected price of Trump steel tariffs. I'm pretty sure it's like $720,000 or something. Like, yeah, Trump's tariffs on washing machines are costing consumers $815,000 per job created. I'm pretty sure I have this. This is... Hold on. Economics from the University of Chicago. 2018. Be surprised if I did not have this one, honestly. Found that these tariffs led to... no, wait. This is the Peer study. This is the famous one everyone talks about all the time. Yeah, I do have it. Production, relocation, and pricing. I do. Of course I have it. But it also... duh, 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 duh. This means the cost was approximately 815,000 jobs for every new job created. Or the cost to consumers, I should say. Government-driven job creation. Typically, only cost $30,000 per job. For an example of this, President Barack Obama, let's say Obama. Obama imposed a tariff on Chinese tires in 2009. One estimate puts the cost to consumers in increased prices at $900,000 per year for each job saved in the domestic tire industry. Why don't they have a citation? I'll take their word for it. It's not like I can link to anything. It's not like anyone's going to be like, I doubt that's true. Can you provide the link to the actual study? This amount equals 22 times higher the average wages of those whose jobs were saved. That amount is 22x the wages of those whose job was saved. Moreover, because individuals and businesses had to pay more for tires and thus buy less of other things, jobs were destroyed elsewhere in the economy. Jobs were also destroyed elsewhere in the economy because individuals' business had to pay more for tires and thus buy less of other things. And resources previously used to make other things are now also being used to make tires domestically when they otherwise could have been used to make other things. It's dead weight loss. But they're being used to, yeah. You know, I'm running into this issue now where, like, for any given, like, thing he says, I have, like, 5 reasons why it's not true. And it's hard to know, like, where to start. I have, like, 5 reasons for, like, why they don't protect jobs. And then I have, like, 3 examples for each of them. So it's like, it's like, where do I even... It's like, I feel like I'm gish galloping if I, like, go through, like, you know, for one, you know, you hurt consumers and they spend less money on other things, and businesses have to spend more too and less on other things. Therefore, you hurt jobs indirectly. And, like, for steel and inputs, like, that doesn't really help jobs because you're hurting all the businesses that use them as inputs. And then, yeah, it's like, and then I can give 2 examples of this, of, like, Obama's, I can cite Trump's tariffs on steels, Trump tariffs on washing machines, and Obama's tariffs on tires now. And I can run through the Iowa car crop thing, and I can run through comparative advantage and, like, why these jobs are dead weight loss. I was trying to say that jobs are dead weight loss. The opportunity cost. The jobs are added producer surplus, or not added producer surplus, but the jobs are a benefit for people who get jobs. Whereas it's not producer surplus, but it's yeah. Moreover, because individual businesses jobs were destroyed in other areas, it is estimated the number of jobs lost was 3 times larger than the jobs were protected. estimated the jobs lost, outnumbered jobs created. Also, I haven't read it yet, but there's stuff on the Bush tariffs too, because I think Bush also did tariffs on steel in like 2002, and we found similar things for that. So I can mention that after I read it. Outnumbered jobs protected, or the jobs lost for 3 times as many as the jobs protected. So the net number of jobs out of an economy decreased by that. Do you think we're moving away from neoliberalism and towards something else? I mean, people are more populist now, like, kind of, yeah. I mean, like, I wouldn't, like, put any, like, serious risk of us actually going away from actually changing our entire economic system or whatever, but, like, clearly, yeah, neoliberalism is a dirty word to a lot of people on both the left and right now, right? Like, does this have the 2,531? Okay, so it's the same thing. Yep. But it also has a IMF. Studied that before. That should be good. It should be a dirty word. And the net protectionism destroys jobs because it stifles efficiency and the generation of incomes. Trade promotes growth, which generates jobs. Besides the static effects of comparative advantage, trade also has dynamic advantages. Free trade increases the rate of GDP growth, or what is the same, the growth of total incomes over time. Trade has more effects than the static effects. A comparative advantage. It also increases GDP growth, which is equal to total income over time. One econometric study estimates that between 1950 and 1998, countries that liberalized their trade regimes experienced an average. We cited that before. I'll cite it here just because if I open this to deal with it, I want it to be here too. As an illustration, figure 5.1 plots annual GDP growth against reduction in average tariff rates for 46 countries, both advanced economies and emerging and developing economies, which consistent data exists between 1990 and 2015. A positive correlation is clearly visible in the chart. The larger the reduction in tariffs, the higher the rate of economic growth. Correlation is not causation, but it provides a confirmation of causation, or in theory predicts a causal relationship. That's crazy they addressed this. Correlation isn't causation here. Okay. Positive correlation is clearly visible when plotting GDP growth against reductions in tariffs, average tariff rates for 46 countries between 1990 and 2015. Correlation is not causation, but proves a confirmation of causation when theory predicts a causal. Thank you for the. It's a bot. God damn it. Causal relationship. I think I have some of the correlations, not causation stuff in the random thing. Formal tariffs, of course, don't tell the whole story. Non-tariff measures also exist, but a chart illustrates the general point that free trade is favorable to economic growth. The number of gross jobs lost to trade is tiny. To put it in perspective, the losses attributed to trade, consider the following statistic. Between 1990 and 2011, a period covering the so-called China shock, 5.8 million manufacturing jobs disappeared and 2.4 million jobs were lost in the whole economy because of imports to China. We studied the study earlier. I won't do it. I don't need it. Okay. This number is small in comparison to the normal churn, destruction and creation of jobs in the American economy. This number is small compared to the normal amount of destruction and creation of jobs in the American economy. During the China shock period, 13.4 million jobs were created every year on average, and 13.1 million jobs destroyed for a net gain of about 300,000 per year, unusually low because of the Great Recession. In a dynamic economy, jobs are continuously destroyed and replaced by new, more numerous jobs. A look at the recent numbers confirm this picture, but with more job creations over a 12-month period from March 2016 to March 2017. 12.9 million new private jobs were created and 10.9 million disappeared for a net 2 million jobs created annually. Since 2011, nearly as many private jobs are being created on net every year as American manufacturing jobs were lost over 12 years to the China shock. 2.4 million. This is not an unusual situation. I guess I'll mention, for example, during the same China shock period, 13.4 million jobs were created for every year on average, and 3.1 million destroyed for a net gain of about $300,000 per year, unusually low because of the Great Recession. Over a 12-month period from March 2016 to March 2017, 12.9 million new private jobs created and 10.9 million disappeared for net 2 million jobs created annually. Since 2011, nearly as many private jobs are created on net every year as American manufacturing jobs were lost over 12 years owing to the China shock. And it's not an unusual situation. Jobs are mainly related to population growth. Economists David Arthur and Anna Solomons note that productivity has been a minor factor in employment changes because the main factor of job creation is simply population growth. They could have related this to Say's law: supply creates its own demand. New workers arriving in the labor market force generated demand for goods and services equivalent to their production, because this demand is the very same reason why they work and produce. The same point can be made about trade. Population rather than trade derives employment. Free trade allows comparative advantage trade, however, and leads to more valuable production and larger incomes. Trade is also primarily related to trade job growth. Primarily related to simply population growth, not trade. However, trade allows comparative advantage, however, and leads to more valuable production and larger incomes. The fact that the number of jobs created basically follows the evolution of population growth, is illustrated by figure 5.2, which shows the level of civilian employment in relation to the American working age population, 15 to 64 years of age. Each dollar represents 1 year between 1916 and 2016. The evolution of employment closely tracks with the evolution of the working age population. The coefficient of correlation is close to unity, indicating a very high correlation. Yeah, I saw the R squared is 9.8317, which is a lot. Meaning it's not due to chance, because working age population employment increase of time. The horizontal axis coincides with chronological dates. The drop in employment towards the end of the curve corresponds to the 2008 to 2009 Great Recession. I'll put the chart in. Benefits to consumers, especially the poor. Benefit to consumers, what matters. People with lower budgets spend proportionally more on internationally traded goods, such as manufactured goods and agricultural goods. Benefits to consumers. Matters more than just jobs. And people with lower budgets spend proportionally more on in internationally traded goods and agricultural goods. Higher income earners, on the contrary, spend proportionally more on goods that are not generally traded, such as education, health, and housing. One would thus expect trade to benefit the poor more than the middle class, and the middle class more than the rich. Some evidence supports this hypothesis. These people and the person have developed a model by which they estimate that the American consumer at the 10th percentile in the revenue distribution owes 69% of his or her purchasing power to international trade. The median consumer at the empirical evidence. Empirical evidence supports the theory that trade would benefit the poor more than the rich. These people estimate that the American consumer at the 10th percentile income in revenue distribution owes 69% of his purchasing power to international trade. The median consumer at the 50th percentile, 37%, and the consumer at the 90th percentile, only 4%. As an illustration of the importance of trade, one can link these estimates to as representative of real income losses that would be suffered if American borders were completely closed to international trade. One can also view these percentages as representative of real income losses that would be suffered if American borders were completely closed to international trade. Okay, someone's going to lose. 69% of their purchasing power. If we had literally no trade at all. Research by the U.S. International. Wait, they citation 37. And then I'm going to have to cite this one too. Research by the U.S. International Trade Commission about the impact of trade agreements suggests that U.S. consumers who are either middle income between $40,000 and $69,000 or lower income less than $40,000 benefit disproportionately from the savings across savings associated with the tariff reductions. Research from the U.S. International Trade Commission likewise finds that this is 38. This is 2021. I want to cite the 2016 one just because this is what they're using, so it's going to be a little different. Even though I would bet it probably finds similar things, just the actual numbers are going to be different. Protectionism does not create net jobs, or it can only create wasteful jobs that waste resources, jobs that waste people to earn income in order to maximize, or in order to consume more goods, more leisure, and maximize their welfare. Just like domestic trade, international free trade contributes to maximizing income, to consumption opportunities, and to the pursuit of happiness. Protectionism does not create net jobs, and it can only protect wasteful jobs. Jobs are themselves just the way people earn income in order to consume more. And just like domestic trade, free international trade contributes to maximizing income. Crazy. We'll probably get to this one today too. Objection: trade lowers wages. How long is this? We're on page 69. Funny. Oh, it's not that long. To page 72. And then, well, really, to page 75. Oh, that's pretty short, though. Oops, hold on. Probably want to read these two, at least. Probably that one as well. They might have something. I feel like I'm good on a trade balance. I feel like I'm pretty good on competitive advantage. Sometimes I mean, obviously, I'm good at comparative advantages, and I know like exactly what it is and everything. But like sometimes there's useful examples things can have that make it easy to make other people understand. Yo.
This is the Cato Daily Podcast for Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023. I'm Caleb Brown. Comparative advantage is a classic concept in economics, but does it really apply to international trade? Cato adjunct scholar Don Boudreau says, of course it does. As part of Cato's Defending Globalization series, Boudreau tackled enterprise and reshoring things that are currently done overseas or in other countries is let's bring it all home. We shouldn't depend on other countries to do things for us.
It'd be nice if I thought it was going to be like basically just reading this post out, but I don't think it is. They probably, I mean, they obviously go over similar things, but okay, so we'll make sure to read that, but I probably do want to read this one too. Give me a second. Oh, what the fuck happened to the YouTube stream? Why did that get shut down? What happened? Bah. Wait, did it get shut down? Oh, why did it say stream finished? Oh, well, one of them got shut down. Hold on, I have to update the YouTube chat now. Okay, new YouTube chat should work. Okay, hold on. Funny. Cats. I'll be back in a second.
Truly in pain.
Alright, hold on. Give me 1 second. What a funny cat. Okay. Objection. Trade lowers wages. Besides the problem of inflexible labor markets and job losses discussed in the previous chapter, another objection is that free trade with poor and developing countries pushes down wages in rich countries such as the United States. Another objection is that free trade with low-wage developing countries pushes down wages in the U.S. This alleged effect, sometimes referred to as the popular labor argument, and it seems to make sense at first. If American workers compete indirectly through their employers with Chinese workers to manufacture textiles, but it's not pushing Americans' workers' wages down. Expanding the supply of labor, even indirectly, lowers wages, all other things being equal. But things are not equal, and economic analysis suggests that in general, trade does not reduce real wages. Real wages, meaning what a worker can buy goods and services with his wages. This seems to make sense at first. It's increasing competition, and indirectly. Oops. Indirectly increasing labor supply should push wages down. Certus paribus. All else equal. On the contrary, for the reasons already considered, trade should reduce the price of consumer goods and increase U.S.'s average residents' real income compared to what they would have been without trade. However, other things are not equal, and in general, trade does not reduce real wages. In fact, the opposite tends to be true, as trade should reduce the price of consumer goods and increase the average U.S. resident's real income. Wages are determined by productivity. In a poor country, the generally lower labor productivity translates into low average wages. In a rich country, the labor's generally higher productivity brings higher average wages. I mean, most of this was kind of addressed in the first chapter. So long as you compete in what you have a comparative advantage in, then your high productivity makes up for the high wages. And for low-income countries, so long as you compete in what you have a comparative advantages, your low productivity is compensated for by low wages. Indeed, in a rich country, the country's generally higher productivity brings higher wages. Indeed, we empirically observe that wages vary with productivity. For example, the Philippines, China, and Mexico have compared with the United States average rates that are proportional to the relative productivity. According to the theory of comparative advantage, trade will increase labor productivity because more workers will work in the most productive industries. Moreover, the dynamic advantages of free trade should boost economic growth. Thus, the average labor productivity and the level of wages will rise. This reasoning can be expressed as a syllogism. Wages are determined by labor productivity. Free trade increases labor productivity. Therefore, free trade increases wages. Okay. Wages are generally determined by a country's productivity. I'll say like average wages, I guess. Indeed, we empirically observe that wages empirically observe that the Philippines, China, and Mexico have compared with the United States average or wage rates at proportional to the relative productivity. According to the theory of comparative advantage, trade will increase labor productivity. Comparative advantage suggests that trade will increase labor productivity. Because workers will work in the most productive industries. The dynamic advances of free trade should boost economic growth. And raise labor productivity. As well. Okay, I'll say this reason could be process of syllogism. P1. Wages determined by labor productivity. P2. Free trade increases labor productivity. And conclusion. Therefore, free trade increases wages. Trade and the distribution of income. One factor could reduce real wages or at least slow their rise in the course of economic growth. Two Swedish economists, Eli Heckscher and Bertil Ohlin, demonstrated in the early 20th century that a country's comparative advantage will attach to the goods that use relatively more its abundant factor of production and that are therefore less expensive to produce. Imagine a country that has more capital in the form of computers, equipment like laboratories and so forth, and less labor compared with another country that's more labor and less capital. The first country, I mean, this is the HOS model, right? First country, laboratories and less labor compared with another country that has more labor and less capital. The first country could be America, the second China. When the two countries trade with each other, America will export capital-intensive goods such as airliners and microchips, and import labor-intensive goods such as appliances assembled in Chinese labor-intensive factories. Thus, American demand will increase the price of labor in China, and Chinese demand will push up the price of capital goods in America. But American wages will decrease because American workers now compete with Chinese labor, and the price of Chinese capital goods, which to face the competition of American capital, will fall. However, Heckscher and Olin recognized that real wages of American labor will increase because American workers will now be able to buy more goods and services, which have become less expensive. Okay. One factor could reduce or slow the growth of real wages, as two Swedish economists demonstrated early 20th century. Imagine a country that has more capital and less labor compared with another country. More labor and less capital. Oh yeah, I've seen this before. Yep. 2/3 of people want their prices to go down rather than their personal income to go up. They really hate it. The first country could be America, or one or two countries trade with another. America, okay. Let's say, to make it shorter, imagine America has more capital compared with China that has more labor and less capital. America has more capital intensive goods and import Chinese labor intensive goods. Therefore, American demand will increase the price of labor in China. And Chinese demand will push the price of capital goods and push up the price of goods in America. But Americans' wages will decrease because American workers now compete with Chinese labor, and the price of Chinese capital goods, which face the competition of American capital, will fall. That is sounding like the price of Chinese capital goods, which face the competition of American capital, will fall. However, this does not translate into real wages falling, because American workers will now be able to buy more goods and services, which have become less expensive. Think about appliance and furniture, for example, whose prices have been brought down by imports from China. This leads to the same conclusion as before. Trade will increase the wages of American worker. I don't need it. Yes, I get it. Not a zero-sum game. The argument always comes back to the benefits of exchange and to comparative advantage augmented by economic growth. Exchange between two individuals is not a zero-sum game. There is not one winner and one loser. Both parties gain something. Otherwise, one of the parties would have declined the exchange. Is this? This doesn't look lined up. I guess it is. I'll say free. Exchange between two individuals is not a zero-sum game. Both sides benefit, or else one of them would have declined the exchange. Same is true for international trade. Both countries gain. For each country, the benefits are higher than the cost. That is true for two reasons. One, first, each individual importer or exporter gains, otherwise one would decline the exchange. Therefore, because the countries are made up of some individuals, each country gains. Second, overall benefits exceed overall costs, even counting the cost of third parties, such as the producers out of out of business or workers who lost their jobs. Trade can change the distribution of income, decize an individual slice of pie, but it produces more real income. The whole pie gets bigger. One of the benefits of international trade that we tend to forget is the increasing competition it brings to domestic markets. One underlooked benefit of free trade is the increased competition it brings to domestic markets. Is underlooked? No, I thought underlooked was one word. Or overlooked is one word, right? And then such competition pushes prices down and thus increases real wages. This added competition pushes prices down, thereby increasing real wages. Everyone is overthinking this. You can't prove the effectiveness of tariff without any stats or figures. True. Some people have expressed a concern about the increased business concentration in America, and some data seems to support them. An easy solution is simply to open a border, widen to foreign competition in commercial flights and cabbage, for example. Cabbage. I don't know how to pronounce this. Cabotage. Transporting stuff within one's own country. It's an anti-Jones Act thing. They don't like the Jones Act, which is good. Yeah, Jones Act, cringe. Hot take. To summarize, trade will not, except under exceptional or transitory circumstances, lower real wages in advanced economies, such as that of the United States. Trade does increase the competition faced by unspecialized labor, which is relatively scarce. On the other hand, skilled labor and capital are relatively plentiful and will be more in demand. But free trade simultaneously increases labor productivity and total consumption because of the benefits of comparative advantage and economic growth. Trade will not decrease real wages because it increases labor productivity and total consumption because of the benefits of comparative advantage and economic growth. Since it increases labor productivity and real consumption. U.S. workers benefit from lower prices for their consumption goods, raising their real wages and salaries. We can expect trade to increase real income for most people and most workers. Targeting 2. Essay 6, labor productivity and remuneration. How long is this one? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's short. Free international trade increases labor productivity and thus raises wages. Greater productivity means higher wages because employers bid up the prices of more productive labor. Free trade increases labor productivity, which increases wages because employers bid up the price of more productive labor. This theory is confirmed by figure 6.1 shows that wages across countries. Let's say, I don't know, supported by the fact that wages across countries, shown here as a proportion of Americans' wages, are roughly proportional to the country's labor productivity. Measured here in proportion to labor productivity. Poor countries are poor because their workers earn little, and their workers earn little because they are relatively unproductive. When free trade increases labor productivity, also raises workers' incomes and the general income level in the country. When trade increases labor productivity, it raises workers' income and the general income level in the country. It raises with it. In America and in general, and in other developed countries, labor market polarization has been more a problem of education than a problem of international competition. Figure 6.3 shows the evolution in median earnings among employees as a function of educational achievement in America. These data confirm widely documented phenomenon that technological progress has polarized the labor market, separating the more educated, who can more easily learn new skills, from the less educated, who are left behind. What? The gap between education and technology? What? In America, labor market polarization has been more a problem of education than a problem of international competition. The median earnings among employees, hold on, never mind. We'll say technological progress polarized the labor market, separating the more educated, who can learn new skills, from the less educated, who are left behind. Gap between education and technology. Since 1979, the first year for which these data are available, the median weekly earnings of college graduates have grown faster than the median weekly earnings of those who only have a high school diploma or some college, and even faster than the earnings of those who do not obtain a high school diploma. If we consider real earnings in constant dollars, that is taking out the impact of price inflation of the median employee only workers with a bachelor's degree or higher have benefited from an increase in earnings since 1979, according to the BLS. Note, however, that the Bureau's definition of weekly earnings excludes incomes from self-employment, second jobs, employee-paid fringe benefits, and government transfers. The evolution of relative wages and salaries is consistent with an increased demand for highly skilled workers. In the typical advanced countries since the mid-1970s, employment of skilled labor has outstripped employment of less skilled labor. In America, untypically at the bottom of the skilled ladder, have also seen a high demand for their services, the middle skilled and the ones who have apparently faced slower growing employment. The polarization of the labor market has been caused primarily by technological progress, and it will last until the less educated learn the skills they need in order to adapt to a high-tech economy. Protectionism would only pull most people's real income down, putting those of the poorest who are likely to benefit most from price reductions caused by imports, as suggested in Essay 5. What is this? Sweetie babe, what's happening? Wait, something Something's wrong. I can't. Wait, no, you have to come with me. Somebody do something. I love you. Oh. Concerning. Looking into this. Okay. This polarization at a labor market will last until the less educated learn the skills they need in order to adapt to the high-tech economy. Protectionism would only pull most people's real income down. Including low-skilled workers. Or I'll say uneducated and low-skilled workers. Who are most likely to benefit from the price reductions caused by imports. Okay, woohoo. The politics of trade and a bit more economics. Okay. I don't think, I mean, I definitely will read this at some point. This book is good, but this is definitely useful, but I don't know. I don't know if NAFTA will come up. It might. Maybe we'll read it. Free trade is not fair. Morality for trade. Okay, what are the other, like... Oh, wait, if I go to 1, it should actually be... Yeah, it's actually... Doesn't have the... Oh, it has the PDF pages here, but... Okay, let's... Read that. Trade deficit's bad. Read that. United States is losing factories. That's probably... You know, I'm looking at it. I noticed we really only skipped one chapter. I thought we skipped like half the book, but we only skipped one chapter. We just didn't read this essay. Which I don't think we need to read right now. We definitely should read this as well. Even though I feel like I can already address any of these arguments already, really, but... Hold on, the rest of them are all caps, so I'll make this one all caps too. Okay, United States losing factories. 49. politics of trade and a bit more economics. And then finally, free trade is not fair. And then 95 is the last essay. Okay. So we're basically halfway done with this, if not more than halfway done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, compared to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're a little more than halfway done with this. Which means I might want to shift to reading some other things real quick, and then probably trying to figure out the best way to format some of these notes. I'm going to put these just underneath everything. Actually, hold on. That shouldn't be in there. It should just be here. Okay, for now, let's read these two things. Let's make like a heading 2 and just like do like tariffs and income tax. Then in here we'll have toggle heading 3. Trump's income tax math doesn't add up. Toggle heading 3. Trump floats replacing income tax with tariffs. Put a lot of highly paid pundits out of business. Look at this fucking graph. Misinformed views on immigration, crime, the economy, correlative ballot choice. Oh, I saw this. Yeah, it's so insane. Violent crime rates are at or near all-time highs for most American cities, which is false. But if you were inflation in the U.S. has declined over the last year and is near historic averages. U.S. stock market is at near all-time highs. Is immediate dismisses elitist arrogance to say the electorate doesn't understand, but it is often true. True. The people are retarded. Targeting 3, revenue estimates of Trump's baseline tariffs. Targeting 3, I'm assuming. Yeah, this is basically also just about this. Wait, actually, I wonder if they change the title, and if I re-mention it, does it change? No. Somewhere in the fucking meta information. I might do like a tariff tax exports too, and then put like this there, as well as we need that. How do tariffs affect exports? And then make this yellow so I remember I have not read it. And make this yellow so I remember I have not read it. What is this? I kind of doubt I don't already have this study cited. We'll keep this up here in case that comes up. We'll just like do it targeting 3. Dumb. Pro tariff study. Debunked. And then I know also I have maybe I should split this up into some different headings. Because I also want to be able to cite some of the, because I can cite the Obama thing, I can cite some of the Trump steel tariffs, I can cite, well, there's multiple studies on Trump steel tariff that I'll find they reduce jobs by different amounts. I want to be able to have those ready to cite. So I have these there. Hold on, let's change these. Oh, this is heading 3. So this should also be in here. And this should also be in here. Okay. So let's start these. Trump's income tax math doesn't add up. Erica York is a senior economist at the Tax Foundation. Donald Trump has floated a proposal to replace U.S. income tax with a new system of tariffs, moving the United States back to a tax mix, back to the tax mix of the late 19th century. The plan, simply put, is mathematically impossible. Trump's plan to bring us back to the tax mix of the late 19th century by replacing income tax with tariffs is mathematically impossible. Trump's most obvious challenge would be how to close the yawning gap between the income tax revenues and duties. The Treasury collected $2.2 trillion from the individual income tax in fiscal 2023 and $80 billion from tariffs. Income tax on individuals, or I'll just say the individual income tax collected $2.2 trillion in 2023. On paper, Trump could go over the short wall with his 70% universal tariff on all imported goods. Cut a liberal, a fascist bleed. So true. Welcome, the Swiss legend, first time chatter. Is this a new account for you? I swear I've had a chatter with that very similar name before. A 70% universal tariff would be required to raise this much. But the proposal is unworkable because of the sharp difference in the size of the respectable tax base. The Congressional Budget Office projects $15.6 trillion of adjusted gross income in fiscal year 2023. Goods imported a total of $3.1 trillion calendar year 2023. Trump's calculations ignores the precipitous drop in imports a tax increase of this magnitude would cause. What? What do you mean what? However, this... You are a liberal supporter. Yes, I'm a liberal supporter. Okay, don't you see the greatest liberal who ever lived? Joe Biden. Back there. The single greatest liberal thinker in the history of Western civilization. Fuck. I have a Western Civ assignment due today. Well, I'll do it later. I'll do it after the debate. It's fine. It's fine. I bet I can do it in 10 minutes. What? Hello?
Trump picked Matt Gaetz as AG, bro.
Fucking kill me. Are you fucking kidding? No shot.
I'm not kidding. You look it up. Look it up. Look up Matt Gaetz right now. Right now.
Trump
Look it up.
nominates Florida Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. Fucking kill me, dude.
Oh,
Dude,
wait,
Jack
we're
Smith needs to
fucking
leave the country. Jack Smith, please
We're
leave. No, it's so over.
we're cooked. It's over. It's fucking over. No way. No
Oh my
fucking
fucking
way.
god, dude. Him and Powell might end up in court, man. Oh no. He might.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, we're fucked.
Oh my.
Okay. Oh man.
It's so fucking terrible. How many, like, did Trump have, like, one consistent AG, or did he fire a bunch of them?
Well, Bill Barr quit, and then Jack Rosen took over, and then he tried to
Yeah,
fire
Jeff
Jeffrey
Sessions,
Rosen.
right?
Oh,
He had
Jeff
Jeff
Sessions.
Sessions
Did Jeff
right in the
Sessions
beginning.
quit? Yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't know if Jeff Sessions quit or if he was fired, but
But fuck, Matt Gaetz would be terrible. He would not wait a millisecond before, like, cooking up fake prosecutions.
yeah, November
God.
7th, Sessions resigned at President Trump's behest. It is reported that his letter of resignation had been submitted on a prior occasion. Yeah, I think Trump did not like him, so
Yeah, this is terrible. Fucking Matt Gaetz, bro. Fucking Matt Gaetz. Really? Matt fucking Gaetz? God. Oh my God, this is terrible. This is fucking terrible. Well,
yeah.
let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. Do you think he'll go like full, Joe Biden crime family mode or what?
I would not, considering he fucking chose Matt Gaetz, who I assume is a diehard loyalist to Trump, considering Matt Gaetz' history, I'm assuming he'll continue that. It absolutely
God.
would not surprise me if he at least orders Matt Gaetz to like investigate Joe Biden or Hunter Biden or even Jack Smith or Hillary Clinton again.
Oh
Like,
my God. Oh my
dude,
God,
is Matt
bro.
Gaetz even like a lawyer? Does he have law experience? Or is
I don't know. Let me look it up. Matt Gaetz.
oh, he is a lawyer. Okay. American lawyer and politician.
Yeah, but fuck me, dude. Oh my God. This is terrible news. This is
This is
terrible,
so
terrible
horrible.
stuff. Oh my God. Well, glad I don't live in this fucking dog shit country. Don't ask me where I do.
Yeah, you're not any
Well-
better, buddy. But
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's see. Let's wait and see. Hopefully, he doesn't go full, sicko mode.
hopefully,
we'll see.
hopefully. Oh my God, Matt Gaetz, fucking kill me. Wait, I might need that. I'm pretty sure I have that saved, but no, we got it. Okay. This is not possible because a tax of that size would decrease the tax base. The Congressional Budget Office, blah, blah, blah. Based on historical data, we can expect imports to drop by 1% for every 1% increase in import prices. The projected total would fall to $930 billion. Because the tax base would be small, the higher tariffs would raise about $650 billion in revenue. Based on historical data, we can expect imports to drop 1% for every 1% increase in price. Therefore, the projected total would fall to $930 billion. Meaning the tax would raise only $650 billion. Even adjusting for the inevitable drop in imports overstates the revenue potential tariff, no tax enjoys perfect adherence, and applying the stated tax revenue cuts to current import prices overstates how much revenue it would raise in real terms. Even adjusting for the decrease in imports overstates the revenue potential tariffs, since no tax has perfect adherence. And applying the stated tax revenue to current import overstates how much it would in real terms. Under a full set of standard tax modeling assumptions, the revenue maximizing tariff rate falls between 40 to 50%, resulting in a revenue between 450 billion and 650 billion. This is all just theory to you. You have no idea how business actually gets done. To think that entrepreneurs are not just going to sit on their hands and not find a way to undercut multinationals. What do you mean? What entrepreneurs? Like in other countries, they're going to... It's a thing you're... I'm confused what you're trying to say. Think that entrepreneurs are just going to sit in their hands and not find a way to undercut multinationals. I don't... The implication that I think you're making is that entrepreneurs in other countries who export to us would find ways to innovate and lower their prices in order to continue selling to the U.S. This has kind of been observed before, but not really. When we put tariffs on China, there was like a 1.5% reduction in pre-tariff import prices. So, only 92.5% of the incidence was on us compared to 100%. But China's probably the country where a lot of that was probably due to China subsidizing their exports. I don't know. I don't think that's been observed in other countries. Usually the tax incidence is borne almost entirely on the country imposing the tariffs. Using standard tax modeling assumptions, that's not how you spell modeling. The revenue maximizing rate of tariffs would be between 40 to 50%, and it will raise only between 450 to 600 450 billion to 650 billion. Raising rates above that range would reduce the resulting revenue, meaning that tariffs would fall short of what's required to replace the $2 trillion income tax revenue. In calling to replace income tax with tariffs, Trump launched the fiscal policies of William McKinley, but in the 1890s, the United States was still in the gold standard and had not yet amended the Constitution to permit income tax. The federal government and the economy today, thankfully, are much different than the economy of the late 19th century. When tariffs served as the primary source of revenue, the government was an order of magnitude smaller than the government today. Bro thinks he's cooking. Who? Me or the YouTube chatter? Me? What was I? Okay. Me? What do you mean I think I'm cooking? I think I'm reading. When tariffs were a large source of government revenue. The stuff you're writing down. I'm taking notes. We're a large source of government revenue. Entrepreneurs in this country will adapt immediately. I own a business. I can assure you that we won't just lose to the tariffs. I don't understand what you mean by you won't just lose to the tariffs. If you have to import something, you have to import it. Or you're going to, buy something domestically, which is A, dead weight loss, and B, it's still going to be more expensive than the imports from the other country. because if it was cheaper to produce it here, they'd already be buying it from here. We will adapt and find new methods and vendors that allow us to avoid. Yeah, notes for a debate is something. What is the implication of that? Learning so you can debate people. First of all, it's not just notes for a debate. It's notes because I want to take, like, I take notes a lot of times when I'm not preparing for a debate. Like, plenty of my note taking, you can go through and watch. You think you're cooking with that. Like, you can watch me take notes on things I'll basically never use in a debate, but I just want to do it. Like, I take notes because it's interesting to me, and yeah, sometimes it does help in debates. Like, and I like learning stuff and spreading ideas. Like, when I say spreading ideas, that's a. To be fair, the spreading ideas part is debate, but like what? I don't understand the hate. The U.S. was still on the gold standard. The Constitution did not permit income tax. And the government was much smaller than it is today. Measured as the share of GDP, federal government is barely exceeding 2% compared to nearly 23% in 2023. Measured as a percent of GDP, the federal government spending barely exceeded 2% and compared to nearly 23% of GDP in 2023. What can we get from one country to another? Nothing. Well, it's not true. Nothing. There are minerals that are only found in some countries. But the tariffs won't happen because China or whoever will adapt. If they don't, Vietnam. Well, Trump wants to do universal tariffs. Is the what he states he wants to do. At least mostly universal tariffs. But you're correct. Like a lot of times you put a tariff on one country and production doesn't move domestically. It just moves to another country. Which actually is like, that can be an okay reason for some targeted tariffs on certain things. Like if you just don't want production of certain good to be in China because China's not very friendly to us and you'd rather have it be in Japan, well then a tariff on China could actually do something there. But drop their tariffs on the U.S. immediately. They can't lose to a U.S. consumer. They won't lose a U.S. consumer. They will play ball immediately if they don't want the other country will. Trump wants reciprocal tariffs. He also says he wants universal tariffs. You know that, right? He wants, the GOP platform says baseline tariffs, tit for tat. Well, I don't really think it's tit for tat. I think it really only hurts the country imposing the tariffs. So it's more like, wow, you're hurting your own people by imposing tariffs. Guess what? We're going to hurt our own people too. It's literally like dumping rocks in your port because other countries have rocky ports. Well, rocky ports aren't a good thing. Just because other countries have them doesn't mean you should do it too, right? Like, spending on discretionary programs and net interest combined equals 8.8% of GDP compared to good imports at about 11.2% of GDP. I'm a communist, and even I think Trump is better than Biden. And how? Are you just an accelerationist? Like, you think Trump will just, like, blow up the system, and therefore you can build socialism, and Trump will make people angry, and therefore you can start a revolt and build socialism, or what the fuck? Or is it just all the anti-establishment stuff that you like about him? They are doing genocide in Palestine. Trump is also going to do genocide in Palestine if you think that's happening, but... why we don't impose tariffs? Do you why we don't impose tariffs? Familiar with the Marshall Plan? I know what the Marshall Plan is. It's not particularly relevant to today. I don't. I'm assuming. What did the Marshall Plan? What's up?
I just wanted to say that I have negative IQ, and even I think Trump will be better than Biden. Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm like retarded, and even I think the Republican Party is better. It's like, oh, would never have guessed. It's like, yeah, awesome. But yeah. I mean, I swear to God, bro, fucking commies, they hate liberals more than they hate fascists.
Yeah,
It's like
clearly.
true. It's like they fucking hate what's good and they love what's bad. It's crazy. But yeah. Well, yeah, horseshoe theory
Confirmed.
confirmed once again. Eternally winning. Yeah, that's right.
Liberalism enables fascism. Europe is rebuilt already. I am aware that Europe is rebuilt already. Like, okay. That's part of the reason why I said it's not like particularly relevant. It's because like we kind of stopped doing that after Europe rebuilt, right? I'm not familiar with what exactly the Marshall Plan did on tariffs. I'm assuming it maybe tied. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if like we tied getting aid to buying U.S. exports, and if we maybe said like you can't impose tariffs on these goods or whatever. But I'm not familiar to specifics or anything. Spending on discretionary programs and net interest. It's 8% on its own. What? It's 8%. The whole point of Marshall Plan was tariffs. The Marshall Plan, my understanding, was giving aid to Europe to rebuild after World War II. I don't know. Tariffs is mentioned one time on the Wikipedia page for Marshall Plan, so I kind of doubt that it's the entire point. But okay. The Marshall money was a gift carried out, but carried requirements that British balanced budget, control tariffs. So, improve management and maintain adequate reserves. So it's almost exactly what I said even. But I think Brass wants to say they just rebuilt Europe to put tariffs on them. We don't even tariff Europe that much. Accidental caps lock? What? I don't even think this is case sensitive. It's not. The US average tariff rate is like 4% or something. Like it's probably even less on Europe. That's probably pushed up by the tariffs we have in China. We don't tariff AU at all. So yeah, I don't know what you're on about, brother. And compared to goods and imports, about 11% of GDP. This means it would take... How many cars do their companies sell here, and how many cars do we sell there? I don't know. I'm not really familiar. I will tell you something, though. The most efficient balance between those two things, cars sold there versus cars sold, here or whatever, that is only going to be impeded by tariffs. The government lacks the information to know the optimal amount of companies that sell cars here versus the optimal amount of companies that sell cars there. The free market can aggregate information between all the individual buyers and sellers in both countries, and it'll end up, a free market profit maximizing system will end up with the optimal balance between those two things. Tariffs are only going to impede on that. nearly 80% tax on all goods and imports, assuming plausibly that imports remain unchanged to turn enough revenue to cover these major spending items. Applying the actual revenue maximizing rate on tariff on imports would not even cover interest payments on debt, projected to exceed $1 trillion annually by 2025. The actual revenue maximizing tariff rate on imports would not even cover the interest payments on debt, which are projected to be $1 trillion by 2025. The free market is inherently exploitative. So true, brother. I don't think you understand this. Understand what? Yeah, you haven't really made a point. You have only asked questions. And the one point you did make, which is the Marshall Plan was only about tariffs, is just untrue. The primary point of the Marshall Plan was not about tariffs. It was, so economy, I don't think tariffs are that bad. Yeah, because you hate everything that's good and love everything. Or sorry. No, yeah, you hate everything that's good and love everything that's bad. Accurate. Even if Trump only partly replaced income tax revenue with tariffs, it would bring many unwelcome consequences, including foreign retaliation, lower incomes, and reduced economic output. No, because free market is bad. Inaccurate. Even if Trump... What's up? Lib.
Hello.
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 Well, for two things. One, someone said liberalism enables fascism. Even then, under that assumption, it's better than fascism, right? So, like, it's better than Trump. So that one, you're dumb. Second thing, guess what Tulsi Gabbard was appointed for?
Fucking kill me. Oh man. It can't be. I really don't know. He already did defense secretary. He already did chief of staff.
No, that'd be insane. I expect chief of staff to be what's his name? The bald Jewish guy. Oh my
There's
God,
a lot of them in Washington D.C. I don't know.
Stephen. Fuck, what's his name? The Project 2025 guy.
Oh,
wait.
I forget his name, but yeah, I know.
Trump, Stephen. Fuck.
Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller. Yeah. Either way. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Is she at all qualified to do that?
No, not at all. Not at all. He fucking went to fucking meet Assad while he gassed his own people. Right? Like, no, she is not qualified at all. Like, no one Trump picks is qualified. Look up kakistocracy. Okay, look it up. By the way, kaki means poop in Hebrew. Kaki with K means poop in Hebrew. Look up kakistocracy. Okay, that's what we're gonna have.
Governed by the least suitable or competent citizen of the state.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna have in like 2 months. Okay,
prepare yourselves. Oh boy.
Load your popcorn. Are you enjoying the show, Anon? It's terrible.
Dude, did you see that like clip of it was Sam Harris and Ben Shapiro debating, and you know, the interviewer asked like, "Oh, do you think that his policy on Israel or Kamala Harris's policy on Israel would be better?" And Sam Harris was like, "Well, yeah, because I think Harris will surround herself with sane people. You know, do you want fucking Michael Flynn and the My Pillow guy advising President Trump on Israel?" And Ben Shapiro was like, "No, he'll put Mike Pompeo in, and you know, it's gonna be normal people." And like,
get fucked.
It's not true, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
yes. Fuck me. It's like I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I mean, I don't know. Well, let's see. Let's see. Let's see what else. What do you think? What else? What do you think of? What do you think is coming next? Okay.
I really don't know.
Chief of Staff probably Stephen Miller. Okay, that's my bet. Safe bet, I think.
Yeah.
Which is terrible. I mean, CIA head, did he appoint one already, or everyone said that Indian guy, but I don't think he was
Um,
appointed yet.
I don't think he has her. Oh no, Trump
FBI
picks
director, did he name one?
Trump picked John Ratcliffe, his former intelligence director, for CIA chief.
Okay. What's GIA?
CIA. What?
Oh, CIA. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be a shit show, and fuck me. Tulsi Gabbard, that fucking insane lunatic. Oh, God. Oh my God. Well, let's see. Let's wait and see. I still think Matt Gates is a worse pick because Attorney General is so much.
I
It's
know.
so
Yeah, it's
bad. It's
horrible.
so fucking bad, dude. My God. Oh my
Oh
God. Are the
boy.
commies in the chat malding you still about liberalism being superior in every way?
Um, yeah, basically they said when I
Communism
was like
yeah.
14, and since then I was a communist. So that's
Yeah, okay. Yeah, developmentally stunted. Okay, I get what you're trying to say.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, yeah.
Happens to people. Look, I mean, communism has brought nothing but like death and immiseration. Okay, and liberalism wins for itself in history. So yeah,
True.
yeah, that's right. Well, let's wait and see. It's gonna be a shit show.
Huh. Even if Trump is only partially replaces income tax with tariffs, the guy in your Discord doesn't even know what communism is. Yes, he does. It's a branch of science derived from dialectical materialism. Yeah, obviously. Obviously. Wrong. Inaccurate. It's a classless, stateless society. We still have major negative effects. Like inciting foreign retaliation, lower incomes, and reduce economic output.
By the way, just wanted to say, I'll put right now $100. Okay, I'll bet $100. The guy in chat never read any Marx front to back. Okay, never. I'll bet $100 right now. Right now, I'll bet $100. Okay, just saying. No way. This guy in chat read Marx front to back. Not capital. Not critique of the Gother program. I forgot the exact pronunciation. No, nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Not even Communist Manifesto. I'm willing to bet $100. You're saying. You're saying. Yeah, it is a branch of science. It is derived from dialectical materialism, and you guys are, you guys are lost. You lost the plot.
Oh, give me 100. Oh, don't worry. Just donate me 100 and I'll refund it. Scared of the brass man. I love to show you how woefully unprepared you are for your debate. What is even your position? I have no clue what your position is. You have barely made a point. There is a link in the description to the Discord. That is true, Jack Darko. Thank you. You can also do exclamation point Discord in the chat as it shows in the title. But also, I don't even know what your position is. I don't know what that is. Okay, well. Wait, what is your position even? I don't know. The only things you said is that business people will get around it, which I don't deny that some business people will find a way to get around tariffs, or if you tariff one country, production might just move to another country. Your point about the Marshall Plan was dumb. It's not really. I don't know what you were even arguing, but that you are wrong. Wrong about what?
He says, okay,
Make a
give me
claim.
$100. He says, okay, give me $100. Okay, I'll wait. Can he join the Discord? I want to just ask him like a few questions. I'm just like super eager to ask him a bunch of questions. I'd love for him to join the VC. Okay.
I don't know if they're in the Discord.
If you can, I'll actually donate. I'll actually give him like, look, I'm broke. I'll give him like $5. Okay, if he can do it, he can answer. Like if he read Capital, okay. I have just a few simple questions. Anyone who gave a careful study of Capital too should be able to answer. And yeah, I'm super curious. I don't have $100. Okay, I was lying.
You were talking about
But
the
I'll give you
largest
$5.
customer of all
Okay.
time. People see opportunity. Wait, Brass, what is your position? You won't even say your position. You can't join. Why can't you join?
Oh, you cannot join. Come on, the Discord is in the description or something. You can join.
The link seems to still work. I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
I'm banned, I think. How the fuck are you banned? You were a first-time chatter. Like, what the fuck?
Well, alt account maybe.
I mean, I asked him that because I swear, I said I
Maybe
swear.
banned from Discord. Maybe banned from Discord.
Oh, maybe.
Tommy's tend to be
I was in your
genocidal.
Discord before. Well, I have no clue what you did to get fucking banned. I don't know. And I haven't banned like
Did you
anyone.
ban anyone ever?
I don't know. I feel like I've definitely. I think I've kicked a few people who were like raiding, but I don't even think I banned them. I don't know how do I see. How do I see if I've done that? Server settings. Isn't there like a audit log? No, it's remote enabled. I can't check. Oh, bans. I banned 2 people. My name was DC. I think you IP banned me. Well, it does say I banned you, but how do I see what messages you
You
sent?
can IP ban on Discord.
I mean, I ban, I just click ban. I don't even know if I like. There's no IP or.
Okay, unban them and let's see if they can like answer a few simple questions. If they can, I'll give them $5. Okay, I don't have $100. Okay, I was exaggerating, but I'll give you $5 if you can.
Okay, revoke ban. This could only go well.
And it's not gonna be like what was the Angle's response to Marx after he talked about like fucking whatever. What did
On a
Marx
different count,
open
still
the
couldn't-
poverty of philosophy with?
What do you mean you can't join? Oh, look, he's here. Presumably.
He's here. Oh my god, he's gonna join VC.
This should be amazing.
Just join VC. I have like 2 questions.
Yeah, just join one of the waiting rooms. I don't know. Oh, there you go. Move to stream room. Okay. Hello?
Hey, you there?
They keep... Bro.
Leaving. What's up? Yeah? You there
Hello?
for one?
Ah,
Yeah. Well, what's
hello?
the marks you read front to back? I'm just super curious.
What? Oh wait, I need
You
to
said-
mute the stream.
What?
How many marks I read front to back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of them.
All of it?
Yes.
Can you give me okay, just like 2, maybe 3 questions?
Sure.
What's the equation for the rate of profit under Marx?
The equation for the rate of profit.
Yeah.
Just the work divided by the workers times the time.
Yeah, this guy's not read Marx.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good. You see, fucking demonstrated in 4K
Okay,
on live
this is not-
television.
Whoa. This is not
Yeah.
even a good demonstration because I can read
Yeah.
it and not memorize it.
Well, you should fucking know the equation. Look, I have not memorized all of Paul Krugman. I know what the equation for productivity is. Okay.
Bruh,
I know
I don't need
I
to
know what the
memorize
equation for
it.
I know what the equation for GDP is. Okay, I took Econ 101. I don't think I can off the top of my head like give you the entire like ISLM model off the top of my head right now, but I do know the equation for GDP. Okay, that's like basic stuff.
Bruh,
Okay.
GDP is the stupidest
Okay.
measurement
Okay.
ever existed.
Okay. What are the components of GDP?
Well, I said it's the stupidest measurement ever existed.
Yeah. You said it's a stupid measurement. What are the components of it? What is it made of?
It's the GDP of the country
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the equation, bro? I'll give you the first
divided
variable,
by
okay?
one.
It's consumption plus.
Consumption plus import and export divided by people
No,
inside
no,
the
no,
country.
no. You're cooked. You're cooked. You're cooked. Your brain's cooked.
No. Plus export minus import.
This is the average communist. This is the average communist. It's like, wait, can you explain to me what a CEO does? What's a
Bruh,
dividend? What's a dividend?
dividend is when the fucking company pays you in the action. I don't know in English the.
Okay, bro.
Wait.
Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. Okay. What's the difference between like real and nominal?
Shareholder. If the company pays to the shareholder something, and
Yeah,
the
you looked it
dividend.
up. That's fine. You had enough time to look it up.
No, I
What's the
just
difference
googled
between?
what is actionnaire in
I
English
believe you.
because
I
I'm
believe you.
not
I
native
believe you.
English.
I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. What's the difference between real and nominal?
Real and nominal. It's just real is something that's real, and nominal is something that you just say, but it's not real.
Oh, you're right, bro. You're right. Yeah, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. By the way, when I say
Wait,
I'll bet, when I say you bet, that means that if I win, you have to pay me. But I'll forgive you because I'm altruistic. I'll forgive
no,
you
no,
then.
no.
I'll spare you the money.
Wait. You have
Yeah,
to
now I'm
still pay
fine.
me
This
$5.
is fun. This has been fun. I think I lost enough brain cells. Okay, just to everyone watching in the chat, everyone watching on Twitch, on YouTube. This is the average communist. Okay, they'll be like, I read Marx. I've watched like 2 TikTok live streams. I know the definition of communism as a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Awesome,
No,
bro. Awesome.
moneyless,
We're so proud.
bro. I didn't say moneyless, but okay.
That's something people give often as part of it. Either way, you get the
No.
point.
That's completely
Yes,
wrong.
people give
Well,
money
Okay,
less
a
give me
lot of
often.
two
people say
sources
that,
that
but
say
okay.
this.
Okay.
Tell me
says
two
it?
sources that
Either way,
say
you
this.
get the point. You get the point. You get the point.
No. You need to give me $5.
No, I don't. You didn't define anything correctly.
It wasn't about if I
Wait,
defined it correctly, but if I read
what
Marx.
is the law of value? This is the most basic. This is like the most basic part of Marx. What's the law of value?
Law of value. It's the law that everything has a value.
Oh, no way, bro. No way, dog. That's so unique. That's so, like Marx is the first guy to say this. It's like, oh, everything has value. That's awesome, bro. No, you read
Yeah,
Marx. You read Marx. You read Marx.
bro. I read it in German, not in English. I can't answer it in
Does
English.
the rate of profit go up or down?
Rate of profit goes up, obviously.
Like, yo,
Wait,
you're
so
right, bro. You're
yeah, when
right.
Marx wrote
You're
about
right,
the
dog.
tendency of the rate of profit to increase. Yeah, I love that chapter,
Yeah, that's
man.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. To rise. It's to rise. Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. I need to give you $100. That's right. You're right. You won. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
can you give
awesome.
me?
That was awesome. I legit gave you a 50-50 like question answer and you still lost. That's like insane. That's
What?
insane.
I said it correctly.
No, you
What
did.
was wrong?
No, you
Wait,
didn't. No, you didn't. Oh, either way, I'm
just
good. Either way, not fun. I hope I demonstrate to you. This is like when you talk to communists, you can safely ignore all theory. You can safely ignore all the delving into the studies and whatnot. You just have to ask them like basic questions, like, oh, what's a CEO? What's the difference between like a credit and a deduction? Like some basic
Bro,
stuff, and they won't
that's
know.
not even
It's fun.
Marxism.
It's fun. It's always
Marx
fun.
wasn't
But
talking about CEO and this shit.
either way. Yeah, I know, but you guys have like, look, you cannot critique the modern economy and not know the basics of it. But either way,
Bro,
this has been
you don't
fun.
need to know
I
what is a
think I demonstrated
CEO
my point. I'm
to
gonna go now. I'm kind of
critique it.
thirsty. I'm gonna thirsty. I'm gonna fill my
You are a
bottle.
stupid
Have a good
liberal
one.
who
Bye bye.
believes everything Donald Trump says.
uh-huh.
Man, this
Wait,
guy's so
I just
stupid.
want it like just to be super clear here. You think Marx wrote about the tendency of the rate of profits to rise?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I kicked him. Marx actually wrote about the tendency of the rate of profits to fall. Anyone with even a basic understanding of Marx has. It's not a very good theory, But Unlearning Economics is a good post on it. But that was
Bro, make this a segment. Make this a
I
segment.
know, I don't worry, I
need-
will be uploading it to YouTube.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Those are so loaded questions.
Bro, that was so funny. I want to be mean, but these people are like actually promoting fascism. It's like I don't want to be nice, you know? It's like crazy. Bro, I was terrified. When I asked the profit question, I was legit terrified that he would like luck into the right answer.
I know,
And I'll have
but
to
it's so
concede.
funny. What's even the tendency of the rate of profit? It's a theory that Marx wrote about, but apparently you don't you haven't read that part.
It's
I
in
guess,
capital.
but-
It's in volume 3. If you read all of Marx, it's like the central thing. That's like the Marxist like business cycle theory. That's like the thing they cite all the time to say capitalism will fall. Like that's the thing. Like 250 years plus waiting, and that's the thing that will make capitalism fall.
Yeah.
Like yeah. But yeah, well, it's funny. It's fun. I don't know. I need this as a segment to send to my friends. Just
All right,
yeah.
don't worry. I'll oblige. Yep.
How many of the questions did you know the answer to? I don't expect you to because you don't really debate
Um,
Marx. But
I knew the tendency to rate of profits to fall one. What were the other ones? I think there was one other one I knew, but I think the rest
what's
of
the
them I
equation
didn't.
for the rate of profit? What's the equation for
I
the
don't
rate
know
of
that.
profit?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but
Yeah, it's kind of intuitive.
oh, the GDP one
once
I
you
knew.
understand.
Obviously, the GDP. I knew.
Oh,
the tendency to
GDP,
rate of profit
obviously.
was-
That's
yeah.
not even Marx. That's just like
Yeah.
basic economics.
I
That's
know
just like
I knew
whenever
those two,
someone
but-
is like, it's like if someone criticizes evolution and they don't know what like an enzyme is. It's like
Yeah.
okay, you something's wrong here, But yeah. So the equation for the rate of profit is S divided by C plus V. It's like elementary. Think of it like this: surplus value, right? Like the amount you extracted, your profit, divided by the input you gave into the extraction, which is the capital. The constant capital and variable capital. C plus V. Right. So yeah. So S, the profit divided by the how much you inputted, kind of the variable and constant capital. Variable capital is worker value, and constant is like the machinery and whatnot, right? That's
Yeah.
kind of how you can conceive of it. It's totally useless, by the way. The rate of profit means nothing because capitalists don't care about the rate of profit; they care about aggregate profit. But regardless, it's fun, and yeah, I mean, just another proof that Marxists have like no clue what they're talking about. All their information comes from TikTok. All their information comes from YouTube. It's never ever actually trying to research anything because it's not about research. It's not about
Bro,
any.
are you telling me
goal.
watching Second Thought isn't research, man?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's fun. It's funny, but yeah. Well, I'm gonna go fill my bottle.
Yeah.
But yeah, free content for you, okay?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. You owe me $100, okay?
Oh, okay. I know. I'll pay you the 10 cents that the YouTube video makes.
Oh, by the
when
way,
I
law
upload
of
it.
value. Law of value is the law that like the value of a commodity is determined by surplus value, right?
It's not just that everything has a value.
No. Or I'm sorry, not surplus. Socially necessary labor time. I mix it up. Socially necessary labor time.
Yep.
Which is like the minimal amount of time. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I read a little
Whatever.
bit about that before. Yeah.
I got the exact definition of like socially necessary labor time, but I should rehash my definitions. But again, I also should not because Marxists have not. So but at least I know it. It's like whatever. Not knowing what nominal versus real is. That's crazy. But yeah. That's why yeah. Again, it's like critiquing evolution without knowing what like a protein is. It's like, what are you doing? Oh, he DM'd me. Fucking lib. That's right. Proudly so. Proudly so. I am a fucking lib. I am. And I just destroyed you. How does it feel? How does it feel to know that a fucking lib destroyed your ass? Exposed. I read Marx in German. I don't watch TikTok. Yeah, I believe that, buddy. I believe that. Check this out now. I sent you in the DMs. Okay.
Yep. Wow, fucking owned.
Yeah, destroy it. I'm gonna go. Talk to you later.
Talk to yep.
Yep.
Despacito. Kingdom style, bitch. All right. Bro, this guy asked stupid questions. I mean, they very clearly demonstrated that like you don't have a very good understanding of Marx. I'm not an economist. Okay. You weren't familiar with Marx's own work on economics, like. Trump's tax plan, which reduces tariffs substantially, cuts but doesn't eliminate income tax. Raising tariffs, but lowering income tax. Still, or would increase the tax burden on at least the bottom 40% of taxpayers. Where is Brass House? Oh, wait. Fuck. I thought that was Azu's other account. Hold on. I should not have banned Brass House. Or Brass Man. Whatever. Revoke Man. Okay, he can come back in. That's my bad. Relative surplus man will offset revenue cuts to inflation by comparing wages to CPI. Trying to get on. You can rejoin. I don't know what you're trying to argue, but. Want to dunk on these boys and I can't type. Well, you have not even elaborated your position. Closer look at the period Trump often cites reveals after McKinley, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, shepherded the passage of the McKinley tariff that significantly increased protectionist tariffs. Republicans suffered a major electoral defeat. Newly elected Democrat President Grover Cleveland, in his inaugural address, highlighted the need for tariff reform and a more equitable federal taxation. Trump cited McKinley's words, nearly a decade after he served president, commercial trade wars are unprofitable, and in this case, mathematically impossible. Shocking. Tariffs are good for consumers and will encourage competition. Did he? When did he say that? I might have been talking when I missed it. When are tariffs good? When there are like big national security concerns, I would say it's like really. You should really try to read Marx to understand why that guy was utter trash. Bro, you haven't read Marx. And I have read a little Marx. I haven't read much Marx, but I have read a little. At least I'm familiar with the tendency to rate of profits to fall. Have read it? You clearly haven't. You don't understand anything. Marx never said everybody needs to be an economist and owes me 100 quid. Okay. Last week, former President Trump took his affinity for tariffs much further, floating the possibility of replacing the federal income tax with new tariffs. He also raised other ideas like eliminating taxes on tipped income, and lowering the corporate tax rate by 1 percentage point. Of course, I don't memorize useless Econ Bro formula. You don't know Marx's formula. First of all, you don't know Marx's formula, not just Econ Bro formula. And if you're claiming like GDP is a completely useless measurement, then you should understand how GDP is calculated. You can't like critique something if you don't have a basic understanding of it. Two, what was I gonna say? Oh, you like not only just the formulas, but like the other things. The law, the rate of profits to fall. You didn't understand. Like, bro, you don't need to know those formulas. I know GDP is useless because it says USA is better than China. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Rather than consulting fiscally responsible and coherent tax reform plan to boost work competitiveness, the latest idea seriously lacks seriousness and merit. If pursued, they would fall well short of fundamental tax reform while hurting American workers and businesses. Here are 5 things to know about Trump's tariffs and Trump's tax and tariff ideas. Econ formulas are misguided and fake. So true. Horseshoe theory confirmed once again. Trump's tax plan. Like seriousness and merit. If pursued, it would hurt American workers and businesses. High school dropout with a shitload of money. I should be easy for you to dispatch. Okay. The individual income tax raises more than 27 times as much revenue as tariffs currently do, but it's not the gap in revenue levels that makes replacement impossible. The bigger issue is the relative size of the tax base. The most recent IRS service data for the year 2021 shows American taxpayers reporting almost $15 trillion of individual income taxes while paying $2.2 trillion of taxes for an average tax rate of 14.9%. Latest IRS data shows people reporting almost $15 trillion in individual income while paying $2.2 trillion in taxes for an average tax rate of 14.9%. Total imports in 2021 were 3.2 trillion. I'll add that from 2021. Total imports in 2021 were 3.4 trillion. But that includes services that are not subject to tariff. However, that includes services not subject to tariff, subject to tariffs. Looking only at goods. Imports totaled 2.8 trillion in 2021. Tariff revenue were 80 billion for an average tax rate of 2.9%. I don't see how this is relevant. I'll put that down there, but I might need to change it. Download image. Oops, I should not be putting it in faces, but I'll remove that later. To replace the roughly $2 trillion raised by the individual income tax, tariffs would need to be astronomically high rates. Tariffs would need... Of course you're willing to debate the guy with the language barrier, but not the native speaker. Join the VC, brother. You're not in any of the VCs. I did, but I don't get it, lol. Join one of the VC where it says pleb waiting room. Join the pleb waiting room on the left-hand side. Or I don't know if you're on mobile or not. I don't know what you're... I don't know. Tariffs would need to be... astronomically high. Oops. To raise... $2 trillion. Across the board, tariff hike is 69.9% of the level of goods it imports. To raise $2 trillion. $2 trillion. Seems like it could fully replace income, individual income tax revenues. Why not support tariffs to protect American industry? First of all, I don't believe universal tariffs on literally everything would protect American industries. And second, there are opportunity costs to doing that. From unfair competition and generate revenue for the federal government. I mean, it definitely could not raise as much as income taxes, but we're looking at right now. The subway surfers is kind of low. Subway surfers is awesome. Oh, so you say unfair competition. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, though. Like, I like, if the competition's unfair, whatever, like. Oh, he's in the fucking VC. I don't know how much, I don't want to talk to him for too long, because I gotta read more. Okay, what's up? Hello?
Oh, yeah.
What? Hello?
Yo, am I in here?
Yeah?
Oh, I did it. Okay. Yeah, man, I think you're getting this whole thing with these tariffs.
What about it?
Well, like, you're just assuming that, all the entrepreneurs in the world, not just domestically, but abroad, are just going to sit on their hands.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
Let's say we put a big tariff on China.
Mm-hmm.
China doesn't want to lower their tariffs.
You cut out. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm getting a bad echo over here. It's fucking with me.
Yeah, okay. Oh, he's gone again. Okay. Oh, there he goes. Here, let me just give him the streamer role. Maybe something with the roles are messed up. I don't really get it. Hello?
All right, back. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, explain what you mean
Okay.
by...
I feel like you're just assuming that all the entrepreneurs in the world and in America are just going to sit on their hands and just not act, right? So if we say to China, hey, we want to sell our cars over there, we want to sell our products over there without you just ripping it off and stealing our intellectual products and selling them in your markets without us getting a cut at all, but then you selling whatever trash you want over here, right? So if they don't want to reciprocate and lower the tariffs and let us sell our products over there, well, other countries and other vendors will immediately react to that and say, hey, if they don't want to play ball, we'll play ball. and they'll fill that role. And you're just acting as though the whole world is going to sit within action and just see the largest customer that there's ever been. The U.S. economy is the most powerful weapon in the world. It's the largest customer there's ever been of all time. Nothing comes close. And you think that all the entrepreneurs and greedy billionaires in the world are just going to sit on their hands and let us and not try to take advantage of the situation?
Well, to be clear, my position is that universal tariffs are not welfare maximizing. So I agree if we place tariffs on China or whatever, then production would either move to the U.S. or to other countries. I don't dispute that. But what I dispute the fact is that putting tariffs on literally
agrees with universal tariffs, right? Like you would never put a tariff on a product that you don't make, right? Like if we can't make that product here, we would never want to make that harder to acquire. That would never happen, right? But it does make sense for, like, say, Canada to have 100% tariff or higher on American dairy products, right? Because they don't want to get their farmers undercut by some foreign source to where if shit hits the fan, they can't produce dairy in their own country anymore, you know? So it makes sense to have some protectionist policies just in general, not even because of market factors, but just with market factors alone, reciprocal tariffs are a wonderful idea.
Well, that would seem to be like you conceding, which you never spelled out your exact position, that universal tariffs are not welfare maximizing. That's my point. That universal tariffs are not welfare maximizing.
Whenever
so
you say universal tariffs, what does that mean? What do you mean by
tariffs
universal
on
tariffs?
either literally everything or at least a vast majority of goods coming into a country?
Okay, well, I haven't heard any proposals on
Okay, that is
universal tariffs.
That is Donald Trump's proposal.
This is something he's put out because, like, what I've seen, what I've seen from his campaign and him is that they're saying they're requesting reciprocal tariffs, not universal tariffs, but reciprocal tariffs.
Okay, so Trump does also want to do reciprocal tariffs, but he also wants to do tariffs on most foreign goods, if not all foreign goods. This is from the 2020 Republican platform, which Trump has endorsed. Trump claims his platform, in fact, as his own platform. It says Republicans will support baseline tariffs on foreign-made goods. And then from Agenda 47, Donald Trump's own website, it says Biden's system of punishing domestic producers and rewarding outsourcers with new will be replaced with new American system of universal baseline tariffs on most foreign products.
Well, that's a press briefing. This is the
Republican platform and his own. And his own website.
Sure, I'll give you that. I'm not debating that. Just like when the Democrats adopted the Green New Deal, they weren't trying to, shut down air traffic immediately, right? There's nuance to this, okay?
There's not.
Yes, there. Let me just make a statement here. What I'm trying to say is, they're not going to get into the minutia of all the tariffs, right? But I can assure you, beyond any reasonable doubt, that if there is a product that we cannot make for a reasonable price to the American consumer within this country, and we need to outsource that product, I can assure you there will not be a tariff on that product. I would bet the house on it.
Well, that'd be you conceding to the position that universal tariffs are not welfare maximizing, which Well, that would be you conceding that universal tariffs are not welfare maximizing because you're saying we shouldn't tariff.
Yes, universal tariffs are not. But reciprocal tariffs. Now, and I've heard this whole conversation. I mean, like Trump famously had the conversation that he brags about every chance he gets, right? I mean, every fucking. I'm sorry, my language, man, but he brags every time about his conversation with Macron. He was saying to Macron, "Hey, you got to lower these tariffs on American cars and some of these products I want to sell here." And Macron said, "Oh, we can't do that. It would hurt our car industry. We cannot. We can't lower these tariffs." And so Trump famously said, "Well, then I'm going to put 100% tariff on French wine and champagne." And Macron caved right away, and we started selling American products in France at a higher rate. And so that's.
Okay.
And that,
so
he gave that speech recently. And so he did not apply tariffs, but he just recently, like within the past week or two, explained how he used tariffs as a cudgel, as a negotiating tool. So I think that Trump said a lot of wild shit, right? Like you think he's like, I'm not a big Trump guy, right? But he said a lot of wild shit, right?
Yes.
It's not. Is it all happened, right?
Nope, not everything he says has happened.
Well, I mean, it's not even close to happening. It's like you know full and well you got to take everything he says with a grain of salt. And I mean, I don't think that platform pages on websites are famous for policy minutia like global trade.
Well, it's famous for illustrating what their policy is.
Okay, but your source for this claim on universal tariffs is like
Is the
is
GOP
not like
platform and
from a
Trump's own
legitimate
website.
source. Like, you're not saying
This
like,
is literally
okay,
Trump
I've actually
himself
read the
saying it.
policies that they're talking about enacting. You're not saying anything like that. You're just saying like, well, according to the Republican platform, according
to the Republican
know,
platform, which Trump has endorsed, and according to Trump himself. So,
okay, but like, how detailed do you think the tariff? Because you know for a fact they're not gonna apply tariffs to things that we can't make. You know that for a fact, right?
I don't know that for a fact. No.
So
I
you
think Trump
that
is
we
a
would just
fucking
shoot
idiot.
ourselves in the foot?
Wait, just so we're
like,
clear, Trump doesn't know what a tariff is, so he has no understanding of what to
okay,
impose
come
tariffs on.
Come
Find me a
on.
single clip of Trump accurately describing what a tariff is, please.
Look, this is a typical that left and right both make this mistake. You see someone really accomplished, and it's so easy to think that they're dumb when they're not. Like the right does it with AOC. She was like 31 years old and like one of the youngest, like most influential politicians in the entire world, and all these right-wing jerks were like, "Oh, she's an idiot," and it's like, okay, well, you go be one of the most powerful people in the world at 31 years old.
That's great.
Okay,
Okay, I have a
not
question. Can you
minimize-
find a
if it's
single
typical-
clip, just a single clip of Trump accurately describing what a tariff is? Because I don't think that exists. I've not found one yet.
I have seen him. I mean, like, now, mind you, I don't have a site, a reference available to me. I didn't
Right.
come ready with Trump talking about tariffs, but I've seen him speak about it accurately.
Okay, what did he say about them that was accurate?
I've never seen Trump get into detail on anything, man. I've never seen him like actually sit down and like say, "Let's get into the nuts and bolts of this shit." Like,
Well, to be
like
clear,
Chris Christie or Ro Khanna, like he is not a let me nuts and bolts this. He's just not like everything he does is a top-down salesman point of view.
I agree with you, and
so,
guess
like,
what? The plan isn't detailed. The plan is not at all detailed. All he says is universal tariffs. He won't even commit to an exact percentage or anything. The plan isn't detailed, but the plan is universal tariffs. You accept that, right?
Okay.
Whether or not he's going to do it, that's a stated position.
I accept that you're not saying that in bad faith. I accept that you're saying that in good faith.
Do you accept that Trump's stated position is that we should tariff most foreign goods at the very least?
Again, that's not my position. I'm not saying that you're making this shit
up.
Wait,
I don't care if it's your position. Do you accept that Donald J. Trump's position is that we should tariff most foreign goods?
No, what I would accept is that his position is that we should utilize tariffs to get the best deal possible for the American consumer.
Okay, what if I could show you a video of Donald Trump saying that we want to tariff most foreign goods? Would that change your mind?
Yes. Well, no, no. But I think, okay, so what did I say? I said I think that he wants to use tariffs as a weapon to get better pricing and for the American consumer, right?
You did say that.
And so, like, if you showed me, okay, that's what I said. So if you showed me a video where you said, I think we should put tariffs on most foreign goods, that does not exclude what I just said. That doesn't mean that in his heart of hearts, he doesn't believe that that's what's
Wait, I didn't say his heart of hearts. Maybe it's not in his heart of hearts. I said his stated position.
Maybe
Donald
not,
J.
like,
Trump's stated position.
We're just assuming.
I'm assuming.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
what?
You're assuming he has bad intentions.
Wait, hold on. I'm not assuming. No, I'm
not
not assuming anything here. First of all, my position right now is that Donald Trump's stated intention is to tariff most foreign goods. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I agree with that. You know, I think that like I think that you and I think that we're differing on like both the ends and the means on this one, though. I think
well,
that
to be clear, if Trump is only using these as a threat, which I don't believe he is because he did actually do tariffs during his first term, but if Trump is only using it as a threat, that can be good if the end result is free trade. But the end result there is what's good, free trade. The tariff is not the good part.
The won't be of any value if you don't deliver, right? And the reason that we have the ability to deliver on that without hurting the American consumer, you know?
Deliver on what, sorry?
Deliver on, like, applying tariffs to other countries and not harming the American consumer.
That's literally impossible. That's not
it's
true.
It's not literally impossible. Why would you say that?
Because tariffs, by definition, raise the prices for consumers, and they lead to a decrease in consumer surplus greater than the gain in producer surplus, and they cause deadweight loss.
But that's just you assuming
that's
that
not
like,
me
things
assuming
are be
anything.
Stagnant. Yes, it is. You're assuming things. It's like you couldn't have predicted the iPhone, right? Like in 2004 sci-fi movies. Like they did not have like their most wildest dream of a communication device was not near as capable of as the iPhone that came out 3 years later. And then the path that technology took from there was so wildly different.
Right.
And so once you change the global market, right? Like, that's why Trump wanted to get rid of NAFTA. That's why he wanted to get rid of the TPP, which Bernie and a lot of good lefties, populist lefties, have agreed with these policies on.
Yeah, because
He wants to
populists were
protect the
stupid.
American consumer. These are what protect the consumer.
Nope.
Like the no tariff policy is only helping the billionaire class. Like,
Not
there's no
true.
other way around it, because all it does is help us exploit, help us funnel the money from the lower and middle class Americans to the most elite, richest people in the country.
And okay,
they
what?
exploit
And
brown
okay,
people
why
on
do
the
you
other
want
side of
to?
the world.
What are you trying to do?
Basically, we're just funneling our money to them, and they're off the backs of third world countries. And like, the tariffs are going to even that field. Like, it's the best chance at people in Honduras having PS5s for the same price we pay. It's the best chance for people in Cambodia to be able to get a monitor TV screen for like the same price we pay, where it's not like a month's pay. Like, it is honestly the best chance at these other poorer countries to quit getting exploited.
Okay, do you accept that tariffs, at least in the short run, are raise prices for consumers? In fact, that's the entire point of them.
I think that if you were to do the math based off a static model, yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
but
you
I don't
recognize
think
the
I
entire
think you're
point.
dealing with a dynamic model. I think this is incredibly dynamic, and I think that like I own a business, okay, and I purchase millions of dollars in products a year personally. Like, I write the fucking check, right? And like, so to me, like, I understand that, like, and I can use the government as an example, because I do industry work. I do public work that's funded by the government at times, and I do private work, right? And that public work, like, there's a company in Dallas where I live that is going bankrupt. And I'm not going to reveal anything. I don't want to tie anything to my company, but this company's going bankrupt, and they deal with a large aircraft company. Okay, everybody and their goddamn dog is falling over trying to get that business. You would be like, so to sit here and say like, this company that takes care of this huge corporate customer is going under, and just to assume that like things are just going to go poorly for that, like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, whenever that customer has that type of buying power, it's only a good thing for them. That big corporate customer is now going to get a better deal. They're actually going to play the market and find out, holy shit, I'm the hottest girl at the dance. Everybody wants a piece.
Okay, so but to be clear, you do accept that the entire point of a tariff is to raise the prices for consumers, right? That way there's more quantity supplied
No,
domestically.
I do not believe that's the point of a tariff. I do not believe that's the point.
Well, if they didn't raise prices,
that is
people
sophistry.
would
That is
just...
sophistry 101 right there. But like, absolutely not. No, like I explained to you with like tariffs on dairy products.
Oh my
That has
God.
nothing to do with raising the price to consumers,
Yes,
right?
yes, it does. The entire point of it is raising the prices of imported dairy. Therefore, people buy more dairy domestically. That's the entire point. Is you raise...
it is not. Like, in that
Yes,
situation,
it is.
it is to ensure that your country maintains the capability to produce dairy.
Yes,
It is
by
to make- you know, like, say you're-
increasing the price.
It's not through increasing the price. Well, yes, you're using it as a weapon to steer the market in a protectionary pattern. Okay, like take Haiti for example, right? Like, Haiti is an incredibly unfortunate country. Really, really, like, it's a pile of rocks in the ocean, man. It is so hard to farm or drill a well. Agriculture is a fucking nightmare over there. It is so hard to feed those people. But if they just outsource all of their agriculture and production to other countries, which they could get for cheaper. They could get it for cheaper.
I don't know
it would
if that's true. I
ultimately
think Haiti
handicap their
actually
people.
exports a lot of agricultural products, but okay.
No, they had a necessity. I know, but I'm saying, like, if they were to completely just say, F it, it's too hard to do it here, let's outsource it, they put themselves at risk for lots of, you're basically a ward of another country at that point. You know, like,
Wait, if they were to outsource...
I've let you ask me questions, and I've answered in good faith. Do you think it's possible that Donald Trump could want to use tariffs to get better prices for the American people? Do you think there's any possibility of that?
To get better prices for the American people?
Do you think he could be using this in a bid to get better prices for the American consumer?
No, I think he
Do you
could
think
be
there's
using
any chance of that?
He could be using it in a bid to help exports, but I don't think he's using it in a bid to help American consumers. At best,
So
you'd be...
do you think that the intention then is purely to just raise prices to the consumer?
Well,
Do you
one, I
that's
think
why
Trump
we're
is a
doing this?
retard who doesn't know what a tariff is. And two, I think the intention is to try to bring manufacturing back, as he has stated.
Okay. Okay, I like that.
And
That's
bring
a little
American
bit, okay.
jobs back.
See,
But
here's something that I battle with the left and right, and it's on topic. Just give me 5 seconds here. I call it like the Captain Planet paradox, man. Did you ever
Okay.
watch Captain Planet? You're probably too young.
Nope.
Yeah, okay. Well, it was a ridiculous like eco show from the '90s, like people my age watch, and there's these villains who like their whole thing was yes, I just want to pollute, and they would just be spreading oil all over the fucking place, like for no reason, just like these ridiculous, just creating ecological disasters just because, like there was no profit incentive, no reason for them to dump these chemicals, and it was just these evil people doing this just for the hell of it.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's obviously ridiculous. And like I think that's what happens on the left and right. People look at the other side. They just want to do this just to F us. Just
Okay,
to
well,
screw
to be
us
clear,
over,
I
just
didn't
to-
say that. I said Trump is a retard.
but surely like you could like have a second to think like, okay, maybe like what would incentivize him to think this is a good idea? Not like just assume
I think
he
he's
has
a
bad
retard who doesn't
intentions,
understand
but, like,
economics
if you
in this
assume
zone.
his intentions were good, why would he be wanting to do this if his
I am
intentions
assuming
were
his
good?
intentions are good. I am assuming that. The alternative to my assumption that Trump doesn't know what a tariff is that Trump is lying about what a tariff is. I am assuming the best intentions out of Trump. I'm assuming he's dumb rather than actively lying.
You legitimately believe that he does not know what a tariff is?
Yep.
Come on.
There's no, I have not
you-
seen a
like-
single video of him accurately describing what a tariff is. He either doesn't know what it is or he's lying. I'm going to
you're
assume the best
gaslighting
intentions.
yourself, man. Like, see, this is the problem with like right and left, man. Like both sides do this. It's like you guys gaslight yourselves. Like you really do. Like, obviously he knows what a tariff is, man. He is like.
Wait,
he
then
has
why doesn't he
bought and
describe it
sold-
accurately? Why does he
has
never
bought
describe it
and
accurately?
sold so much products. Like he has.
Then why doesn't he describe it accurately?
You're asking me why Trump talks the way he talks. Like,
I'm
okay,
asking
here's-
why Trump
here's-
lies
here's-
about what tariffs are.
Okay. I feel like at a certain point, it's kind of on you, right? Like if you got a buddy and his girlfriend keeps cheating on him and stealing
doesn't
from
answer
him,
my
right? and he
question
keeps
at
going
all.
back to her. No, I'm just saying, like if he keeps going back to her, you eventually have to be like, bro, she's shown you who she is. Why do you not believe it? Like Trump has shown you over and over and over again.
Wait,
that
this
he
has
is a
nothing to do with my
blowhard.
question. Why does Trump lie about what a tariff is if he knows what they are?
I think that he, even talking about tariffs, he views it as like setting policy. I think in Trump's mind, in all honesty, I think that he views the way he presents something as part of the plan. I really do. Like, and that's in all honesty. And that's me. Like, and mind you, like, I didn't like Trump, man. Like, I didn't vote for him in 2016. My whole family was like all pissed at me. I was like, no, he's a fucking clown. In 2020, I just didn't vote. I was like, fuck it, I don't like any, because I was mad at him for the CARES Act. I thought the CARES Act was bullshit. I didn't like how he, gave all that money to the bank. I didn't care. I voted for him this time out of like what I felt was necessity. So I'm not like a big Trump guy. But like I see what he is. Like I know that guy. I know the loudmouth. Who I guess I can interpret what he's saying. You know what I mean? Or maybe I give him the benefit of the doubt at this point, and you don't.
I already explained to you, I am giving him the benefit of the doubt, because the alternative is he's lying. So I'm just saying he's
you're
retarded.
Not. You're gaslighting yourself on this.
What do you mean I'm
damn well
gaslighting
that
myself?
The billionaire the multi-billionaire who has bought and sold more products than me and you could ever see in our lives overseas, like, knows what a tariff is. I can assure you that, like, I'm not believing the fact that you say you don't think he knows that. I know that you believe he does.
Okay, well,
Like,
to be clear, I think it's pretty likely that he's lying, but here I'm assuming good faith, and I'm just assuming that he's retarded and he doesn't understand what a tariff is.
No, I'm saying that's a bit of like a derangement, like like it's.
Wait,
a
how's
bit
that a
of
derangement? I've not seen a single clip of him accurately describing what a tariff is.
I've told Gamer Boy he's a little bitch in DC.
Do you understand what a tariff is? Do you think that when Trump says foreign countries pay tariff, do you think that's accurate, or do you think that's inaccurate?
That foreign countries pay the tariffs?
Yeah, do you think that's accurate
Yes,
or inaccurate?
I do believe that is accurate. And
Okay,
I can
that is
explain why if
inaccurate.
you
You've
think
been
I'm
lied
wrong,
to.
but I can.
Nope,
I'd
explain
be
why.
happy to
Explain why. Explain it.
So, if China, okay, and I don't know the numbers, so I'm not going to ask you the numbers, but let's just assume that 20% of China's gross domestic product comes from trade with the USA. Okay, we're just going to assume 20%. And
Okay.
Trump was going to apply a massive tariff of 100% to Chinese products. And that caused us to find other vendors through Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam.
Oh, wait.
And that dropped. Hang on, let me just finish the point. I think you can see where I'm getting, but I'll go ahead and finish. And that caused that trade amount to go from 20% to 15%. That 5% is a massive hit to that GDP. And so, and who's gonna and who pays that price? Well, the American people found another vendor. We still have our product, and now China is the one who's dealing with the negative on this. Like,
To
you
be
see
clear,
how
it's
like
more expensive though,
someone's
right?
gonna
It's
eat
more
the
expensive
loss,
in
and in
Cambodia.
that situation, China ate the loss, right?
Nope, it's more
Because
expensive
we
in
didn't eat the
Cambodia.
loss. We found in my scenario, we found a comparable vendor where we're not paying any more.
Wait, okay, great.
We're paying the
Comparable
same
vendor.
price.
Wait, why aren't we
Huh?
paying? Why wasn't it made there before? If it was cheaper to make it there before.
The same reason that the new customers I hire aren't using me now. Like, what do you mean? Like, what contracts change hands
Well,
every
we're getting
year?
X good from China. We're
Again,
getting X amount of X good from China, and now
and
we're getting
contracts change
Y
hands
amount of
every
X
year.
good from another country.
People's
Why?
availability change. There may be a guy who starts a company next week that takes me down. Like, the people change hands every year. Someone finds a way to give it to you better. Why did I quit going to Quiznos? You know what I mean? Why did Blockbuster? Like, it's like things change hands. And I
Right.
guarantee you that outside of a select few products, every item we get, we could source from another country for the same price right now. We just happen to have cut a deal with those people. Just like I told you, with the public work I take on in the public sector, any one of us assholes could do the same job. Any one of us asshole contractors that are, HUD certified and, on the list of qualified vendors, we could all do the job just as well. So to say, like, how come I haven't got the new, airport under construction then, even though I have the capabilities to do it, is a ridiculous question.
Well, the reason you didn't get it is because the person purchasing the
Okay, let me
contract
tell
or
you this.
whatever
If
got
we
a
could-
better
if we
deal
could
from the other
just-
person. Just like the
If
reason
we
we
could
don't.
just bring in the president of Indonesia right now and say, hey, we hear that you guys have a lot of capabilities in the textile industry. We're looking to find other vendors to get textiles from. What could y'all do in this market? We're dealing with China right now. I guarantee you, he would say, oh my God, we could accommodate you. We could accommodate you right now. I swear to you that would happen. Like, I would
Okay.
bet the house on it. I'd bet the
Alright.
house on it.
Okay, so the reason you wouldn't get the whatever contract for building the airport is because the person building the airport found a better deal than you. They thought that for whatever reason the higher.
Yeah, okay, like that's just that. I'm not even gonna get into the nuances of that with you because people lose jobs for being too low at times. Like there's more to that. There's relationships. There's bird in the hand.
Well,
is
by
worth
better
two in the
deal, I
bush.
don't just mean
You'd rather deal with
cheaper.
the beast- you'd
By
rather
better
deal with
deal, I
the
don't
beast
just
you
mean
know,
cheaper.
the
Maybe
new
it was
one.
more expensive, but it was higher quality. They chose them over you
Okay,
because they
like,
prefer.
Here's what I'm telling you is this, and this is, and I think there's no way for either of us to prove this, right? So like, I'm gonna just try to it's like I say, in the example I laid out, where you have another vendor available that is going to fall over themselves to try to get your business. They can't wait, and they're telling you we can accommodate all that you're getting from China, and we'll do it for the same price or better, right? Just follow me out. Let's just say that can happen, even though I know it can, but you don't. Let's just say it could. In that situation, who holds the L? Right? It's like someone lost business, someone lost money. The American people still got the same product for the same money, the same quality. Vietnam now made a lot of money. The U.S. company still made their money. Who holds the L in that situation?
In that situation,
work with me
China
on
would
this.
be harmed. But one, that's kind
Okay,
of
so
separate.
in that situation, the country that Trump applied the tariffs to is then going to pay the price of that tariff. They're going to hold that up.
Well, no, there's some of the incidents would fall on them, but like one,
But you see how it's
I understand.
like some childish,
Well, no, I
ridiculous
understand what you're
statement to
doing with
say
this
that the
argument.
other country would pay it.
Well, I
It's not
understand
a
what you're
chi-
doing in
it's
this
not like-
argument, but one, Trump wants universal tariffs to bring jobs back to America. He doesn't want them be in Vietnam either. Two, I deny that this can happen in most goods. If it was the same price or cheaper to make them in Vietnam, if it was cheaper to make them in Vietnam, they'd already be made in Vietnam. I deny this can happen to the majority of goods, at least. And thirdly, the point of my actual question is that a lot of times people literally believe that we are taxing China, when in reality, the person who imports it pays the tariff. You accept that third point, right? The person who buys an imported product pays the tariffs.
It's part of the cost of production.
Well,
It's part of the production cost.
Well, yeah, you accept. So
Yes,
it sounds like you
yes,
accept
I
that
do.
they pay the
I
tariff, and
accept
that money
it,
goes to the U.S. government. We're
Accept-
not taxing China; we're taxing people here.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
The third point is what a lot of people reject because they don't understand how tariffs work. So I wanted to get that point done. And also to be clear, Trump wants to bring not jobs from China to Vietnam, but from jobs from China to the U.S. He doesn't want them in Vietnam. He doesn't want them
which
anywhere
I
but here.
think, obviously, I think is a net good for society all around. I think the fact that everybody's so comfortable exploiting, these other countries is like we should be like, did you ever learn what the TPP was? Trans-Pacific Trade
I'm not
Partnership.
familiar. I'm broadly familiar with it. Yeah, I think it was a really good thing, and it sucks that
It
Trump
was
pulled
it
out of
was
it.
legitimately it was a legitimate way to remove any bit of protectionism that we had in our economy to protect our
Base.
American consumers
Base.
and to make it
They don't
as
protect
easy as possible
consumers.
to exploit all of the Pacific seaboard, like all of
Base.
like Cambodia, like all of Southeast Asia under China. It was just specifically targeted to just turn them all into basically human slaves for the benefit of billionaires. And so like whenever I hear this globalism stuff, they present it as a way to balance out, and it doesn't balance out. It doesn't.
What do you mean
It
it doesn't
always
balance
the
out?
scale is always tipped in the favor of the billionaire every time. Every time.
Well, even let's say it helps billionaires more than it helps the middle class. You accept that it could also help the middle class, though, right?
Oh yeah, no, I mean pragmatically you have to accept that at times. That's perfectly fair to accept. But like I think that like it's also fair to accept that like countries working together in a cooperatively, like economically, right? Cooperatively, I think can still have nationalistic interest and protectionist policies and be best and be still good trade partners and find what's best for each other. In fact, I think it would be better. I think it would be better for Bolivia if they had some protectionist policies over their lithium and didn't just let America come in and rape them. And they were able to sell that lithium for money and enrich their people.
Sense. You do protectionist policies to prevent imports. You don't do protectionist policies to stop. I mean, to help with exports.
To not let another country come in and take over your fucking minerals? To let the lithium in Bolivia is enough to create so much industry in that country, but it's not. All that money from that industry is going to the C-suite in downtowns throughout the U.S., not to the Bolivians. And that's globalism. That's globalism. Globalism is
the U.S. is investing.
Fucking dig the hole and get the rocks out for you, and they get paid $1 a day. And then some fucking suit who doesn't even realize it, working for a commodities company and a minerals trading company in Chicago, making $450,000 a year, is getting rich, and Bolivia suffers.
Well, you realize that whatever lithium
time.
firm preferred to take the capital investment from the Americans as compared to the Bolivians, maybe because the Bolivians didn't have enough money to fund it, right? Like there are good reasons why this happens.
Perhaps, right? But like, let's just say that, like the same way that like that's basically you're making you're basically defending a payday loan guy. Right, you're basically saying like these predatory payday loan companies. Well, hey, if they had money, they wouldn't have to come in and leverage their future for a paycheck today. You know what I mean? But you're basically saying, well, it's too bad they didn't have the resources they had to leverage their whole future to be slaves for the corporate world.
Well, I mean,
and that's what globalism does. Like whether you like it or don't, and tariffs have been shown to benefit national. Like it's a nationalistic policy that helps protect.
To be clear, I don't want to be too involved, but to be clear, no, they have not. We have multiple studies on.
Yeah, I can cite you multiple studies. I was waiting for you to say who they benefited, but you're wrong no matter what.
We have go just quickly. I mean, I think I'm not an economist. I try to study economics, but I'm not an economist. I don't have a degree. I think economists are honest, good people who seek the truth. And when I look at their analyses, every time by professional, well-intentioned, not ideological, non-partisan economists, they find consistent results, which are that tariffs increase prices on imports. That's their goal. They're a tax on imports. They're paid by the businesses who import. But you may say they hurt China, and in that way China suffers from the tariffs. But the one who pays the tariff because it's a tax is the business. So they increase wages on import. They increase prices on imports. They lower productivity. They lower growth. If you lower productivity, you lower wages. They lower employment. They increase exchange rates, which means less imports. They're just not good. The only case where you can do, or a good case for tariffs would be in national security, but not on washing machines and steel, bro, which is what Trump did, and he wants to do even more. It's just, can you cite anything? Can you cite a study on this? Or I don't want to be a study, bro, but you have a lot of study.
Let's not even do a study. Let's just do a real world. Let's just play this out then, right? Like if that's the case, and the economists are correct, so let's just limit this to the G7 countries.
Yeah.
Which of the G7 countries doesn't have tariffs as a protectionist policy within their economy?
Doesn't
Well,
have
they all
any
do
tariffs.
tariffs to an extent, but it
Okay,
doesn't mean that it's good.
which country in general? Because there are a few countries that don't. I think like Singapore is like the only other one that's like the U.S. And I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me. I think
Sure.
Singapore is pretty chill on tariffs.
Yeah, but the fact that they do it doesn't mean that it's good. Like, every country has like price controls. I don't
There's
think price
that, and then
controls-
I
That's a
doubt any
fair
of them have an
argument.
average tariff rate of above 10%. They don't
No,
have.
that's a fair argument. That's a fair argument to make, to say just because everybody does it doesn't mean it is. But then, like, why don't we hear time and
'Cause it's
time again
popular.
how the
It's
European consumer is suffering so horribly?
How many? I mean, I don't think they're suffering. It benefits some people, right? It benefits. It's protectionist. It protects some people to the detriment of everyone else,
What do you think
right?
is holding
So
back? What do you think is
wait.
holding back
When
Europe?
when the government protects like a specific group, like farmers in Europe, it's especially bad with farmers, and everyone else suffers like if you benefit farmers like let's say 50%, but everyone else in the economy suffers like 1%, you do way more harm than good, but the people who are harmed, they don't feel it as much as the people who are protected. Right? So it is bad for everyone. Like it is bad in net effect.
Well,
It's just like less people think about it.
there's more than one reason for, like, I don't know if you heard us talk about the dairy stuff earlier, the farm stuff earlier. And one of the main reasons for
Oh
that is like you don't want to dry your own well up. You don't want your country to stop producing agriculture or meat, even though you can outsource it plentiful and cheaply. Because if who knows what's going to happen with global politics? Who knows when Russia's going to invade Ukraine? Who knows what's going to happen? And now you got no way to fucking make milk. So, like, regardless of the economics of it, this boils down to it's is what it is. Like, if I live in Compton, I got to put fucking bars on my windows whether I like them or don't. You know what I mean?
Well,
like, it's one of
first of all,
it's
it's
one of
two
those
things.
deals,
If
like,
for one, free trade promotes like peace. So if we have more free trade, we are less likely to have wars in the first place because Russia's economy will get fucked over it.
That's an abstract thought to begin with, bro.
No, we have studies on
mean,
this. We have studies on
yeah.
the effect, the peaceful effects of trade. Wait, just real quick. We have like tons of studies.
Right now,
We have tons of studies on the like. There was a great study. Okay, it looked over 150 countries in over 50
Look,
years.
join
Okay,
the
so
VC,
we say,
bro.
okay, let's
If
look
you're
at the big
so
countries.
confident, join
It
the
looked
VC.
at the
Like,
big countries and then some. Okay, so it looked at over 150 countries. It had a time span of over 50 years. It's very comprehensive. It came out like a few years ago. It's very recent too. And guess what it found? Like non-fun. You have this study. You want to read to him like the important part?
wait, which one? Sorry.
It found like what I said. The IMF one.
Yeah, sure. The IMF study, it looked at 151 countries from 1963 to 2014, found that tariffs in the medium term led to a result in higher unemployment, higher inequality, and real exchange rate appreciation, and only have small effects on trade balance.
And also, it increased exchange rates, which hurts imports. It decreased productivity, which hurts wages, and it decreased growth, which hurts everyone. It's just like we have the data. I'm fine with like someone making a theoretical argument of like, oh, the tariffs will actually protect all the jobs and they'll come back. But you have to concede that if the tariffs bring the jobs quote back, then we'll have a higher price, right? Because if they could sell the product for cheaper in the United States, they would have done it already. Why would they?
It can be done cheaper. What's to be done is like, see, this is where you're like just imagine you are a business and you want a customer. Okay.
Yep.
And you find out, holy shit, the relationship between the greatest customer there's ever been of all time and their current vendor is on the rocks. What can we do to lock that fucking business up? I'll give you an example. Another
Trade
example.
with other people, bilateral trade agreements, or
I'll give you another example.
Wait, brass. I'm super fine with getting jobs back to the United States. The way to do that is not a tariff. What about a tax credit? Just give companies a tax credit. If you ship your goods back to the United States, I'll give you a tax credit. What about that?
And that's gonna go right through Congress, right? Because tax credits, you can't do that through executive order. You can't do that through executive order. You know damn well that you cannot do a tax credit through executive order. Like,
We did do this with semiconductors, by the way. The CHIPS Act got passed,
I mean,
and that does have tax credits for people making semiconductors. So we did this.
The CHIPS Act, yeah, exactly. Wait, brass, real quick. We agree that tax credits are better than tariffs, right? If you could do them, it's better than tariffs, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
You know, why not?
Why do you even bring up
tax credits? Tax credits, yes. Not like a Yes, a tax credit, like where
Yeah.
you could like write off a certain amount of your taxable income, right?
That's a tax credit. Yeah, that's what it.
Like,
Oh, or you mean a deduction? You mean a deduction?
yeah, like I would rather. I mean, I'm not into a tax. I don't want it to be a
Yeah,
tax
a
credit.
deduction is when you write up. So a
Yeah, I
deduction
would
is
prefer
when
it
you
to be like
say
a
that's
deduction
like
for,
deduction.
like
Deduction decreases the what is taxed, and a credit like is like you decrease what you
your
need to pay.
tax
Pay
credit,
at the
like you
end,
just
yeah.
get $3,000.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. So you can do you can
So
do
I
like
don't know.
it's equivalent to a subsidy. You can do a tax credit, right?
I
Like
agree with
I
that. No,
don't
because I think that
I don't
like
love either.
we're looking at tariffs to fight inflation. We're looking at tariffs to eliminate the
Tariffs
global
increase
supply
They,
inflation.
chain.
they,
Tariffs
yeah.
increase
So,
inflation, though. Tariffs increase
no,
inflation.
no,
No, wait,
it's
brass,
just,
Yep.
brass. Think about it.
you,
Think about it. Think
you're
about it. Wait,
again.
brass. Think about
I
it.
would.
Tariffs increase inflation. If a company could just move to the United States and produce it for cheaper, why are they not doing it already? People would buy
Okay.
from them if they can sell it for cheaper.
Well, I will tell you. I would be happy to tell you that. I will answer you in two parts. So the first question: if they could do it cheaper, why are they not doing it cheaper right now? Right? Okay.
Yeah.
I do a certain service that I provide to customers, and it's like a kind of a maintenance regulatory thing with the state that has to be done, and I charge about $250 to do this on a regular basis. Well, the
Okay.
Dallas Cowboys Stadium has about 400 of these items that need to be certified. I do those for
Okay.
$25 a piece. Okay, so why don't I do it cheaper for everybody?
Well, maybe
Why?
because you can. Maybe because no. I'm not saying. Look, if I
They swing
tax
it
you, you're
like
not going to
that.
be able to do it for cheap
So
now.
what I'm saying is like you like prices are
What?
not static. It's not static. It's
I'm not saying they
dynamic.
are. I'm not saying they are. Look. This is a bad example because I don't think you produce anything, right? You do a service, right? It sounds like you're doing a service. Think of it like this: if someone is producing shirts, right? Like I'm a consumer, I want to buy what's cheapest at the same quality.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so if someone can produce a shirt, it like let's say a shirt from China costs like $20, okay, and if someone can move to the United States and produce it for $15, why are they not
I
doing it
would
already?
okay, yes, I don't think they can. I don't think they
Okay,
can
so tariffs will not be
Okay,
able.
so that's
in
inflationary,
that
right?
instance, but like I just gave it a Google, man. I'm not finding this universal tariffs. Like I'm not finding
Wait, I
them.
can send you the
I
link.
don't like
Like,
any tariffs that are not national security. I don't like tariffs that are like
like,
not when
I
Trump
just
like for example when Trump like did a tariff on washing machines and steel. I think that was bad. I think every study bears out that that was bad.
Yeah.
And again, we have the studies. We cited to you data over 150 countries in 50 years. Okay, that's a lot of data by professional, world-class economists in a very credited institution, the IMF. Okay, the commies hate it, but I love the IMF. Okay, and it like finds that it has almost every bad effect you can imagine. It's just
okay.
yeah,
But okay, like, I totally get why y'all are saying that, right? And I'm not gonna
sure.
go into I don't agree with the IMF statistics on the matter. I think that those studies were written to accomplish a goal. I think that research was done with an answer in mind. But I'm gonna assume that it's factual, okay, and not like debate that part with you. Like my point to you is just to ask you like why like legitimately like why do you like, and not assuming for just villainous reasons like just assuming that the Trump side and campaign Trump team is wanting to impose tariffs for a good reason. Why do you think that is? Why do you think
Well,
they
I
think
think it's
it's good?
popular. I think it's popular. I think in swing states they used to manufacture more, and a lot of people like I now. Although the manufacturing has not really disappeared, but a lot of people feel like it is. So a lot of people have misguided feelings about the economy, and Trump promises them false hopes, and they vote for him because of that. I mean, that's the
And on
case with
top of
every
that,
populist. I
it's
mean,
been
in Israel,
observed
I'll
that
give you
people
an
have a
example.
zero sum bias.
I'm an Israeli. I'm an Israeli
I'm
American.
not being
Okay.
a straw man.
Wait. I'm an Israeli American. Okay. I can tell you right now. I mean, people tax. We have a lot of it. Like what do you call it? Yeah, we have tariffs on like a bunch of stuff, like even cars or some dumb shit. We don't produce cars. The cars we produced in Israel are terrible. Okay, they were a joke. Okay, but still, people feel like you need to do the fucking protectionist policy on car imports because like to protect industry because they feel like what's ever made in the country, it's patriotic and blah blah blah. It's populism and I think Trump is lying about tariffs. Non-fun believes he's dumb.
Well,
I'm not
then,
sure if he's
in
that
good
dumb, but I think
faith,
he's lying. I
you
think he's
know,
lying to people.
if I'm
Yeah, I'm less
assuming
good
good faith,
faith.
he's
I'm less
dumb.
good faith. I'm less good faith than you. I'm more inclined because look, he says something false. So if you say something false, you either don't know what you're talking about or you know and you're lying. I think he's lying.
Here's what I'm trying to get across to you is like I believe that I could like steel man your argument. Right? Like I
Wait,
think I could like
is the steel of the steelman a tariff? Because then you can't,
no,
right?
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
No, I got you. But like, what I'm saying is if you go through that exercise of like, let me actually like assume, not just assume the worst. Let me not just assume Orange Man bad. This is done to like, let's just take this in good faith and say like, okay, why does he think this is a good idea? Let me actually like go through the logic and try to understand this. I think you can actually, you might be like, okay, well, maybe he does think we can get better prices with this. Maybe he thinks we
Well,
can shore up, find other vendors, find other sources.
I
And I
think.
don't think I don't think
Mhm.
it's purely about products being imported. I think it's equally about
About
exports, which
manufacturing in
you're
the United
not
States.
touching on.
Well, I think when politicians like Bernie or whoever not, or in Israel, a lot of communists, or we have in Israel, we have we call them commissions about like price controls. They're literally called Soviets, okay, because it was inspired by the Soviets, okay. I don't know how we still have them. It's insane, but they do price controls on like dairy, on cucumbers, or on a bunch of stuff, okay. I think that's evil. I think that's insane. I don't think people implemented them with malicious intent. I just think people were dumb, economically illiterate, and it sounds popular to people. Price controls sound very popular to people, right? Like, oh, you mean something is cheaper now? I want it. I want
If
it.
you vote on it democratically, people would probably choose price controls. I agree with you. Yeah.
Well, I'm a Democrat, but a lot of a lot of progressives like price controls, right? I don't think they're.
If you like,
I just think they're dumb. Yeah, I think they're just kind of economically
people will
illiterate.
choose price controls. Even like Trump voters would select for price controls.
They have already.
Yeah, they always do.
What?
They always do.
Yeah, because it's popular, right?
Because it's not their
But
money.
we agree it's bad policy. We agree it's bad policy, right?
Yes. Yes.
And I can explain to you the rationale of price controls. It doesn't make it a good policy. So I can explain to you the rationale for. I can explain to you.
What I'm saying to you is, I think that you're operating from a this is only a negative. This can only be used for bad. There's no
You can
like
deal
there's
with price
no
control and it will be
positive to
good.
this.
You
I
can
don't-
do
I
a
don't
good
think
price
like-
control, but that's not what people are proposing. When people are proposing a price control, they propose it on fucking whatever. It's not
Yeah,
about
like-
like monopolistic firms or whatever.
Look, as far as what I know, what I've heard Trump say is that this is just as much about as exports as it is imports. I feel like you guys are only focused on the import side of this. You're not focused on the export side of this.
Oh,
You're
I have.
not considering that, because that's a big part of it. It's a very
I
big
have.
part.
They
of it.
decrease They did
Yeah.
again. Wait. If you have a stronger currency, you agree that decreases. If exchange rates increase, that means exports decrease, right?
No,
That's yes.
that is absolutely not true. That is absolutely
If the
not
dollar
true.
is
100%
stronger,
You're telling
if the
me
dollar
that
is
if the exchange
stronger,
rate, if the exchange rate between the U.S. and Great Britain falls and the pound ain't worth fuck, but all of a sudden
wait,
Great Britain ain't
no,
got
no, 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 no. If the no, it's the opposite. If the dollar is worth more, exports decline, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course,
Okay,
yes,
thank
yes.
you.
So if tariffs lead to exchange rate appreciation, which is the dollar getting stronger, then exports decrease, which is what this again the best study I could find on this found.
But that's again, you're just assuming things are stagnant, right? Like
No.
that's like you're just
No, it's
Oh
a
my
study on
God.
over
Look,
50
here's what
years.
I'm
That's
saying.
the least static thing ever.
Let me ask you a question. If
Yeah.
Germany has a 100% tariff on American cars,
Horrible.
and
Yeah.
yes, right? If they have a 100% tariff on American cars, if they change that to 0% tariff on American cars, do you think we
Mhm.
would sell more American cars in Germany?
Wait, this
if
is
they
nothing.
implement the
Again, you're
tariff- yeah,
resorting
if
to
they
you're resorting
implement the
to
tariff.
Trump
Yeah,
using tariffs as a
wait,
threat.
Wait,
We're
wait,
not
wait,
debating
wait,
that
just
right
wait,
now.
Wait. The argument was if Germany repeals their tariffs, would we
Yes,
benefit?
would Americans sell more cars in Germany?
Yes, because
Okay,
tariffs hurt
so with that being the
exports, right?
case,
Import.
do
Yeah.
you not see the logic of Trump saying, "Hey, I want to fucking see some F-150s on the Autobahn. I want to see some Chrysler Pacificas with some Deutschland children in there. That's what I want right now. And if you don't like open up your market and give me a chance to sell there, I'm gonna close my market back to you. Like, why would you not want that? Like, if we agree,
Well, that's not what he's
tariffs are bad,
saying.
because
That's not what he's
like, here's
saying.
the thing.
Well,
that
I
my
think the best
core-
way to do it. I think the best way to do it is trade agreements. It's not. It's not like
We
fucking.
tried that. You don't think we've tried that?
And it's
You
good.
don't
Yeah,
think
we
that-
have, and it's good.
Yeah, we have,
So
and
you
it's- I think
think
it's
the
worked.
American lobby? You think the
We
American
tried, and
lobby
they,
is not
they,
trying to get
we
the
have the
EU
TPP. We
to
have NAFTA. They all been a success. It's good. They're good.
Come on, dude. You think the American auto lobby has not tried to get the EU to remove tariffs? Like just for a second, think about
That has nothing to
logically.
do with the claim that we
I don't
made,
care. I
okay?
don't care. Businesses can do good stuff. Businesses can do bad stuff. I mean, do you think?
So, like, if
Yeah.
tariffs are so bad, why are we just letting these sons of bitches tariff our American companies?
We,
Well, I don't
gonna
want
leave
them.
us
we
to
don't
lurch,
control what they
bro?
do.
You're
I
just
don't
gonna
want
let
them to.
Volkswagen come over here carte blanche, fuck
I don't
our
want
girl
Germany
in
to
Ottawa,
suffer, though.
and then
I don't
go
want
home
Germany
with-
to suffer. Well, look. It's kind of funny. You're saying Trump wants to do tariffs because tariffs are bad, right? Like you're saying, oh, Trump realizes that Germany's tariffs are bad, so he wants to do his own tariffs, so Germany repeals their tariffs. That's not what he did, though. That's not what he did. Like he did like trade.
What did
He
he
did
do?
tariffs on. Wait, he did tariffs on China without them like starting with tariffs on us. China retaliated with tariffs. They didn't decrease their tariffs.
No, we did
Yes.
tariffs. We did tariffs on the steel industry, and there was for more than one reason.
And China
for
did
that.
not. Yeah, and China did not repeal their
There was
tariffs. They
multiple reasons for
initiated
that. Okay,
their
what
own
was
tariffs.
the number one factor that promoted it? Because it's not what everybody acts like it was. Everybody acts like it was xenophobia or China bullshit. Why did Trump specifically, and why today does it still stay the tariff on steel? I want you to answer that question. I
He
don't
wanted
think
to
you know.
protect American jobs and bring
No, there
manufacturing.
was a specific circumstance that caused this.
In 2018, I don't remember now.
So U.S. Steel, you know,
Yeah.
from the Carnegies, U.S. Steel was their shareholders were trying to sell out to Nippon Steel in Japan. Okay? That was going to happen. It was on the books to happen. And that's why Trump said, you can't. If we get rid of our fucking steel production in this country and something
That's
happens.
what I said, though, to protect manufacturing.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's what I said.
we literally
That's
said
what
to
I
protect
said.
steel jobs.
We don't live in fantasy land, dude. We can't.
But I
we
said
can't
protect
outsource
manufacturing.
our
I
steel.
said that. I
We
said.
cannot- to pretend that we can outsource our steel is insane.
Bro,
Wait, first
can you
of all, this
listen?
wouldn't even be outsourcing
Wait, can you
our
listen?
steel.
Wait.
but-
Just listen to what I said. Just listen to what I said. You said I was wrong. I said he did the tariffs to protect like manufacturers or like producers of steel. That's like I was right. I don't know why you said I was wrong.
Because so you think that we should have not done that? You think we should have?
Yes, I don't think we should have done that.
The only way we had to stop the sale.
Wait, you
of
understand?
US
You understand? Okay, wait. What do you think? Wait. Here's a question. Wait. You agree that if you do tariffs on steel, I agree. You protect the people who produce steel, but you agree that you hurt the people who consume steel.
Okay. I think you're acting like this is some trivial matter. You cannot
I'm not.
outsource your
Look,
steel
I'm
production.
trying to
It's
have a
beyond.
productive
It's
conversation.
a non-negotiable, right?
Wait, I'm
It's
trying
a
to wait,
non-negotiable.
Babs. I'm trying to have a productive conversation. I want to see what we agree and where we agree and when we disagree. Okay,
Okay, let
because
me- let
I
me-
have the data on this. I have the facts on it. I want to see if I can not clue you in. That sounds condescending,
Okay,
but if I could make you understand my point of view. So look, for every you agree that if I agree tariffs, they protect manufacturing. Okay, they help the people who currently produce steel in the United States. Do you agree that they hurt the people who consume steel from abroad, right?
No.
Or they generally make steel more expensive, right? That's like economics 101. Tariffs make the product more expensive. That's their goal.
That's their whole point. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, yes, but
Okay.
I still believe that tariffs are used as a device to steer the market.
Sure. And for we still have the tariff, so it's not okay. Whatever. So if we agree that they help the people who produce steel but hurt the people who consume steel, for every one person who produces steel, how many like consumers of steel do you think there is? Like, is it 10-1, 5-1, 100-1? Where do you think it is?
What I'm trying to get across to you is it's irrelevant.
Why?
Right? Like it doesn't matter. It's like paying for auto insurance affects every single car driver, right? Like every single car driver. But it's a necessary evil. We don't have the option of not having auto insurance. Just like
I want to look. If
Wait, can you just answer the question?
If something hurts a lot more people than it helps by the margins, or like look, I'll give you the answer. Okay, that I was at. I asked you a question. I'll give you the answer. for
don't
every
even
one person for every producer of steel, there are 80 consumers of steel. So even if we assume that we protect the people who produce steel 50 times as much as the people that consume steel, it's still going to have net bad effects because there are 80 times more of them. Okay, this is like insane to think that the tariffs on steel were good. They hurt a lot more people by a lot
No,
more.
I think you're missing my point. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Is like there is no world where the most powerful country in the world can like outsource its steel. So let me finish this point. Okay. So as a country, I heard you guys, talking to the communist guy earlier. So like I think we all agree that we don't like communism and we're not trying to have the government control private property.
I don't
So
think okay, sure.
yeah, so obviously we don't think that the government can come in and say, fuck you, U.S. Steel. You cannot sell to Nippon Steel.
Wait, you realize the
can't
government's
fucking do it.
coming in and saying, fuck you, you can't buy foreign steel,
Well,
right?
hang on. Let me. This is the only method we had. And again, you don't have an option. Like this is like steel.
Well,
is,
but you're the one who wants the government intervention. I don't want the government intervention. I'm a capitalist.
exactly.
I don't
Israeli
want
American.
government
Imagine if the Israelis had to import steel right now. Like you can't. You
probably
can't.
do.
We do. What do you mean? We do. We already do. What? We do. We don't produce very much steel at all. I'll give you an example. This is the
You're not
funniest. This is my favorite. Wait. I'll give you an example. This is my funniest. Wait. Just one second. Okay, we have the war right now going on. Okay, Turkey. They did. Turkey. Wait a second. Turkey completely. I think we import a lot of bricks or fucking what is it? I think bricks. I think it's bricks. But we import a lot of bricks from Turkey, okay? And then Turkey was like, "Oh no, Israel's super bad. We're gonna shut down all exports to Israel of bricks," okay? And you know what the people who produce bricks in Turkey did? They just went to another port and just magically exported from that port to us, okay? Just they circumvented the tariff because we do rely on imports. They cannot just afford to block our exports. It's just bad. It's ineffective. If that's what the market wants, it's pretty much if like the people are informed in the market, that's a good policy to do, and people will do it no matter what. I think it's good. I don't like the government intervening and deciding how the market should be run. I know what you want it.
But like, okay, it's you're taking chances that you just can't. Like it's like you start to see things in perspective. The larger scale you get, like when I was starting my business, I used to think it was all about like it was all about the risk that I was willing to take, right? Well, now I can't do that because I've got all these employees counting on me. I've got all these guys with 4 children, 5 children with wives that are all so these risks I'm making, they affect everybody. So it's like the decisions that I would make aren't necessarily the decisions that I make for my company now because it's not just me on the line. I've got all these other people counting on it, right? And so when you're the government, you can't just think, okay, what's going to get me the lowest dollar on steel? What's going to get me the lowest dollar on eggs? That's not you can't have that perspective. These are humans. Like it's not just a matter of numbers. You have to take that into account. You have to take into account that you have to keep us safe. You have to think, fuck, we don't want to be Ukraine and have Russia come in. We don't want to have COVID happen and not be able to make rubber fucking gloves again. You know what I mean?
If our economies are interlinked,
we want to be able to
that's
do
why I
that
like
shit on
trade. If
the
your economies are interlinked, you have less wars. I mean,
but you're only operating on a dollars and cents perspective, and then you're acting like I'm being like unreasonable because I'm taking into account that there's more than just money on the line.
Well, I'm
You know
not.
what I mean?
I just said there's more than money on the line. There's peace on the line too. If you do trade, it's more peace. It promotes peace. We have the data on it.
You can't
Send me that data, by the way.
To assume an assumed peace is assuming
It's a lot of
failure,
work.
right? Peace has got to be a pleasant surprise.
Okay, wait. Let's go point by point. Okay, so there's the political economy aspect and there's the economy aspect of it. Do we agree?
Thank you,
tariffs hurt your
Afterglow,
consumers'
for the
economy?
for the sub. I appreciate
Just
it.
on the economy, purely on the dollars, and then let's get to the politics of
No,
tariffs.
we don't. We don't agree on that.
Oh, localists joined. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah,
So
of course.
okay, they hurt consumers. We agree they hurt consumers.
No,
Why
we
not?
don't agree.
Oh no.
We don't agree to that.
Economically, they hurt consumers. It will cost more.
Yep, that's
That's
the whole point.
like assuming a stagnant market.
No, not assuming a stagnant market. Assuming a market.
What do you mean? Like so why do you say that? So like okay, so we like because I don't agree. I don't agree with your universal tariffs.
Tariffs. Look. Here's my claim. Tariffs make the price higher than it would have been without them.
Let me just say this: if we're arguing on just a flat tariff of say 20%, a certain percentage for industry.
No, on any
right?
commodity. Oh, no.
Across the
Look,
board,
assuming
across
there's
the board,
not a, assuming there's
like,
not a, assuming there's
if
not a
we're,
national security concern. Let's take washing machines. Okay, washing machines are not a national concern. Okay, so
you're
if
just
we had a
saying
president,
non-targeted. You're saying non-targeted tariffs.
well, no, a specific
What do
targeted
you,
tariff
yeah.
on washing machines. On
Yeah,
washing
like
machines.
okay.
On
If
washing
you're
machines.
saying,
Let's
if you're
walk it
saying,
through. Tell me where my story doesn't stops making sense. Okay,
okay,
so we
here's
we
the
import
thing
washing
I'm trying to
machines.
figure out.
Wait, we import. Tell me your story. Tell me when it stops making sense. Okay, our country, we're called the U.S. and we import a lot of washing machines from this country called China. Okay, now we have a president and he says, okay, I want to do tariffs on your imports. Okay, so now every unit you import from China of washing machines, it will cost more, right? That's what a tariff does. It increases the tax on the import.
Yes.
So therefore, the businesses who import it or you pay more. Okay, so now it costs me more to import. Okay, well, let's say now a little bit of businesses that produced in China now move to the United States to produce. Well, they produce it for a higher price than they produced it in China. That's why they went to China to produce it for cheaper. If they could produce it for cheaper in the United States, they would have done it already. So even the businesses who move back to the United States and don't shut down or whatever, the businesses who move to the United States produce it for a higher price. So both my imports are more expensive and that my domestic consumption is more expensive now. So as a consumer, everything I buy is more expensive now. Where's
I agree 100%.
where's the cheapness?
I agree 100%.
Okay, so
Okay,
they
so
do.
it's just like
tell
you
you where
agree
you're
they
wrong.
increase prices, they hurt
I can tell you why
consumers.
that's not how it works. If you want.
Well, so we agree tariffs hurt consumers. When I say hurt, they mean that they make the price
We
higher
both
than it
agree.
would.
I agree with what you're saying, but I don't agree
Okay,
that's
you
the
said you
reality
didn't-
of the
you
situation.
didn't
I
agree.
don't think that's the reality of the situation.
That's where is it wrong? Where did I describe something
If you'll
wrong?
let me explain it, I will. Here we go.
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
first of all, if we're like before, let me a prerequisite. If we're talking about universal tariffs, if you're saying just tariffs for
Wait,
the
no, we're
fuck
just talking
of
about
it,
tariffs on one thing
with
right
no, hang on, tariffs with no economic goal in mind other than we're just going to add a tariff to it. Yes, I agree that there is only potential negatives, only. Right? But I have not seen that. You'd have to show me that's the case. All I've seen is that every tariff we're going to do is targeted and specific. And we're doing that, we're targeting that tariff for a reason, either to increase our exports to that country and sell more products abroad with the manufacturing we already have in place, with the companies we already have in place, or to get a better price on the product that we're bringing in, like through making it in America or getting it through other vendors. Like I've only known it to be used as a economic weapon, so that's why I don't agree with what you're saying. It's not. I don't think it's just a. What you're saying is he's just adding tax to goods. I don't think he's just adding tax to goods. I think he's
He
doing
does that. Let's say
targeted.
he does
I
it
think
to
he's doing
protect the
targeted
domestic
things
business.
to leverage the power of the U.S. economy to
Okay.
get the best deal possible for the American consumer.
Okay.
It's
Wait.
targeted.
But it's not the
He's
best deal. It's not the
leveraging
best deal. Wait.
our
But it's
power
okay.
to get me and you a better deal.
So I'll give you an
not-
example. So let's say we have in the United States, okay, we have a washing machine company called Whirlpool, okay? You know them?
Yep.
Whirlpool, okay? They're a washing machine company in the United States. Now, let's say they compete with two, washing machine companies in South Korea called LG and Samsung, okay? They produce washing machines, okay? So they compete, and the president wants to do tariffs to protect the Whirlpool in the United States, okay? Right? So he does it for an economic reason. He wants to protect the business in the United States, okay? Well, now, why are people choosing to buy from LG and Samsung in South Korea? Because it's cheaper, right?
Yes, correct.
So when he tariffs LG and Samsung, well, now the business that sells it for a higher price is protected and people buy from the higher price business. That means they buy something for a higher price.
Well, let me ask you this.
Just realize. Wait, will you agree
Wait,
on that?
can you? Yeah, just answer that.
No, we do. I agree.
Okay, that was the example.
What
What I described to you was the tariffs that Trump did on washing machines. That's what he did.
I agree. Now, let me ask you this, though. Let me just counter this one thing, because this is a world where people make deals. It's not like we can't just play this out on a computer program, and you know what I mean?
Well,
it's
this is what happened.
NFL coaches
We played this out in real life.
What happened? I described to you a real life situation. This happened.
I'm not done. Let me address it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's just say the two South Korean companies come up to Donald Trump after he put these tariffs, right? And they say, hey, fuck, we're not going to be able to sell our products over there. This is, what can we do as South Koreans to get rid of these tariffs? What can we do to get fair trade? And he says, hey, if you'd let me sell my Ford Fiestas that are 4 cylinders and meet your country's emission standards and your engine requirements, if you let me sell these cars over here with no tariff, I'd be happy to drop the tariffs on your technology. And then what if they said in exchange, holy shit, what a deal. Okay, we'll do it. So then all of a sudden we hire 10,000 more auto workers in the US. We have no more tariffs on washing machines, and we're selling more cars in South Korea, and we're getting our fucking cheap washing machines too.
So
Why
you're
is
saying
that
we
not an
sell
option
more.
to you?
So I
Why
want
is that
to
just
understand
completely
this.
impossible to you?
Fine. I want to understand this. So you say we export more. You said cars or motorcycles?
No, here's what I'm saying is, if you
Wait.
can't get
I
over
want
the
to
fact that
I want to
you
get
get
you.
over
No,
the
because
fact that the
okay,
tariffs are really bad. You can't get over the
it's
fact that like
dumb.
that
But
countries
Bro,
wouldn't have a
I
decrease to
missed
remove
something
it.
you said. Let me understand. Wait. So you said
Uh,
we export more motorcycles or cars? What did you say?
What?
You said we export to them more vehicles, right?
No, I'm saying in your scenario, right, that you laid out with
Yeah.
South Korea, Samsung, LG, and Maytag, whoever here in America, right? And Trump
Sure.
imposed tariffs, and we sell less washing machines over there, blah blah blah. Your little scenario.
No,
What
we
I'm
buy
saying
less.
is
We buy
is
more expensive.
is what you're assuming static. So let's say that
Oh my
Trump
God.
says,
No,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not assuming anything static. I'm not
no,
assuming anything static.
because I don't think you're getting my point. Like,
Okay.
whoever, like, say, one of these governments imposes tariffs on the other, and it's going to severely affect or say they do impose tariffs, and it
Okay.
affects the sales of washing machines,
Sure.
and it affects the price of washing machines for the other country, right?
Sure.
Like you said, it's
Yeah.
all bad, correct?
Well, it's
Let's
bad if you
just
keep
fast
it.
forward to that point where it's all bad. Let's just go there. We agree
Sure.
it's all
Go
bad,
ahead.
right? I
Yeah. Go
agree with what you
ahead.
said. Your premise. We're there. We did the tariffs. The other country is selling less washing machines. The one country's paying more. It's all bad,
Sure.
right?
Good. Okay. Good. Now what?
Now, one of the governments goes to the other and says, hey, why'd you impose this tariff on me? What can I do to remove this tariff? And he says, I'll tell you what, if you would remove your tariffs from my small engine vehicles and let me sell those in your market, I would be happy to remove this tariff on washing machines. And then the South
Okay.
Korean government says, hey, that sounds like a great deal. I will remove that tariff. I will, since that's what your deal is, I'll agree to that. You can sell more cars over here.
Do you think that's what
Let me
happened?
hang on, let
Do
me
you think
finish.
that's
And
what happened? Okay.
let
I
me
get it.
continue. Let me
So
continue to sell as we
okay.
were
we get what you're
pre-tariffs.
saying.
Wait.
But
So I agree. So two things.
But
I
you're
think
making me
one. I think one.
possibility,
I
and
think.
that's
Wait. I agree.
that's
So our
a fucking
goal.
phone
Wait,
call.
Brass. You have to let me respond. So our goal. You say our goal is to do the tariff so we can eventually promote more free trade. Right? It's not fair that they tariff us. They hurt themselves, but they don't
Yes,
realize it. But they tariff
yes.
us. It hurts them, but they don't realize it. So we
The
are
goal
do our
should be
tariff.
zero
Or
tariffs
wait, let me
anywhere.
finish.
You know?
Bro. I cannot yell. I'm in a very thin walls. Okay. So look, we do our tariffs to promote more free trade because they tariff us. They don't realize that it's bad for them, but they still do it. And we want to do our tariffs so both of us can reduce the tariffs and have more free trade. Okay. Did that happen? No. Trump's tariffs on washing machines did not work. He didn't cancel them because South Korea canceled their own tariffs. They just expired because he never repealed them. Okay, they expired under Biden, or I don't remember when, but they had to expire. They were not like canceled by Trump. Trump did his tariffs to protect Whirlpool. We agreed it hurt consumers, and nothing came of it. He just did tariffs, and it just hurt people. And we have studies on this from more than 151 countries, and it was analyzed by very smart, very qualified economists. And they also found what I'm saying. It lowers productivity, which hurts your wages. It increases unemployment, which hurts your workers. It decreased growth, which hurts everyone. It increases exchange rates, which hurts exporters. Okay, and it only had a tiny impact on the trade deficit. I
So
just
what do
don't
you
think
think?
tariffs are
What do you
effective.
think? Like a German economist would say to you on this, because like
oh my God.
you're no,
Wait.
let's
Just
let's
real
not
quick.
convince me
Also,
anymore, right? Let's convince Germany why,
wait. Hold on.
you know what I
Before you
mean?
go down
Like,
this
Well,
rabbit
let's
hole.
do. Oh
Before you
I
wait.
forgot the
Wait.
second point. I forgot the second point. My second point was I agree with we need to promote more trade. I just don't think tariffs are the way to do it. I think the way to do it is multilateral trade agreements, like
Yeah.
like NAFTA, like the TPP, which Trump canceled. That's my.
Yeah, and also, like, I think the end result there is good, but the end result is good because it's free trade, because it's what we want, right? Like, the end result is good. It's what we want. I just don't think there's a good way to get there.
Just like I mentioned the Marshall Plan, the only reason we don't apply reciprocal tariffs now, like the only reason is because of the Marshall Plan. And like we had tariffs, we were just as protectionist as everybody else. We were no different than the rest of the world. And then after World War II, we created the IMF, and we enacted the Marshall Plan.
Liz, you can derail a little bit if you have a point about tariffs.
US's
say it.
foreign trade policy, which was to unleash the American economy to save the world. It was basically like, look, we will let you sell whatever product you want here and take the money back scot-free. You can tariff the shit out of us and we won't sell anything to you because our economy is so strong that we can support your companies and our companies and help you rebuild. Well, they fucking rebuilt, dude. Like, it's like these tariffs were taken down and they're removed for one reason and one reason only. It was accomplished, and then all of big business ever bought every goddamn study and research paper of all time to say how tariffs are terrible, but no other country fucking bought it except for us.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I think it's just popular policy. I don't think governments or just do whatever is like the econ. Wait, bro. I let you talk for 2 minutes.
You know what you did?
Respond. Let me just respond. Look, I just don't think governments are like look. If governments listen to economists, our welfare policy would be way better. Or like we would keep the DPP. We would like do a lot better. I just think governments do what's popular and what gets them votes, not necessarily what's like the best. And people can be misguided and like miseducated. Okay, I just think people, when they hear price controls, they hear, oh, they make things cheaper without realizing that it also hurts supply. So they just vote for a policy that fucks them over. When people vote for tariffs, they think, oh, we benefit domestic production. That's awesome, and they vote for it without realizing that it's not bad. When people vote for whatever, means testing, they don't realize that it's actually like it creates bad effects. So they vote for it. Like a lot of times, governments do what's bad because like it's what's popular.
Do you guys have any Indian friends like from India?
No.
They're really into Harley Davidsons in India. Do you know that? They're really into Harley Davidsons in India. It's like a status thing. It makes you look like a badass.
Okay.
Over 100% tariff on Harleys. I guarantee you that is a massively unpopular policy in India. I fucking guarantee it. Okay? Budweiser,
really
the beer in China, I believe it's 120% tariff. That beer to import it. And it's not like it's considered like the classy beer now because of that. Like it's a status beer because of the tariff, because of how expensive it is. But I guarantee you, the working class of China would prefer that it not be taxed to high hell. I guarantee you. Like I don't think that tariffs are in place because they're popular. I don't. It's like saying that like bedtimes are in place in homes because kids like it. People don't like paying more for shit. That's not true. I think that's a fallacy.
I don't think people just realize much. Like in Israel, I can tell you it's very much not the case. Like people hear, tariffs on like whatever, and they think, oh, it benefits farmers, which are, by the way, look at Europe, okay? Farmers get so many subsidies and so many protections, and people don't realize that it's bad for them because they think, oh, farmers. So a lot of it is interest groups too. A lot of it is people are misguided. I don't know if specifically motorcycle tariffs in India are like maybe there, whatever. I just think like, look, we have the studies. We know it's a bad effect. Are you disputing that that's what the study found? Like, I don't understand what you're disputing.
Okay,
we have the data. I trust the economists more than I trust the government.
The studies are bullshit. The studies are bullshit.
No, they're not.
Because you don't know. You haven't fucked with the public money before, man. I'm telling you,
What?
dude. Like, okay,
We have not.
Project right now, and again, I'm drawing from my own personal experience because it's real life experience, dude.
Okay, sorry,
like I'm doing a project right now for a hospital that's like part of a state hospital, okay? And this project is $265,000. Now I have done projects of like it's a 10,000 square foot facility or space inside of a hospital, 10,000 plus square feet. And I'm doing it for $265 because of their regulations, okay? And now for the public clinic with the same exact shit, I can do it for like 125 and make the same money. I can do it for less than fucking half and make the same money. And the reason I have to charge more than double for any of this public work I do is because they'll mail me a 700-page book of fucking specs for every fucking job. And there's been so many white-collar faggots that sit there and they make all these regulations.
You can't say that on
you
Twitch,
can't
man.
use 16 gig. You have to
Yeah,
use 16 gig.
let's not use slurs on Twitch. Look, let's not fun is streaming, okay?
Yeah, don't say that on Twitch.
use slurs.
I'm on Twitch.
Look, I just don't look. These people, it's their job. It's their job to do that, to like get the do a serious analysis. They get paid for it. That's what they were so passionate about that they went and did a degree about it, and they worked in a fund that if you're an economist, you can get way much more money than working for the IMF. You could go work for a hedge fund or whatever. You get more money. These people went to do this task because they're passionate about it. They're not dumb. They're not having an agenda. They did the study because they care. And that's what they found. They had a lot of data. They were very serious people. I don't think the studies mean nothing. I think if anything, personal experience means nothing because your brain has so many biases. Not your specifically brain. Everyone's brain has so many biases, and it selects what to remember.
Also, just speaking of data, I'm very curious. Localist, do you still believe that we should divide real wages by inflation? Is that still a position you hold? I'm just really curious. I would like to hear you.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yes.
Wait, why?
Yeah. Can you find one economist who agrees with you ever?
For me?
No, local.
No,
For
I was
Krugman.
just curious. Krugman doesn't.
I think that the economist argument is dumb because, man,
What?
I was
No,
it's
not.
I guarantee you can find.
Look. If we're just not going to trust the professionals on anything, if we think the professionals are lying and they're look, if we're just not going to trust any data about our personal experience, I don't think I can get through to you. I'm driven by data. I'm not driven by my personal experience.
Is you're assuming the intentions are to apply a tax. I think the intentions.
Well, I don't care about what the intentions are really, but
I don't care about the intentions of a policy. Look, the intentions of so many policies. The intentions of a price control is to make things cheaper for everyone. But that's not what it does. It makes things cheaper for fewer people. Okay?
Agreed.
So when I talk about a price control, I don't care about the intentions. I look at the effects and I look at the
just
studies
unmute and
about
say
the
that.
effects. That's what I do. I'm driven by data. I'm not driven by personal experience. I'm not driven by ideology.
Look, it's targeted. It's targeted tariffs, and the goal is to remove the tariff. The goal, and Trump. I've heard him say openly, if they take their tariffs off us, we'll take them off them.
Okay.
We'll it's tit for tat.
Then why has he not taken the tariffs off of the washing machines? They expired. He didn't repeal them.
Let me say this then. If Trump is willing to remove any tariffs based off, if he has terms for these tariffs to be removed, would you then agree that hey, maybe this is done for an economic reason?
So look, to be clear, Trump did not do his tariffs to some of it was to protect the industries. He did not do the tariffs mainly to promote trade. I'll give you two reasons.
What did your 401k do when Trump was in office? What did your
Wait, what? Say that
401k
again?
do? What did your 401k do when you were
totally
when Trump was in
irrelevant.
office?
I live in Israel.
Well, what funds? What's your retirement?
I don't, look, the stock market did well. I don't
Yeah, we're not disputing that. That's totally irrelevant to the point.
That's not my claim. Look, Look, if you did price controls, the stock market would still do well. I don't think that matters at all. Look, I just look. I think Trump's motivation was not to promote more trade eventually for a couple of reasons. One, he constantly bolstered about how he's going to reduce the trade deficit. You don't say, I'm going to do more trade and I'm going to reduce the trade deficit. This is contradictory. That's one. Two, he went out of the TPP. You don't say, I want to do more trade and get out of the TPP. That's contradictory. Three, he did it to protect industries. He did it to lower the trade deficit and protect industries. And the third thing is he didn't repeal the tariffs. They expired. They expired under Biden. He didn't repeal them.
I think those are all fair arguments. I think we can agree to disagree, but here's where I want to leave it. Let me just leave it here. I will agree to there are several conditions that I think could happen where I would say, you know what, those two jerk-offs were right. These tariffs were a bad idea and they hurt us economically. And I think there's a lot of metrics that could be set where I would have to eat crow, right? But do you guys think there's any metrics that could be set to make you say, hey, fuck, turns out he was right?
I do. That's why I look at studies. When you do a study, you're not oh, I'm going to do something that shows why it's bad. No, you do a test, you do a statistical test, and then whichever results confirms whichever hypothesis. And constantly, we have this. This is very consistent. This is why economists almost unanimously agree, right? You constantly find when you do the analyses that it supports my hypothesis. But if it didn't, if the studies overwhelmingly showed that the tariffs actually make things cheaper, they increase wages, they increase jobs, I'd be in favor of tariffs. But the data doesn't show that.
Let's just say you didn't take. Let's say you took a bird's eye view, right, at the whole economy instead of
I don't
said
know.
let me narrow in. Let's just say 3 years from now,
Okay.
instead of narrowing in on, let's look at specifically the effect of tariffs and what happened in the steel industry that was tariffed, or the washing machine, or whatever, blah 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 blah. But let's just say you took a bird's eye view of the economy and found that, hey, real wages have increased, inflation has flattened, the actual net income of Americans has increased. Do you think you would say not like that, perhaps the tariffs themselves were of merit, but that hey, maybe overall this economic plan had some merit to it, as a whole?
What?
Wait, say that again? Sorry, I was reading something.
What I'm saying is, is there any metrics you could see in the future that would make you think, hey, these tariffs weren't detrimental? These tariffs didn't suck.
I
Well,
already
yeah, we
told you.
just
I already
explained
told
why.
you. Look.
But just the fact that Trump had a
here's
good
my
economy doesn't
understanding.
mean the tariffs were
Here's how
responsible
I
for
come
that.
to
Like,
conclusions. Here's how I come to conclusions. Okay, when I have a medicine, okay, when I have vaccines, for example, okay, I do there is effective medicine and there is ineffective medicine. How do I think we should do that? We should do a study. We should take the data. We should conduct a study, and if it shows that the treatment did not help, then I say, oh, it's an ineffective medicine. Let's not use it. If it does show it, then I'm saying, oh, that's a good medicine. Let's look further, and if it's reliable enough, let's use it. Okay, that's my understanding. And I apply the same to every other branch of life. When I look at economic policy, I'm like, okay, it would be nice if we had a study going over 150 countries in over 50 years, and it looked at the effects. And if the study showed that it had good effects on employment, on productivity, on growth, I'll be like, yeah, tariffs are good. But if it showed the opposite, I'll be like, yeah, that's evidence that tariffs are bad. And guess what?
Well,
It showed that
okay.
tariffs are bad. So what would change my mind is if you could find a robust literature of studies that repeatedly and consistently show that tariffs are good. I don't find them. I couldn't find them.
Okay.
Yes.
To maybe
Vocalist,
give
you don't believe in
reason
CPI
why
at
I
all.
think you
Stop.
wouldn't be able to
Shut the
find
fuck
good
up.
data on this right now.
Yeah.
Because I think that it's unprecedented, what we're talking about. I don't think that the American GDP is insane. It's 84K per pop, guys. It's unreal. It is it's we're not just doing better than other countries. It's head and shoulders above other countries. The amount of money on the table there's nothing like it. Okay, so we've never tried to leverage that economy. We've only used it virtuously, and not in a way like what Trump's talking about, where it's more self-interested. It's never happened. So I don't think that we're going to be able to look at statistics based off of, hey, Belarus didn't do good from fucking their tariffs, or Belgium, they sold less waffles when, you know what I mean? I think you're taking lemonade stand economics to, big boy shit.
Okay. I told you what would change my mind if it's the data showed the other way.
I think you've been really fair, and I don't think you're.
Okay.
I don't think you're
I
saying.
mean, what would change your mind? Would any amount of studies or data change your
Inflation,
mind?
yeah. I think that let's say, I don't know the numbers on what inflation are, right? But let's just say when Trump takes
2.6%.
office in January 21st, right? And 1 year from now, inflation is.
No, that's a bad idea.
It
That's a
go
Console
down,
inference is
right?
my
But
passion.
if inflation
That's
was to
awful.
go up, and the metrics show that Americans, hey, we're paying more for shit. And
But that's an awful metric. Just looking what comes after. That's a bad
Well, what do
metric.
you
Look,
think-
if
what do
I
you think should
wait,
be the
wait.
metric
You
that would
agree?
show-
You agree that
Like
if I did, you
regressions.
agree that if I did price controls on cucumbers, still inflation is going to be inflation is not going to be very much different in the
Okay.
whole economy.
What do you
And,
think would be a good metric then for me to think
the-
that this was a bad idea?
You do regressions, you do the general equilibrium models. That's for economists to figure out. I have faith in the economic profession.
No, but I'm talking about you can feel it, right? You can feel
No.
you can't.
Usually,
you
look,
can't-
the way I see it is when I take medicine. Look, if I would just go by feeling it, I would never take vaccines because I'm afraid of needles. Okay, I would never go by feeling it. I would go by what the data and studies by professionals constantly show.
let's look at the 2024 election, man. Right? So in the quarter up before this election, right? like while Biden's stepping out and they're putting in Kamala, the talk of all the economists, and I don't know how well you guys follow this, is that this economy is the pearl of the world. The economy is so strong. And as far as like, like the securities market, yeah, it's doing great. But MSNBC could tell everybody till they're blue in the face that the economy's wonderful, and it don't change the fact that, well, could have fooled me. You know what I mean? So, like, what I'm telling you is like, you can feel it. I got a wife and kids that I take care of. I got, you know what I mean? Like, I do know whenever, I made it on one income with a family of 4 for over a decade. Like I do. You can't. It's not as arbitrary as you're making it out to be. Like people can feel it.
Well,
So I don't give a
we're not
shit who
saying it's
MSNBC
arbitrary at
had telling
all.
people that the economy was great. They knew it wasn't because they can't afford shit, and they could before.
Okay. I just like data change my mind. Okay, if the data reliably show it, like I trust professionals and I
Hey, you know
trust
what?
studies. And it's like,
I don't.
I
I
mean,
don't
look,
have
what
any
like when
interest in
you wait,
changing
do you apply this logic to anything else? Like when you take vaccines, like do you just like look at the vaccines that make you feel good like a day after, or like what? How do you decide? Do you try vaccines that don't work, or like how do you decide? Like truly.
Dude, I'm fucking older millennial. I just fucking
Uh-uh.
vaccines. I don't know. I never thought about vaccines. I just
The
take
older
them. You know what I
millennial
mean?
is someone on TikTok who's a bad person. But okay, look, I mean,
You
whatever. I
just
get what
like
you said.
I've
So I mean,
never
we
seen
don't apply this to any other field of life. Like when I look at like myself, or like when I like physicists. Okay, I don't like send my own rockets to space. I trust like professionals there. When I do medicine, or like when I take like my sleeping pills, I have some right now. I'm gonna take them because I want to sleep. Right? Like I don't like try a bunch of pills and see what makes me sleepy. I just
Yeah, but
like
like
trust
if
professionals. You know.
are telling you that the economy's great, shut up, what are you talking about? But you're like, okay, well, why was it like 3 years ago I could pay the rent, pay
Well, you want to
car.
see something awesome? You want to see something awesome? Do you think now Trump is elected, right? Do you think people are feeling better or worse about the economy? It should not really change, right? The economy has not changed at all, right?
No.
Since it is
I
not,
would
right?
I would assume I think he ran a change campaign, so I
Well,
think
no,
it's
no, no, no,
like
no, 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 no.
Well,
Listen to what I
we're
said.
just
Listen
saying
to
the
what I said.
economy hasn't
I said
changed.
Trump got elected like a week ago, right?
yes.
Right. He's not the president yet, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Symbolic.
if we survey consumers about how they feel about
Justin K, you
finances
would
and
do a
whatnot, we should not see
multivariable
change, right? Because nothing
regression in
fucking
some type
changed,
of
right?
No, we should not.
academic
But you
study.
would.
You don't
Yeah,
just base it on
but you will. Here,
vibes.
I sent you the picture. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, it jumped the moment Trump got elected. Okay, you
Oh
can
yeah.
and you see because people are partisan. I don't think consumer sentiment is a
I
very
don't
good
see
metric of
that.
reality. I think people are
Yeah.
very
No,
delusional.
I think that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. I do.
Yeah, so I think people look. It used to not be the case, but people right now are so like COVID broke people's brains. Okay, I think people are
It did.
delusional, and I trust people who are nonpartisan who don't have an incentive to have like one side of the debate.
People don't
Yeah.
go looking to like learn. People go looking for answers on both sides. You know what I mean? Like it's like you're Steven Crowder to fucking David Pacman. Both. You know what I mean? Like it's all
David
everybody.
Pacman is based. David Pacman is based. Don't compare him to Steven Crowder. Okay, David
I
Pacman is
think he's
based.
right. I think he's like Tim Pool. I think he's like the same. To me, it's like that same like team sports. You know what I mean? It's like it's not like you can't really not seeing the forest from the trees, just like seeing your perspective. And like I told you, like the right wingers that think AOC is an idiot. It's like you're an idiot. Like there's no fucking way that this
Well,
30
but
year
I
old
think I
woman
think
who
I
this
think AOC is intelligent because like she can explain her positions intelligently.
Yeah, Trump
I don't
again
just
has
assume
not
people are
accurately
intelligent.
described what a
I'm a
tariff
more
is a single
conservative
time,
guy.
at least from what I've seen.
And also, I think AOC can be dumb sometimes. Like I like AOC, but sometimes like she one time
I'm
she
actually a pretty big
uploaded.
fan
Wait,
of her.
just 1 second, 1 second. One time she uploaded like an Instagram story and said the economist Milton Keynes. His name was John Keynes, but there's Milton Keynes is like a town. Okay, it's like so that was dumb, right? Like she
No,
spoke
but
without
like,
understanding
you-
anything. So
what
like,
I'm
but
trying
I
to
don't
say
think. Yeah.
is some guys like us who are maybe not as accomplished, right? To sit here and say that AOC is an idiot is short-sighted, right? Like that's not smart, right? Like you're like that's like to think that someone so accomplished is dumb is like I feel like that's part of like that's how like Pac-Man is. That's how a lot of not all,
No,
but a lot of
Pac-Man
the
is intelligent. Steven Crowder, I don't think I've seen him much like explain stuff intelligently,
Steve,
but I've seen.
okay, I will say this: fucking Pac-Man is significantly better than Crowder.
Yeah, I'll give you someone dumb. I'll give you someone dumb.
But
Okay,
he's a
Hassan
team
Piker.
sports guy. He really is.
Like
He's
Hassan
not.
Piker, okay, he's like a left-wing progressive. I don't think I've ever seen him explain anything intelligently or like without like reeking of ideology. That guy
No,
is a
he's
hack. He's a terrorist supporter, okay, and I think he's dumb. I think he's incredibly dumb. I'll give you another person, Anna Vigland, whatever her name is, okay,
Emma
from the
Vigeland.
Majority
Well,
Report.
you know her deal, right? She's country club girl, you know.
Okay, she's
So it's like,
insane. She's completely
yeah,
insane. She's a lunatic.
yeah,
She thought like people in Egypt are black because they're in Africa. Okay, like she's dumb. Like
yeah, Coptic
so.
people.
So yeah,
I mean,
I'm
I
fine.
don't hate
I
that.
think people are dumb when I hear them say dumb things. AOC says some dumb things, but then some intelligent things. So I think she's like a little slightly above average IQ. I hear Elon Musk say some smart things, but a lot of dumb shit. So I think he's like slightly below average. I hear Trump say a lot of dumb shit, so I think he's
No
below
way.
average.
You're one of those guys. You think that Elon Musk is dumb?
I think when
Probably.
when you spread when you see like a story about how Paul Pelosi was not actually beat almost to death with hammers, it was actually a gay lover, and you spread it, you're either evil or dumb. Yeah, I think.
Well, I mean, I think that like the same argument can be made that like if you're taking things at face value from the mainstream media, that you're either evil or dumb, right?
Well, if you read the
I
full
think like
article,
you
you're
could
going to be
just as easily
significantly
like you
well.
could
But
look
I
at
think
like
the
what the
difference is
government does. The
if you
media
read
takes
if you read a
things
CNN
like
article, if you read a CNN article from front to back, okay, you're going to be more informed about the issue than like solid 70% of people who talk about the issue.
used to be like that used to
Okay.
be the case. Like I'm old enough to
Okay.
know when CNN used to be good, but like it's
I
the
mean, I'll give you an example.
Chris
Fuck. Oh
Whitman,
my
once
god. Oh my
Chris
god. Someone challenged it. Someone challenged Elon Musk on AI on a Twitter space like one time. He just like he didn't engage with his question. He just told him to shut up and like he tried to move on from the guy.
Man,
That's
but
not
y'all
something I
gotta
stand for.
understand. Like you gotta understand. Like when you live your life, like right, like imagine like if
Yeah.
we got to see your lowlights too, bro. You know what I mean? Like I'm like a
Look.
somewhat
I think Ben
intelligent
Shapiro
guy.
is smart. Okay. I think Ben Shapiro is like incredibly smart. I saw him say. I'm not partisan about this. I just think Elon Musk, as of
No,
late, I've not seen
Steve,
him say
come
many
on.
smart things.
Yeah, I don't.
What?
I saw
No,
Ben
Ben
Shapiro
Shapiro
say
sucks.
January
Well,
6th was an
you're
insurrection. Seems
Israeli
pretty
though,
smart
so
to
you're a
me.
little bit
Like,
biased on that,
No,
maybe.
Ben
Come on.
Shapiro constantly like explain. He's articulate, especially before Trump. Like when you hear Ben Shapiro talk about Trump before Trump like became the president, he sounds like the smartest motherfucker on earth. Okay,
No, he
but
plays
now
dumb
he's
on
audience
purpose.
captured.
He
I
plays
think
dumb
now
on
he's like
purpose.
what?
I have seen Ben Shapiro purposefully play dumb on purpose. I have seen
Yeah, I
him
agree.
well,
like
I
I
I
have
think
agree
he's
with
bad
seen
faith.
that.
him anytime
I
in a
don't think it
video.
makes him dumb. I think it makes him bad faith. I think at this
It is.
point.
That's okay. That's okay. You're right. I don't think he's dumb. But I do think he's bad faith. He's
Uh,
obviously brilliant. I mean, he went to
I
Harvard at 14.
agree. I mean, I agree. When he's like when he like on January 6th, I bet you $100 right now he's going to do Apology on January 6th.
Well,
But the day
no,
after
but like
January 6th, he didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, he
my
said it was
whole
an
point
insurrection. Even
is
it
like
was really
I
funny.
think people dehumanize others and lose perspective. Like I guarantee you, if you knew Elon Musk, like on a personal level, I promise you, you would think he was brilliant,
Maybe I'm
right?
wrong about
Maybe I
Elon
don't
If
Musk,
know.
I
but
knew,
Trump,
like, I think Joe
look.
Biden is the worst president of our lifetime, right? But I'm
So.
no
Oh my god.
fool to think that if I met Joe Biden, say in 2021 even, right? That I would not be amazed and incredibly impressed by him, right?
Look,
Like
here, I'll give you an
it would
example. I'll
be
give you an
foolish
example.
to
Pete
think that
Buttigieg,
someone
okay?
should
Pete
ascend to the
Buttigieg.
presidency
Okay, I'll
and
give you an
get
example. So Pete Buttigieg, I think that guy's very smart, okay? That guy, very smart, clearly. Okay? So this is an example of like someone I hear him constantly say intelligent things. He happens to agree with me, so that's a bonus. And so I think he's like smart. But when I hear like fucking, when I hear I don't know, Emma Vigeland say that like because people are from Africa, from Egypt, which is in Africa, they're black. I just think, you might be dumb. You might be a little
Emma
like
Vigeland is not
retarded.
an incredibly accomplished person. A dumb person can do what she did, right? A dumb
Yeah.
person
Apparently.
can do like Emma Vigeland is not someone that's deserving of that
Okay.
respect, like an
Yeah.
AOC.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
I don't
I'll
care
drop
who
the
you
Okay,
Elon
are.
wait,
Musk
wait,
thing. I
wait.
just
Hold on.
really
I
hate.
literally, I don't really care to debate like whether people are smart or dumb. I don't care. I
Yeah,
still,
I
I
don't care
hold
about
on,
that.
wait.
I don't care about that.
I'm gonna have to go back to
I just
reading
decide.
relatively soon. I want an actual answer, untrolling from localists. Do you still believe that you should divide real wages by inflation? Hello,
He's
localist.
muted, bro.
Yeah, I know he's
Localist?
muted.
Yeah. Brass. Do you know what per
So,
capita means?
what
Yes.
happened?
Yeah, do you think you
These-
should divide a per capita statistic by the population? Right, that's obviously not the case, right? It's already divided by the population, right?
Yeah, per capita means like per person.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
localists,
The,
do you
the
believe that you
localist
should
said
divide
that
real
if you have
wages by
like,
inflation?
if you have data on if you have like raw wage data and you adjust for inflation, you should adjust again. That's his argument, and we're trying to explain to him like, no, not at all.
Yeah.
No, it's
So
adjusted.
localists, do you
I
still
think you
believe that?
have to. Yeah, like I mean, like you have to, you know. That's what.
Give
I mean,
me
that's
one time it ever happened. Give me one article, publication, TikTok video, anything where people adjusted for inflation twice.
Krugman.
Wait,
Where?
stop trolling.
You know, the other week. On
The other
show.
week. Where?
But I think the real important thing is that
Can you answer the question?
trade is not real, right? This is not real. This is
Okay.
not a real concept.
Bro, non-fun. He's a troll.
He is trolling.
That's so disappointing.
Well, what's actually true though is that what you want is not free trade. You want unrestricted like imports. Right, like,
That's
you're not asking
basically what I
for-
define as free trade. That's like basically my definition is the freedom to import.
And export, right? And that's the key thing is
primarily
that you
import,
don't
yeah.
want no, like you need a level playing field with like
You know how I think about these tariffs, man. Are you familiar with England's healthcare system, the NHS?
Wait, well, let localists finish his point, but we can go down that. In a
Oh,
second.
well,
sorry.
you need a level playing field because like you can't just say well, what you get is a race to who has less like who has less restrictions, less protections for workers, and less, you know, and like, and what you really want is a race to who has less, you know, like who has less regulation, right? And that's what's gonna get us the lowest consumer price. But what like it really is like we need to level the playing field for American manufacturing, right?
Well,
And that's important.
why do you think
I
that's
think
important?
he's right on that. I think he's right on that.
Why do you think it's important? Is the first question.
Well, we need American manufacturing. Like we can't just export all of our production to places where there's less regulations.
Do you agree that it benefits
that's
consumers? Do you agree that one, there's an opportunity cost
It
to having that
benefits
production?
consumers, like and,
Okay, so
like,
we
and
agree it
that's
benefits
just, like,
consumers. Do you also agree that there's a large
in the
opportunity
way that it
cost to
gets
the U.S. doing that
lowest
here?
price, sure.
Hey,
Huh?
localist.
Wait, answer my localist.
well, like-
Answer my second question. Do you agree that it's a large opportunity cost to bringing all this manufacturing back? Do you agree with that as well?
Not necessarily, like because a lot of these jobs, like all these productive ones, get replaced with was like nonsense, essentially.
What do you mean by nonsense?
Service work. It's all just
Service work is
Like,
nonsense. Service work is 80% of the U.S. economy.
it doesn't produce anything like
But it
materially.
produces
It's like,
services. Wait, does a haircut produce
produces-
anything?
profit, but it doesn't produce like.
Wait, do
an
I
actual
benefit from a
good or
haircut? Do I benefit from a haircut? Do I benefit from getting a haircut?
And it's just weird to have.
Wait, do I
80%
benefit from getting a
service.
haircut?
Yeah, I guess.
Does the person who gave me the haircut also benefit, so long as they got to charge the price they want?
Yeah. But
Okay,
nothing
so we agree that
creates-
services can have net benefits too, right? Services clearly have net
Net-
benefits.
doesn't create anything, and
Wait, do I?
we
It
need
doesn't
to
matter if it.
protect
What is this
men-
obsession with create? What matters if it has net benefits, right? I don't understand why do we care if it creates something? Like what?
Because I mean, like you can go to McDonald's. I don't know. Like I mean, like we can have, you know, like analogies about this, but I think it's kind of off the point a little bit. Which
Well, you
is,
said
like,
we need to bring
American-
manufacturing back because service work isn't real, which is dumb.
Well, no. Do you think that
A lot of
it- like? Do you think that it would be nice to increase manufacturing to pair with that incredible amount of service work we have?
Just to increase
Yeah.
if we increase
No, like,
manufacturing
I'm
in
saying, like, do you
strategic
think,
industries,
say we increased our manufacturing business, right? There's millions of working age people that don't work, right? But we increased our manufacturing, and we were to say get 4 million more people high paying jobs that didn't have high paying jobs, right?
they do have high paying
Wouldn't
jobs.
that increase of that manufacturing business? Wouldn't that, in theory, increase the demand for service-based businesses as well?
No, I'm only in support of quote unquote bringing manufacturing back in strategic industries. I deny that tariffs create net jobs.
I think
Like,
the
like-
real issue is that like
Sure,
you're
I think that's
like-
fair. I think it's fair to say that tariffs in practice have created net jobs. I think
That
that's
it,
a fair
first of all,
argument.
in practice, no, they haven't. We have studies on this,
No,
but
I'm
logically,
agreeing
they
with
don't
you.
either.
I'm
They
agreeing
come
with
with net
you.
cost.
Like, I'm agreeing with you that in practice, that like it does not create more jobs, and the numbers back that up. I agree with that. But do you think there's a way to use like an innovative way, a creative new way to use tariffs to increase manufacturing in the country?
Not really. I mean, you can increase manufacturing in some specific industries, but
What could we do to increase? Do you don't want to increase? You think increasing manufacturing is a negative?
only in strategic industries, I think it would be a positive. But yeah, it logically it
How would
carries
you want to in those industries that you do think we should it would be a positive? How would you go about increasing manufacturing in those industries? That it would
mostly
be a net
through
positive
tax,
to the country?
mostly through tax incentive financing and subsidies.
Okay.
I think my point though is just like if we can't have a level playing field, then we need to protect American manufacturing.
Why? How does that benefit us? How does that benefit us?
To make it competitive with
How does that benefit us?
cheaper goods because then we have more jobs, we have more.
Nope, that's not true. We don't have net
America
jobs.
makes us more
Nope.
resilient. Yes, it's
Well,
yes.
hang on.
Nope. Wait. Nope. That does not protect jobs. You accept that, right? Any good that you tariff is going to
Protects jobs.
Nope. So did it protect jobs when Trump put tariffs on steel?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Yes.
I don't.
The answer is no.
Absolutely.
The answer is no. The
I know
answer
for
is
fact
no.
that it did. I know for fact that it did.
We
It
have
protected
studies to
some
go over
jobs,
this.
but it
No.
hurt more jobs than it did.
Exactly. Yep. So
No,
locally, you
100%
accept that
tariffs save
the
jobs. That's beyond debate. That's not even up for debate. It is
It
literally
absolutely-
100%. And it's not like it.
We
the
either
steel
need a
tariff-
level playing field or
We already went
tariffs
over this.
which
The steel
make it
tariffs
level
are put in
playing
place
field.
to stop the sale of U.S. steel to Nippon Steel. That is why it was put in place.
Wait, I don't deny
And because
protected
of
steel
the-
jobs.
like,
I don't
it
deny.
stopped that
I don't
sale.
deny protected steel jobs. What I deny is it protected jobs on net.
But it literally was done to protect it, and it did protect jobs, and those jobs would have been.
Wait,
Bro,
oh
what do
my
you
God,
think
are you
the
listening to me
claim
right
is?
now?
What do you
I'm
think the
denying
claim-
that it
what do you
protected
think the
jobs on
claim
net.
is? Look, not fun. You're speaking in math. Look. You need to speak in like simple words. I'm not saying you people are dumb. I'm just saying when you say net and you say welfare maximizing, it's not clear. I'm just saying the number of jobs in the economy as a whole, not in specific sectors, as a whole decreased. Some were protected, but more were hurt.
Okay. Do you think other factors could be involved in that?
This is what we do.
Is
Like,
there any scenario that other factors?
I agree. Other factors can be involved in that. That's why when you do a study.
that's why we do studies on this and have multivariable analysis, and you don't have that. You just have feelings.
Wait, brass. When you do a study, you don't just look at the moment the policy was implemented and then like a day after or the month, a year after. You do control for other variables. You do regressions. The economists are competent people. They thought about this already. That's why I look at their analyses because they thought about this and they did the math on it. That's why I don't let myself be the arbiter of truth. I let science help me.
But there's a lot of examples, like more often than not, of economic models being wrong. Like more often than not, and that's beyond dispute as well. Like if you go back to 2002 and take out any economic model and trace it out, it fails. Because none of them caught the 2008 crash, right? If you take any economic model from 2012, none of them are going to predict the massive dip in 2015 that lost me fucking 5 figures, lots of money. Okay, none of them are going to predict that. Like you can't there's no economic model has held up ever. If you look at John Locke, right, or not John Locke, John Smith, the guy the real capitalism guy, what's his name, John
Adam
Smith or whatever.
Adam Smith, you mean?
Yeah, John Smith. If you look at him and see how he got to where he is, you do the math, you kind of see how he gets there. If you look at Karl Marx and you see, holy shit, when Karl Marx wrote this shit, Machines were getting created. We were losing jobs. I see how he was like, fuck, if we do the math, it's going to work out to where no one has a job. It's all going to be machines. We need to do so. Like, you can see how they get there. But what people don't predict is how we're going to adapt, right? Like when it used to take one hand per cow to get a bottle of milk, and now we've got machines that do it. And you thought, oh my God, how are we going to live without guys milking cows or guys delivering milk to the? We found a way. Employment has increased. That's why, like, we all agree communism doesn't work, and like we
Hey,
see
look,
that, like,
I'm gonna
even
go
though
now,
we've
but I'm
got,
just
like,
saying,
even though we have less labor jobs, now we have an 80% market of service jobs.
well,
We
look,
are.
do you
You
think?
just verified to me that humans adapt. Humans
Well,
overcome.
no. That's why I support. Look, that's why I support science and economic theory. Okay, people who do statistics. My degree is data science. A lot of statistics, not economics. So there's some econometrics I don't understand. Like I could not define to you a DSGE model. Okay, whatever. But like, what it's the first question is like, how do you control for other variables, right? Like, how do you decide? Like, how do you find evidence for causation and whatnot? And I trust economists whose entire degree they did a whole PhD in this. Okay, and they chose not to make a bunch of money in a hedge fund or whatever. They chose to do research. Okay, these are people who love science, they love data, and they love to find the truth. They love truth, and I trust people like that. And when they do a study looking at a lot of data, they pour hours of their life into just contributing to the knowledge of humanity. And I believe in them and their institutions that taught them economics, that they want to find like how isolate other variables and look at how to get conclusions. And they tell me unanimously by every study, by every poll of economists, by everyone, that tariffs hurt everyone more than they help everyone. And then the only people who defend tariffs are people who are like, civilly liable rapists or like countries who run on populism. I'm sorry, that's not enough for me. That's not enough. That's not enough for me to believe it. But either way, I'm gonna go. I gotta go. I'm tired. I'm gonna take my sleeping pills. I'm gonna go. Look, he is. Sorry, he is. Whatever. I'm gonna go now. Bye bye.
It's a good faith argument when you get to character assassinations, right?
Wait,
Like,
no, is he or is he not a civilly liable rapist?
No, he's not.
He is. He objectively is. You can say it's frivolous, but he is civilly
okay,
liable.
like here's the thing on this, man, is like
Yeah.
like I don't want to argue about what happened in that
Okay,
situation.
I'm sorry. I will not cite
Right,
civilly
here's the
liable.
thing. Here's the
Wait,
thing
I'm not.
that we
I'm gonna
here's the
cite
facts.
civilly liable.
The facts are this is that
Wait.
the
I'm gonna
law
say.
was
Wait,
changed.
okay. Yeah. What?
The law was changed. Like I don't know
No,
why
no, no,
you
no, no.
want
Okay, I'm not
so
gonna
much
cite the
shit
civilly
that
liable
Trump
rapist.
did that you guys could get him on. There are so
Look.
many
I'm
fuck
not.
ups
I'm
that
not
he
gonna
had.
cite the civilly
You
liable
guys have
rapist
to
part.
be lawfare
I'm gonna
is
cite the fact.
ridiculous.
Look. I agree. Whether someone raped someone or not has nothing to do with if they tell the truth. I'm gonna cite the fact that he lost a defamation case about it. That shows that he's a liar, right?
Oh
Either
yeah, it
way,
was not a
with that being said,
fact. It
goodbye,
wasn't
good
like
night, non
how was
fun,
that?
good
Come
memes.
on, man.
Yeah,
Come
thanks.
on.
Send me the debate. Send me the debate and send me the Marxist segment.
Yeah, I will. Don't
When
worry.
you're done.
That's just like your bad faith on that, dude. Your
Maybe.
bad
Bye
faith
bye.
on that. Like it's not.
I mean, hey, like no level playing field. It's not free trade. I mean, that's kind of true.
Well,
Well, man, I had fun with you guys. I am gonna get out of here. That was really random for me to come on here, but it was a good time.
See.
I don't think anybody convinced anybody, but see y'all.
I convinced you, non-fun, right?
yeah, definitely. We can debate this a little more after, like tomorrow after the CTV debate. But I unironically, okay, give me a real fucking answer. Do you still believe that you should divide real wages to over inflation?
I think you should do it every day.
No, give me an unironic answer, please.
You know, something I haven't thought about a lot. So I have to think about it more.
That's not true.
I haven't had enough time to really know.
Well, you held a strong position on it before. You argued with us for like quite a while. You had a strong position on
I don't
it
know,
before.
but but we need to have American manufacturing be competitive with cheaper Chinese manufacturing, with lower regulations, with lower workers' protection, with lower all this, and no one's addressed that at all.
Well, as long as we specialize in what we have a comparative advantage is, right? Our higher productivity makes up for our higher wages, right?
We don't specialize in anything anymore because every other
we do specialize.
We do specialize.
Wait, do you deny that we specialize? We do specialize in what we have in comparative advantages.
Yeah, we specialize in some things, but we don't specialize in like manufacturing, because manufacturing can be done cheaper
correct.
where there's, you know, less regulations.
Well, because
And,
it's more labor intensive,
well, like
right?
if
And
you have the thought
the
process
opportunity
of
cost here
cheaper
is too high.
manufacturing is better. Well, like if you have the mindset that cheaper manufacturing is good because lower consumer prices, like that's just how you're going to get rid of all your manufacturing, right? Like, isn't that just the logical endpoint of that? Is to export all of your manufacturing?
Thank you, Horseradish. I
because it goes
appreciate it.
Cheaper, and then
Well, no, so
like
long
you're
as
just
it.
making excuse of specialization, right? Because like you're not real, because it's not like another place is more specialized. Is that they just have less restrictions and can produce for cheaper as a result.
Well, no,
it's not really.
I mean, one,
they're
I
special.
disagree with that. Clearly,
Like,
clearly
federated.
we have we like the U.S. has better capital markets, which is why we specialize in like services that are highly capital intensive. Like you would agree with that part, right?
I was reading chat for a second. I kind of got distracted. What did you say?
The U.S. clearly has like better capital markets, right? Because that's why we specialize in a lot of capital intensive industries.
Yeah, I mean, like we're kind of on the like. I think we specialize in like innovation. Like.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's very capital intensive. That requires a lot of money for research and development. Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah,
So clearly
like,
we
I
have a
think that's the only thing we really
that.
specialize in. But it's like we kind of exported all of our manufacturing.
I still think we. Well, my claim here is that to the extent that we do export manufacturing, that's usually a net benefit to the U.S.
To consume, like, and that's the thing is like
some domestic producers are harmed, but other domestic producers are gaining, right? Because they also for steel, whatever, they get cheaper input prices.
Free trade argument, like it kind of prioritizes consumer prices, like above all else.
Prioritizes the net benefit, right? The gain in it's not wait. It's not just consumer prices. The gain in consumer surplus is bigger than the loss in producer surplus. You recognize that, right?
Well, like the gain from lower consumer prices is greater than the loss of it.
The gain in consumer surplus, do you know the gain in total consumer surplus is greater than the loss in producer surplus? You recognize that, right?
What's that mean in English or whatever? What does that mean in English?
It means that the gain, that the total surplus that consumers get, which is basically the price that they're willing to pay minus the price they actually paid, that the area of that triangle in an economic model, it's the shape of a triangle, is greater than the loss in producer surplus, which is the price producers sold at minus the cost of production.
I don't know. I just think that we need to protect American industry from like this poor and again, and then that's the thing is that free trade requires essentially like a level playing field, and I think that we need to start like leveling the playing field internationally if we want to have like actual free trade.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, maybe I just wasn't listening. I think I was reading. I was reading something. Did you answer my question? Do you accept that the gain in producer surplus is greater than the loss in producer surplus?
I have no. I don't know. I don't know, but
okay. So this is true, but okay.
Free trade is not. It's just like it's all theory. It's not something that.
What do you mean it's all theory? I mean, we have free trade in real life. I don't know what you mean, but.
No, because we don't have a level playing field between like the countries, right? You need to have a level
free
playing
trade doesn't
field.
Require, you can have an unlevel playing field. I mean, do you agree? Do you think there's a level playing field in terms of almond production between California and Minnesota?
In terms of regulations and, probably not.
Just in general.
There's probably a level playing field, yes. Not in terms of like.
Okay, you understand you can't grow almonds in Minnesota, right? Or it'd be very hard to grow almonds in Minnesota, at least.
Yeah, not like with natural resources.
So that's an unlevel playing field.
Right, but that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to like regulation.
Well, wait, but you would agree that's an unlevel playing field, right? California has an advantage there, right?
What, from natural resource perspective? Sure.
Yes, from in general, it's not a level playing field because California has a natural advantage. It is a natural advantage as opposed to.
Yeah, they have a natural advantage, right? But like we're not.
Does that preclude? Does that preclude the ability for free trade to have net benefits?
No.
Okay, so it seems like we agree. Even if there isn't a level playing field,
But these
free
are
trade can still have net benefits.
These are American producers.
Wait, why does it matter if it's natural or unnatural? Does having an unlevel playing field preclude the ability for free trade to have net benefits for both sides?
Well, it's not about a level playing field. It's about like a
You literally said it was about a level playing field. You said we need to level the playing field. Does the ability
in terms of
unlevel
regulations, not in terms of like make sure we all have the same.
It seemed, but I ran through the net. If they wait, why on earth does it matter? You said because we have an unlevel playing field, we need to level it with tariffs. I gave you an example where some country, or I said California, but some state has a unfair advantage because of a natural feature. Now, why does it matter if that doesn't preclude the ability for free trade to be a net benefit for both sides? Why does it matter whether whether it's a regulation or a natural advantage causing that advantage? Why does that matter? How does that preclude the ability for it to be a net benefit?
I don't know if that's necessarily like relevant to the point, right? Because
my question is whether an unlevel playing field precludes free trade being a net benefit for both sides. That's my question right now. Can you answer that?
No. The answer is no.
You can't answer it?
Whatever the right answer is. No, like whatever the right answer is the right answer.
Okay, well, the right answer is no, and you'll agree with that because we ran through that example of California. Okay, so it seems like why is the level playing field relevant at all? What I care about, to be clear, what I care about is whether it's a net benefit to the U.S. and to a lesser extent if it harms other countries as well. But primarily, is it a net benefit to the U.S.? My position is that this is a net benefit to the U.S. Your position was that it isn't a level playing field, so it's not a net benefit to the U.S. But I just ran through. We can have an unlevel playing field and it still be a net benefit to the U.S. So.
All right, but like it's not about net benefit, net blah blah blah. It's more about.
To me, it is about a net benefit. Yes, that's what I care about.
From having unfair regulation.
The thing I care about is whether it's a net benefit to the U.S. Do you care about something different?
No. Well, yes, I have different priorities, and I think that's going to be where
okay, what's your priority?
Disagree. It's too much to talk about, but you know how I am with self-sufficiency, especially like natural, like
So my position, just so we're clear, my position is that free trade generally maximizes economic welfare.
I'm more isolationist than you are, but I don't know. I think you're prioritizing like consumer prices and stuff like that. And
I'm prioritizing what has a net benefit.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it, but you know.
Mm-hmm. So, do you agree or disagree that universal tariffs on literally everything? Wait. Do you agree or disagree that universal tariffs on everything would maximize economic welfare? Answer that question.
I probably would disagree, but like, I don't remember what I was going to say now. Oh yeah, like we could produce at the same price as China, like if we just lower our regulations and everything. Like we could have sweatshops.
Well, no, I disagree because average productivity in the U.S. is much higher, and since average productivity determines wages, do you agree or disagree that average productivity in the U.S. is much higher than in China?
What, the average productivity in America is higher than China? Yeah, I would say so because we have better technology.
Great. Do you agree or disagree that generally average productivity in a country is a major factor in determining a country's wages?
I don't know, dude. Like,
okay, well, to be clear, the answer is yes, and I can show you evidence of this.
Destiny moment. This is major destiny moment. Ask a sequence of questions. I don't really care to get to a certain conclusion.
Well, because I'm asking you questions to understand, understand your position, and B, how is this a red herring? You said that we could produce in the U.S. for the same price as we do with China. I said I disagree. One, because average productivity. Well, I had two disagreements. I didn't get to the second one, but the first disagreement I have is I dispute. Well, wait. Let me run through the thing. The first thing. Oh my God. The first thing I'm saying is that I dispute that fact because one, average productivity in the U.S. is higher than it is in China. So wages in the U.S. are almost always going to be are going to be higher because productivity determines wages, at least to a large extent. The second thing is that maybe we could do that. Even if I accept that we could do that, there'd be a massive opportunity cost to doing that, and I don't think that would be a net benefit.
Okay.
Okay, so where do you disagree with that?
Like American production matters. I don't know why you just think like we should just export all our manufacturing.
Oh, did it? Do you think if
I had
if,
a point,
if
but
exporting?
I just, completely forgot.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. Do you disagree?
Oh yeah. My point was that the reason American manufacturing is expensive is artificial, right? It's because of regulations and rules. Like it's not because it costs more.
Wait, maybe some of it is due to regulation rules. Do you deny that at least some of it is also due to average productivity in the U.S. being higher?
Is artificially inflated. Like the cost of American manufacturing is artificially inflated. And
okay, we already ran through this whole thing. You don't disagree. Wait, stop. You don't disagree that the fact that our manufacturing is artificially inflated or whatever, that doesn't preclude that free trade is a net benefit. You already conceded to that, correct?
I mean, I would have to analyze whether it's a net benefit, according to like what. Like,
according to maximizing economic welfare, maximizing the sum.
So I can't say whether it's a net improvement, like a.
It's a net benefit in terms of the fact that it maximizes total economic surplus.
It's a benefit in some ways, and then it's a negative in some ways. Like there's trade-offs to everything. Like you can't just say,
but it maximizes total surplus, right?
It's a net good or is it?
Do you agree or disagree?
Like, no, it's good in some ways and bad in others.
Hold on. I don't disagree. If we have free trade, for example, some producers are harmed. If we have free trade for steel, a lot of steel producers are harmed. However, the reason free trade maximizes total surplus is because the gain in consumer surplus is greater than the loss in producer surplus. Do you dispute that?
That went over my head. I'm not into like nitty gritty math. Ooh, let's do the math. I'm just more into the broad general.
My claim.
I got argument of whether it's negative. I'm not into the whole like what you're into, like the yapping, like this guy's thing.
Okay.
Like I'm not gonna have a good. Like I'm not gonna have a thoughtful cogent answer. I'm just gonna I don't know. I don't look into this stuff. I don't look into the
right, but I don't have an issue with that. But you seem to have a strong position on it. Is my issue. Like there are plenty of things. For example, your specialty law or whatever. I don't have an opinion on that stuff, because for example, I haven't read into nullification, so I don't really have a strong opinion on nullification. However, you seem to make strong claims on tariffs. So I guess that's the issue I have here.
My position isn't really strong. It's just more I see the flaw in the reasoning of unrestricted imports are good because blah blah blah, the shitty reasons, that's what I have a problem with. It's not really
shitty reasons?
I genuinely think free trade is bad. It's I just have issues with the arguments that people make more than
you can't point out an issue in the argument I'm making because you don't even know enough to understand the argument I'm making. You don't know what consumer surplus or producer surplus is. You don't know what total surplus is. So if I say these words and they're totally meaningless to you.
Yeah, it's all meaningless with me.
Well, it's not meaningless. These terms have definitions. I actually defined both of them for you, but apparently you still aren't capable of understanding it. But do you agree that consumers gain from imports? Cheap imports.
Yes. But that's not my priority, right? That's different.
Wait, yeah, I understand. Okay. So that gain is called consumer surplus. The added consumers gain more from free trade than producers lose, is my claim. So when, we outsource jobs, some amount of producers, go bankrupt, they shut down. That's producer surplus being lost. However, the gain in consumers gain more than the producers lose. That is my claim. Do you dispute that?
I would dispute that consumers gain more than the producers lose. Yeah.
Okay, so what could we look at to maybe change your mind on that? Like, would an economic model help with this at all? Or do you
It's all like I think it's more about priorities, like who has what priorities. Because like we can make the same kind of argument.
Well, wait.
Right?
Don't switch over to what your priorities are. I'm saying, like, what could we look at to determine? What could we look at to determine? Wait, stop. What could we look at to determine whether or not consumers gain more than producers lose? Like, could we draw a supply and demand graph and maybe like graph this? Would that model be useful at all, or is that model just fake?
I'd have to look into this more, but you have to factor in a lot of different factors that I can't just think of off of my head, in an instant.
Right. Okay. So you seem to have this belief. You have a belief.
Similar.
Wait. Stop. You have a belief and you have no clue what it would even take to change your mind on that, right? You understand that's what you just said. Like, you have a belief. You dispute the fact that consumers gain more than producers lose, but you don't even know why you have that belief. You don't know what it would take to change your mind on that belief. Does that give you any pause? Like,
because there's benefits to local production, which offset the cost of like a slightly higher consumer price. Like that's the real point that's actually to be made, and it's the same point with local food production and this with protectionism. Like it's a similar argument. It's just local production. It's just like what the benefits of local production and whether it outweighs the benefits of a lower consumer price, which I think it does.
Right.
But it's all like who has what priorities. It's not like, oh, like you're right or you're wrong. It's like who has what priorities. If you prioritize lower consumer prices, you're right. If you prioritize like what I do, it's like I'm it's not who's right or wrong. It's like we have other priorities, and that's like really where it is.
When I make I don't think you're not. If I make a specific claim and you dispute that, it's not a matter of different priorities. It's a matter of different understandings of the world. We could have different priorities, and disagree on a topic for that reason. However, we should still have like the same understanding of facts like these. But
and I think that's more just to do with like the local production, whether you prioritize the benefits of local production or the benefits of essentially outsourcing it for cheaper.
Well, I prioritize whatever has the net benefit, and then I think the net benefit is from.
I wish we could argue about what has the net benefit. I would want to look into more before I'm like fully laying out what I think, but like I don't have off the top of my head why local. I don't know. I'm not gonna like know off my head why it's
okay.
Better,
Do you can you give me a real answer, please? Do you still believe that you should divide real wages by inflation?
Depends on the
what if I'm trying to figure out purchasing power?
It depends. Well, then
if I'm trying to determine how much So if I'm trying to determine the amount of purchasing power workers have, I should divide real wages by inflation.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. It's fine with me. I don't mind.
Well, I'm saying it's not a good methodology. If I'm trying to determine the purchasing power workers have, I should adjust inflation, adjusted wages for inflation. That's your position.
It's not something that I actually care about. I'm just memeing a lot of the time when I say that. You know?
Yeah, okay, so you're trolling. Okay, well, goodbye. Wait.
What?
Okay. Where the fuck were we even? L streamer? Why does this make me an L streamer? What did I do? Oh, okay, wait, we read this. We're on this. I think I got better points for you and should have this stream key. Yeah, good one. There's trouble speaking, but not good. Right idea. Definitely does not. Okay, 2 trillion. Okay, however, this fails to account for several factors that reduce how much revenue tariffs are raised, including non-compliance behavior and the behavioral response of people reducing how much they import. This fails to account for factors that would reduce how much tariffs raise. For example, non-compliance and the reduction of imports. Assuming 50% non-compliance revenue from that falls to 1.8 trillion. Assuming an elasticity negative 0.999%, revenue drops to about 560 billion. So I can change your mind by simple demonstration that the benefit of local production outweighing well, we were talking about whether the thing I was talking about is this graph basically. When I say net benefits, I mean maximize economic surplus. You'd have to somehow demonstrate. You'd have to somehow prove the basic graph of tariffs wrong. You'd have to, in my understanding, that goes beyond this graph even. You see, like how this is consumer surplus. The gain in consumer surplus. This is all here. Look at this graph. This is all consumer surplus caused by free trade. Without free trade, pretend this line doesn't exist. The only consumer surplus would be the purple within this triangle. Equilibrium would be here, and above equilibrium would be consumer surplus. Below it, producer surplus. With free trade, though, we get a lot more consumer surplus. Not only does the consumer surplus take away from producer surplus, which is previously the triangle below this, below equilibrium, it also takes away from this consumer surplus here. And this is all deadweight loss here. Placing individual income tax is thus completely unrealistic, and the above illustration doesn't account for additional factors that would further reduce revenue, like holding the price level constant, which requires calculation to use inclusive tax rate, tax offsets, and negative economic effect to higher tariffs. I don't really care. Okay, so therefore, placing the income tax with tariffs totally unrealistic. It's not just totally unrealistic, is mathematically impossible. 2. Tariffs were a main source of revenue for a drastically smaller government. But bro, my feelings. Oh wait, hold on. I forgot. Sample sent me some good.
Run.
You argue instead of debating. You ask leading questions. You assume others have to agree with your stance. I mean, if I hold a position, what do you mean I assume? I wouldn't be debating if I assume they have to agree with my stance. Obviously, I'm assuming they disagree. I want to debate. So true, Joe Billy. I don't know what you mean by I argue instead of debate. What question did I ask that was leading? I do ask specific questions sometimes. That's because I need a specific answer because I don't understand their position because it's incoherent. It's unbecoming you're intelligent, but for sure have poor interpersonal skills, especially people you disagree with. Okay. Thank you, Stroker. Like what do you, if I'm trying to inquire, if I'm trying to inquire about whether my debate opponent believes that free trade has net benefits, what else should I'm going to ask him, do you believe that free trade has net benefits? Or generally has net benefits at least. And if they don't answer my question, I'm going to ask it again. If they don't understand my question, I'm going to ask, if they say no, then I'm going to ask some other questions like, okay, well, do you agree that consumer surplus is greater than the loss in producer surplus from free trade? And if they yeah. Former President Trump has pointed to the tariff in American history as motivation for this idea, but the federal government of a century ago is much different than the federal government of today, as is the American economy. Trump has pointed to America's history of using tariffs for revenue. However, both the government, what's your favorite game? Of all time, I'd probably just have to go with Minecraft. Both the government and economy are much different. Economist Chad Brown has previously explained, tariffs have not been a main source of government revenue since 1914, and it would be virtually impossible to rely on tariffs for current spending levels. Tariffs have not been a major source of revenue since 2014. Or, sorry, 1914. You oppose massively subsidizing local producers and industry? Basically, yeah. Subsidizing can make sense if it's a national security issue, like, subsidizing semiconductors, for example. But other than that, federal spending It's only around 2% of GDP. Wait, wouldn't trying to use tariffs in place of income tax encourage imports? No, not really. I don't think so. I'd explain myself to do it, but there's no sense to try to use logic to get someone out of a position they didn't logically get to. I'm not educated enough to have an opinion on the effect of tariffs or the economic shifts you're talking about, but I enjoy debates and learning. I did not learn shit in the hour or so I've been here. Why wouldn't you want your population to fill jobs in diverse industries by ensuring jobs with subsidies? I don't believe subsidizing the industries are going to create net jobs. I believe free trade is probably going to have, is going to create net jobs. Also, I trust the free market to do a better job at allocating than allocating jobs in the government. The government has an information problem. Like, that is naive. Okay. 2% of GDP. What it is now. What is a person in a waiting room for? When it is now 22.7%. About 10 times as much government spending as shared economy has been territorial revenue source. Cross only. The free market, whimsical fairy tale voodoo bullshit. Only exists as a concept. So true. Social Security, Medicare, defense, and that doesn't need to be capitalized. And net interest. Or I'll say these alone account for 14% of GDP. Whereas imports are only 11.4%. So you're preferring many jobs insecure over 2 to 3 job employees and many unemployed for. So you are preferring many job insecure / 2 to 3 job employees or unemployed for experiment and expected results brought by free trade. I don't know what you're trying to say, but my position is that free trade maximizes jobs. It doesn't cost net jobs. It actually has net that it has positive net effects on employment, whereas protectionism has negative net effects on employment. So I'm preferring more people to have jobs. But also, I don't think jobs are something that especially matters. Or I shouldn't say especially. Jobs matter, okay? However, I think really jobs are just a means to an end, right? We produce in order to consume. I think what matters more is consumption. That's a better measure of welfare, right, than just jobs and real incomes and consumption. And I think free trade increases both those things. It makes, it increases real income because it A, increases productivity, and B, makes prices for consumers lower. And B, I think it increases real income for, those same reasons. It increases productivity. Yeah. Taxing imports. At 100%. Wouldn't it even fund those programs, even if the number of imports remained unchanged? Look at how many jobs unemployed and 2 to 3 employees you got after trade deals and offshoring. You accept that troll. I mean, I don't know if you can like cite a study showing like net job losses. That would be something I take seriously. I wouldn't just like take you saying it seriously. The studies I have seen all suggest that free trade increases net jobs and that protectionism doesn't. You know, for example, Barack Obama's tariffs on tires did not add jobs. It actually cost about 2,500 jobs. Trump's tariffs on steel did much the same thing. Why does net jobs matter? If your argument is you want to protect jobs, then I would hope that we would add net jobs, not decrease net jobs. If you're saying that we should protect some jobs over other jobs, then you can make that argument as so long as you can see that it does not help net jobs. Okay, my phone is charging. It'll work in a second. Other than the economic impact, I feel like tariffs are supposed to be closer to living in a single monopoly and corporation. Well, tariffs do reduce competition. Like, it's protectionism. You're protecting certain industries from competition. So, like, replace tariffs with subsidies. I would prefer subsidies to tariffs most of the time. What's up, Radif? You're debating CTV? I will be in like 30-ish minutes, I guess. Droid cam deactivate. He doesn't know anything about economics. Come on, don't be mean to him. Come on. You don't know that. Alright, it might be a little laggy. But... Does free trade require symmetrical production regulations? Not really. No, I don't think so. Usually when I say free trade, what I mean is the ability to import freely is what I mean. And that it does not require symmetrical production regulations. Government investments in most important industries and new innovation. I don't really trust the government to invest in productive industries over just the market. Are you ready to be screamed at? I guess. Okay, tariffs clearly cannot replace the revenue raised by the income tax, but some still may think that higher tariffs will be sued even if tax is not fully replaced. I don't know. He's not dumb, but economic theory is not his strong suit. Often the idea that we need higher tariffs is based on misunderstanding about how tariffs work and their impact on jobs and production. Trump's calls for a 10% universal tariff and a 6% tariff in China, 200% tariff on electric vehicles falls prey to these misunderstandings. What's up, Grumple? Wait till private investment flows into new industries and innovation, not wise. I mean, this is how we got a lot of innovations, right? I would lean towards most. I don't have any empirical source to say most, but I would expect most. And you know, he's talking about how to input price. Explain to him how the intermediaries, companies, are passing taxing costs on consumers. Yep, I mean, I'll definitely get to that. By the way, what were you, Rad, if you were in the waiting room before, right? Were you there for any reason? Or are you just hanging out? Or plus kick. Thanks, Grumple. And YouTube. Oh, I need to prepare a short stream. I linger with seeing if you want to chat, then I actually saw you were streaming. Okay. Okay. Although tariffs cannot replace income tax, some may still. So your viewpoints usually pique my interest. Oh, I study econ, so your viewpoints usually pique my interest. Okay, good. Some I still think still think we should pursue some. Isn't it? Is that not, how do you spell pursue? Am I pursue? If achiever businesses to onshore, offshore, locally, then it's more likely to happen. Changing major processes like that take time, though. But I suppose y'all figure out in half an hour, I guess. I read these often. Relying to misunderstanding. Misunderstandings about how tariffs work and their impact on jobs. When U.S. imposes a tariff, the person or business importing the goods is responsible for paying the tariff, not a foreign country or foreign business. Depending on different factors, different people in the economy could bear the ultimate burden. For example, the U.S. places a tariff in dinnerware. If the U.S. retailer imports dinnerware, it must physically make the payment for 25% on the plates it purchases, but the burden could fall elsewhere. If the seller lowers his own price to offset some of the tariff costs, it bears the burden. If the U.S. retailer raises his own prices, the people who buy plates and bowls at the store bear the burden. Who pays it? Tax credit incentives as well as human capital investments are usually the way to shift into domestic production. Yeah, like tax credit, like just tax incentive financing just seems to be way better. It also like the things I've seen just show that like literally just paying people like for government jobs usually costs less than tariffs. You know, some of the like Obama's tariffs on tires cost like $800,000, or I think it was like $900,000 per job saved. Same similar numbers for Trump's laundry machine tariffs. It was like $800,000 per job saved. So added quote 3. Tariffs are pretty shit. So true. Oh, governments spend more because better. Every Keynesian ever. Base. Where's my general theory? That's what this book says. Definitely. That's page 1. That's what it says. Not read a single page of this, by the way. But I do have it. Who bears the burden? It's different than who pays it. If a U.S. company pays it, but offsets the cost to consumers, but raises prices, and the burden's on the consumer. But if it just, what's up, the cool life? Welcome back. Decreases its profits, burden is on them. Recent studies found that tariffs have a near 100% pass-through to 2019 trade war and importers. I think I have this one. I have to. Oh, what is this? Well, this isn't linked to the study itself, but Republicans won the House, Senate, and presidency. I'm aware. Should up and out of Chickamauga to do a couple things. I'm out for a few hours. Good luck defending against the impenetrable drug lord defense. Yeah, I can't wait. That means the foreigners have not directly or indirectly paid U.S. tariffs. Instead, billions in import taxes paid to U.S. government by U.S. business and consumers. The economic evidence is no dispute that higher tariffs would would lead to higher costs for American consumers and businesses. High tariffs would harm American workers and businesses. Okay, I don't actually know how useful this is. I already know most of this stuff. Tariffs and income tax exclusions are not tax reforms. Maybe we'll keep this. Maybe we'll have this one. We'll just need to keep this yellow so I know I haven't read it and I can finish it in the future. Tariffs will make prices go higher, but only temporary because it's going to force countries to manufacture here in America, which lowers prices and brings more jobs and raises salary. Well, you'll watch the debate, and hopefully I can explain why that is not the case in that debate. But we'll see. Free trade isn't unrestricted imports. All that does is create a race at bottom where countries and corporations can be down to cheapest goods by reducing places with the lowest labor protection environmental standard. We ran through this, but okay, this creates. You're so dumb. Anyway. Okay. Tax policy should aim to boost growth and competitiveness. Fundamental reform efforts to transform the U.S. tax system to a flatter consumption tax system should be applauded. Unfortunately, Trump's tax and tariff plans or tariff proposals are a far cry from that. On the tax front, Trump's using ideas to exclude tip income from blah blah blah. Replacing the burden of the individual tax can be part of a fundamental tax reform, but exempting specific category income is not an anticipated approach, principled approach. Doing so would invite significant gaming to take advantage of the exemption. Contrastly, lower income tax policymaker. Okay.
I don't think he knows what he said either.
Thanks, Cool Life. Basic math problem. Laffer curve. Oops. This is just NIMBY slavery. Do you hear Trump's plan to get rid of the Department of Education and make it state to state? Yeah, he's said that for a while. I wonder how localist party feels about this issue, and he's about to type based in a chat. Yeah, it's crazy. CTV streaming the debate on his end? I don't know. I feel like he will be more chill if he's not live. I really don't know. Department of Education becomes sort of the worst in the world, in the developed world anyway. I don't actually know if that's true. My understanding is that the U.S. actually not. I think No Opinion wrote a blog post about this. Maybe it was like an Economist article. Or maybe it was like Financial Times. Financial Times. American schools. The Economist. New number shows failing standards in high schools. Anyway. But I thought we... No Opinion. Oh, here we go. It was No Opinion. The U.S. education system gets decent value for the money. U.S. education above average for a rich country. What year is this? This is 2019, so this is before COVID. U.S. education is not very expensive. The House is the second most expensive. The average about 10,000, not a huge difference. So it's not a huge difference, but we are above average. Here's a good graph that shows the size of the difference. Expenditure. Oh, okay. I guess it's not bad. That bad, at least. Even if it's not true, they let China, which has become the only developed country, not too long ago, get ahead of ours. I don't know if we count China as a fully developed country yet, but maybe that's true. I don't know. If you answered my question, what was your question? I think I answered all your questions. Last message? There's so many messages since then. I don't know. You support private development of that? Didn't I? I said that, didn't I? I don't know. Projection 4. The United States is losing its factories. Since 1999, U.S. imports of manufactured goods have doubled, and manufacturing employment has dropped by 28%. Between 2002 and 2012, the numbers of manufacturing establishments with paid employees decreased by 15%. The conclusion seems to follow that the United States is losing factories because of trade. My batter's not able to pay attention. Okay. These data are real and cause real concern, but they should be interpreted correctly. Before getting into analysis, it's useful to remember one feature of a free society: American factories are in fact owned by multiple private businesses, themselves owned by Americans or foreigners or both. It is true that factories located in U.S. soil employ mainly American residents, but those factories do not belong to their employees, except partially for those who indirectly or directly through pension funds, for example, own stock in companies that own its factories. Okay, so since 1999, U.S. imports of manufactured goods have doubled. At the same time, for free exports to truly exist, don't you need a free market and production as well? Well, we have a... Do you dispute the fact that we have a free market and production for the most part? Like what? Same time, manufacturing employment has dropped by 28%. From 2002 to 2012, manufacturing establishments paid employees dropped by 15%. The conclusion seems to follow that the United States is losing its factories because of trade. These data are a real concern. Okay. Is the U.S. singular or plural? Well, when we abbreviate it, I mean, it's singular because we abbreviate. It's the United States, plural. But there's only one country called the United States. I mean, you deny the very fact that we're a country, so it doesn't really... This data is real, but it must be interpreted correctly. Interpreted. Imagine if America focused on education and a world factory again. Just imagine how those are... If we focus on education, we wouldn't need to be the world factory. And if we were the world factory, we wouldn't need to focus on education, right? Like what? The manufacturing jobs that people want to bring back, a lot of reason people want to do that is because they're like, oh, people without college degrees can't get work nowadays. Kind of true. There is a gap between there is a race between education and technology, but I think the solution is just to increase educational attainment and not to decrease technology. Seems like the obvious solution there, but plurally better. Reducing the states into one identity is ridiculous. It's reducing all EU. Well, people still say the EU, right? When referring to the EU, there's only one union called the European Union. Like, also useful to remember that for the most part, American factories are owned by multiple private businesses themselves owned by American or foreigners or both. Schroeder factories located in U.S. soil employ mainly American residents, but they do not belong to their employees. They may employ Americans, but most do not belong to the employees. Manufacturing has changed. Manufacturing has changed, and not only in the United States, in the 10 developed countries for what a consistent comparative data set is available from the early 1970s to 2012. The proportion of employment in manufacturing has been declining since the early 1970s, if not before. One study finds that between 1970 and 2007, and the unweighted average of employment in the share of manufacturing in the 19 countries dropped by more than 15 percentage points. In the U.S., for which a longer series is available, the proportion of civilian employment in manufacturing reached a peak of 26% in 1953 and has been decreasing nearly nonstop to 8% in 2016. The actual number of manufacturing employees has been on a downward trend since 1979, with a peak of 19 million jobs that year, more than 7 million which have disappeared. Manufacturing share value added to GDP has dropped from around 25%. And again, blah, 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 blah. Despite this decline, real manufacturing production has increased by 180% from 1972 to 2007 and nearly recovered with the reduction suffered during the 2008-2009 Great Recession. The U.S. and other developed countries have seen declines in manufacturing employment what else did I mention? Manufacturing employment and value-added share of GDP. And share of GDP. Since at least the 70s, if not before. However, from 1972 to 2007, real manufacturing production has increased 180% from 1972 to 2007, and it's nearly recovered reduction. Yeah, I'm assuming we're covering that by now. So, with fewer workers, value-added manufacturing, that is contribution to GDP, is up 40% since 1997. So with fewer workers, value-added manufacturing. Then why did it? Okay, what's the share of GDP? Only for the aggregate, but not for America. So with fewer workers, value-added manufacturing, that is contribution to GDP, is up 40% since 1997. Manufacturing output has not dropped like employment has because labor productivity has increased as a result of a number of factors, including technological progress and long out the multi-country supply chains. Manufacturing output has not dropped because of several advancements in technology to support abolishing the Department of Mass Social Engineering. Do you mean Department of Education? I think Department of Education is probably necessary. I don't know if Trump will actually go through with getting rid of it. Technology and increases in labor productivity. American manufacturing has declined mainly in the sense that it become more productive. Manufacturing fundamentally changed globally, and the transformation is not yet complete. The final assembly of a component is now the low end of manufacturing. The high end processes consist of conception, research and development, complex manufacturing components with new techniques such as additive manufacturing, 3D printing, and integrated sales service. The final assembly of a product is now the low end of manufacturing. The high-end process consists of conception, research and development, complex manufacturing of components with new technologies, such as additive manufacturing, and integrated sales service. In developed countries, factories are now a place which highly trained employees, design as engineers, technicians, work for a small number of production workers. Technology has been made cost to reduce the jobs manufacturing. Moreover, many jobs lost in factories have simply been relabeled as belonging to service industries because they have been outsourced to specialized firms, maintenance, cafeteria, logistics, and marketing, for example. Another source of false job loss may be line and statistical reclassification of former manufacturing jobs as non-manufacturing firms, even though they have maintained their conception, engineering, coordination, and distribution activities. All right, I need to pee before we debate. Funny cats. And I'm going to get a drink too. I'll be back. Go pee? I am. All right, fuck. I'll join the call in a second. I gotta get shit set up. Okay. Oh fuck. Hold on. Get rid of that. Okay. Okay, start virtual cam. Okay. Where the fuck is Process? I don't want to join until Process there because I'm worried I'm gonna get fucking screamed at. What's up? Can you hear me?
Hello.
What's up? Can you hear me? Hello. Give me a second to set up shit. Okay. What's up, Colton Garcia? Welcome back. Do you have a camera or not?
I wasn't planning on it tonight, man.
You weren't what? Sorry.
I wasn't planning on it.
I
How's it
mean,
going, y'all?
you don't have to or anything, but I'm
Yeah,
good.
I wasn't planning on tonight.
Process. Can you turn can you turn yourself up at all? You're good on Streamlabs usually, but you're quiet on Discord. I don't know why.
Yeah, I've been having this issue. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can figure this out. I don't know why it'd only be Discord.
Yeah, I really don't know because.
You might give me 2 seconds to do some audio things. I don't want to keep you waiting.
I mean, see if you can fix it.
Is that any better?
No, not really.
God damn it.
CTV chat's yelling at you. It's chat saying you're a coward if you don't turn your camera on. So take that how you will.
Ooh.
I never gave a fuck what Chad thought before. I don't see a reason to start now.
All right, valid.
Is there any way that you can just boost me on your end?
No, I have you at 200% already. I mean, I can hear you. It's just it's not ideal, but like.
Yeah, sorry. I'll figure it out. I don't know why.
It doesn't really make sense to me either why it would be like that, but.
You wanted to chat about tariffs, man. What's up?
You guys
Yeah,
can go
what
right into
process
it?
are you streaming to? Do you want to do your intro or anything, or?
Yeah, it's impromptu, so it's gonna be pretty short. I'm just gonna start going live right now. But if I'm wrong, the concept is universal tariffs and if they're good or not. Do you agree on that? That's the topic.
I agree. Do you agree?
I just want to make sure CTV we're on the same page.
But I just had to turn you up to 200%. Say that again.
Yeah, sorry about that. We agreed the topic we're talking about is universal tariffs and if they're good or not. I just want to ask that before we do an intro.
Yeah, I mean we can start there. Conversations usually end up involving a lot of the other facets that end up, being affected, which way or the other. So
We definitely get into some tangents. Before we get into the actual topic, let me get into the ground rules. I'm going to be pretty hands-off as a moderator. I don't plan to step in unless it gets too hot and heavy, heated. I don't think that's going to be the case, though. You guys seem pretty reasonable. But I will get involved if there's like some gift scalping, if anyone's refusing to answer any questions. If anything gets super crazy, feel free to just ask me to jump in, and I'm sure we can make it more amicable. But like I said, it'll be pretty hands-off, and once it gets crazy. Without further ado, we can get right into it. Do you guys want to do opening statements, or just start off with a back and forth?
I didn't really come prepared for a debate. I came prepared for a general conversation. I don't even really know who Non-Fawn is, and I'm hearing myself right now.
Man, I've talked to you twice before, but okay. Okay.
What I mean is I don't know you. I don't know like what part of the country you're in. I don't know how old you are. I don't know anything about you. So I was going to use this as an opportunity for us to kind of get to know each other, get into a topic. But
well, I mean,
that's kind of more of like the mood that I'm in. You know what I mean?
Okay, sure. We can
casual.
Do that, yeah. Sure.
We'll do intros. That's probably a good idea.
I mean,
yeah, because the whole like the when you're in a 9-man or a 9-person panel, you really have to jump in there. If you don't, then you're not going to get in a word in edgewise. Whenever you're just kind of talking to somebody, it's a whole different caliber of a thing. At least for me. So.
Well, I'll get my intro first. I'm the Princess. I've been new to YouTubing. I've been doing some debate, moderating, and hosting. I had seen some of your similar content in CTV over the years, some of your like Twitch debates and stuff. I did some recent debates with Non-Fun as a debater, and gone pretty good so far. So definitely hope to continue having these interesting discussions. I think for some people, the more econ topics can be a little dull, but I think they're really interesting. So happy to help host and moderate these debates.
Do you need me to go?
Non-Fun, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Non-Fun, you can find me on YouTube at Non-Fun. You can watch me debate a bunch of conservatives about tariffs on January 6th. NONFON, stream on Twitch at Non-Fun420. I'm 19. I'm from North Carolina because apparently CTV wants to know that. Yeah, basically, what I hope to talk about today is why I don't find tariffs particularly appealing for what they intend to do. So. Oh wow, CTV, he's brave.
There we go.
Coming up.
I got the blur on. I just don't want the whole background right now is messy. So, okay, there you go.
Give me a little intro.
What part of North Carolina? I'm curious. I'm actually from North Carolina myself.
I'm from like Greensboro. We moved to a little bit outside Fayetteville, so.
Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. The tip that touches Tennessee and Georgia. That's Cherokee County. That's where I'm from.
All right, sick.
CTV, do you mind giving us a little intro for yourself as well?
Hi everyone. I'm critically thinking veteran. I served 9 years on Ohio-class submarines as a machinist mate auxiliaryman. Yeah. Yeah, that's about all you need to know. Starting out. The rest of it kind of.
Well, let's ask this, because I know we're going to discuss economic topics, some tariffs. What what kind of made you interested in econ, if anything, or like what kind of knowledge you bring in on this topic beforehand?
You asking me?
For both of you.
Yeah, your mic, dude, is that's rough.
Am I still really quiet?
I'm even wondering if you got the right one selected because it
Yeah,
doesn't sound like.
It doesn't sound like you have the because
Sounds like you have a different mic selected because you pull it close to your mouth, it doesn't change shit. So I think you have another mic selected in your Windows settings, and it could be that there's one that like there are individual settings for Discord as well. So anyway, non-fon, you don't think tariffs are going to be good? Explain to me. Let's kind of start off from here, right? What is
sure.
what's like your like when you think of America, right? And everything going on around the world, and the issue of tariffs, right? How does that all play out in your mind as to who it is that you need to be watching out for most?
Well, when I think of America and our position in the world, I would say, there's broadly kind of two, in this new Cold War, whatever, there's kind of two camps. There's, America and sort of our allied democracies, and there's sort of the new axis with China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. And we have, to varying degrees, the third world countries or whatever are sort of not aligned or only partly aligned with one of our camps. So I think the people we really have to watch out for, it's primarily China, to some extent Russia, although I think we're already basically watching out for them by funding Ukraine and doing sanctions on them, although I think we could be doing harsher sanctions. Other than that, I think those are really the people we have to watch out for, and I don't think tariffs are particularly are beneficial when placed in our allies, and I don't even really think tariffs are particularly the best thing to do on certain countries like China or North Korea. I think there are other measures that you should do in addition to tariffs that I think you should do.
What is the purpose of a tariff?
The purpose of a tariff usually is to try to bring some protected industry, keep it at home, right? So if we want steel jobs to be at home,
that's not the purpose.
Okay.
Of a tariff.
Sure. What do you think they are?
The purpose, right, is for the government to put a cost for the manufactured good to cross the national border.
Well,
that's the whole
purpose, what it does,
reason.
Correct. Huh? Well, that's what a tariff does. It increases the cost of imports from foreign nations. The purpose of that...
Whoa. That cost is paid by the manufacturer. They can either choose to add that to the product that the consumer will have to pay on the other side or not.
I agree.
The tariff is paid by the manufacturer to the government for it to be allowed into the market, right?
I agree, yes.
Okay, good. We got a good start. So when you're looking at that, and have you listened to everything that Trump has said about how he's going to be implementing these things?
A lot of it, yeah.
What have you heard?
So I've heard he wants tariffs on basically most foreign goods, is what he has said. At least 10%, 60% in China, I think.
Essentially, goods that are not being manufactured in the United States by American manufacturers is the goods that will have the goods placed on them. Meaning that if there's a good that's only being made outside of the United States, there will not be a tariff placed on it to come inside. It's only products that are competing. Now, why do you think that he wants to do that?
Well, firstly, I don't think that's exactly what he said. Like, we have quotes, the 2024 GOP platform says specifically Republicans will support baseline tariffs on foreign goods. And that's a platform that Trump has claimed of his own.
Let me ask this basic question. Do you think he's going to be putting a tariff on video cards?
I think he wants to put tariffs on basically most things made in foreign nations. So video cards I would assume a lot of them, yeah, he
No,
would be.
they're only being produced in Taiwan. That's why the whole conversation about Taiwan and microchip processing comes into play is because they're being produced in Taiwan. So no,
Well,
Trump is not
I've
going to be
not seen
putting.
anything from Trump saying that he only wants to do it for
I
things that are exclusively
I
being.
can't pull it up for you right now specifically, and you can either A, believe me or not. But as I've been watching a lot of the campaign trail, I heard the man say it. So I
Okay,
know there's a recording out there of it somewhere.
Well, I also know the 2024 Republican platform, as Trump has claimed as his own platform, says that Republicans will support baseline tariffs on foreign-made products. And I know on Trump's own website, his Agenda 47 says that he would support, quote, universal baseline tariffs on most foreign products. So
What do you think the baseline is? The baseline is what I just told you.
I think.
Are you any better? Is it still shitty?
Oh
I
my
think I fixed
God!
it.
Oh.
No,
I mean, you
no,
fixed
it's
it.
super loud. I'm sorry.
It's loud. You're good. Okay.
Wow,
All right, we did it.
That was so horrible.
I think the
turning you back
baseline
down to 100.
Yeah.
That was horrible in my ears.
Sorry, I should be fixed now. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
But
I think the baseline refers
I-
to like a minimum amount is my understanding of like a minimum amount of like 10%. All goods or most foreign goods crossing the border will have a minimum baseline tax.
Right.
And CTV, if you happen to know what like a press conference or where he said that, I can look it up and fact check that as well.
Search rallies. You know, you're gonna have to find. He was at one of his rallies. I don't remember if it was Michigan or what. But one of the rallies along the way the last couple of months, when he went into the detail of it, it was manufactured goods that are goods that are being manufactured outside of the United States that have manufacturers in the United States. Essentially, like, why do you think that the manufacturers, like, say, why would an American company move out of the United States to have those goods manufactured in another country?
Well, I will answer that, but first I just want to say I don't think I know a lot of what you're referring to. Like Trump has said, like, oh, you know, these companies that are making cars in Mexico, I'm going to place like a 200% tariff on them. Him saying that does not preclude that he also wants to place tariffs on most foreign goods. I think he does want to place tariffs on, his words, most foreign goods. He just wants to place extra tariffs on specific companies that he thinks are offshoring. The reason I think they're manufacturing there basically has to do with comparative advantage. The opportunity cost of them producing those cars there is lower, so it makes sense for that country to specialize in producing cars, whereas it makes sense for the U.S. to specialize in other things because we're much more productive than those other countries.
So you're looking at the world from a globalist perspective.
Absolutely, I am. Yes, because I believe globalization generally maximizes welfare for the U.S. as well.
You can have globalization without having the globalist perspective, because globalization just means that everybody's working together. The United States Navy has been ensuring, free trade for a long ass time now, and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future, right? So there is America's contribution to globalization. We maintain the seas, period. So whenever I look at trade agreements, right, those countries aren't having to pay X amount of dollars to make sure that the fucking Barbary pirates aren't fucking coming back, or that the Somali pirates aren't fucking, you know what I'm saying? So whenever you're looking at companies that are being able to operate freely and to be able to move their goods because of that, then whenever they're going over to foreign nations and they're exploiting labor, not paying workers as much, they don't have any of the protections. If they died, nobody gives a fuck, that kind of environment. And then they produce the vehicles or whatever it is over there, and then they bring it back over here, and they're able to undercut American manufacturers that have labor law protections and have all these things in place for the workers, minimum wage, you're going to pay them X, Y, and Z, right? Insurance, etc. And that's why the cost is higher, because the workers are more protected actually, and they're not being fucking whipped with a slave whip over here. And that's essentially the difference. So
Well,
that's
firstly, just on the first point, like obviously, I think the U.S. Protects free trade for most of the world. I think that's a good thing. I think that's because we're by far the most powerful nation on earth, and I think that's a good thing for the U.S. This, to an extent, you could say, other countries still benefit from this without paying for it, but I think it's still a net benefit from the U.S. And we do tax our own companies to help pay for it as well. We tax our own people, and we tax our companies that benefit from these
what
imports.
a tariff is, though, is a tax on the company.
Well, sure, but there are better and worse ways to tax people. For example, I don't think a wealth tax is a good tax.
It's not taxing the people, the consumer. It's taxing the company. Remember?
Well, the burden can be on the consumer, but...
And who makes that choice? The company does. So it's not the responsibility of the government. It's the responsibility of the company because they're the ones passing the cost on.
Well, a lot of businesses can't afford to not pass the cost on, and it doesn't really matter if it's their choice if at the end of the day the consumer is still paying the burden of the tax. I was using the word people like just to refer to the general tax base. Like there are better and worse ways to tax a tax base. Obviously, like I don't think a wealth tax is a good tax, even though a wealth tax would raise revenue to finance our protection of the rest of the world's trade routes. I also reject the only reason that it's cheaper to manufacture in other countries is because they have slave labor or whatever. One, some countries just have natural advantages. We can only get certain, Saudi Arabia oil is a lot easier to extract than oil in other places, so it's cheaper to get there. Secondly, wages are determined in large part by productivity. This makes sense logically, and we have empirical evidence to support this notion. Low productivity places get paid less money, and their low productivity is compensated for by the fact that they get paid low wages. And then we also can make this moral argument that they're using slave labor or child labor or whatever. No one cares if they die. Well, that might be true, but no job is worse than a job, right? Like even these sweatshops, people take their revealed preference for working in a sweatshop is that it is a net benefit to them to working in that sweatshop. A lot of countries have these sweatshops. It sucks. It's unfortunate that we should do things about it. I think the thing we do about it is free trade, because free trade is generally mutually beneficial and allows these countries to develop and get past that stage sooner. We have studies on this. Logically, we can see why free trade is going to increase productivity and increase growth. Increased productivity increases wages, and increased growth lets them grow out of that era of having sweatshops faster.
Okay, so let's five-hit this thing for a minute. How do you actually grow the wealth of a nation?
You produce and consume more.
Is it by let's grow the wealth of a nation, give the government a bigger pocketbook per se, right? Is it by taxing the 1% or is it by taxing the middle class? Which one do you think you're going to get more money out of?
Well, more money out of doesn't necessarily translate into growth. I would say it depends on the distribution of income. I would say you can probably get more money from taxing. It depends on how unequal the country is, I should say. If the country is really unequal, then you probably can get more money from taxing the 1%. But most of the time, most countries get their money from taxing the middle class. That's where the majority.
Well, if you can show me a country that can survive with only taxes on the 1% and not the middle class, then we've got a new economic model for everybody. But it doesn't happen that way.
To be clear, these are the reasons I oppose a wealth tax.
Right. So the way that the biggest way for the government's going to be able to get money is by taxing the middle class. Fair enough. Right now, the middle class can't afford what the government's doing. So it's got to get the burden has to come off the middle class, and it's got to go somewhere. Where do you think it's going to go? Do you think that it should continue to be pushed on the middle class until they can't purchase the basic items that they need to be able to survive? And then the entire network that's keeping those seas free for everybody else?
Well, this is I have my...
Do you see how there's a crumbling from the inside that needs to be corrected?
Well, I do, but this is gonna get so far out of the scope of where I want to go, because I have my own views on what is optimal policy.
But we're still talking about tariffs, which I consider to be a tax on the company before it brings a good into the country.
Well, do you accept that tariffs are generally regressive taxes?
I accept that a tariff is generally a tax on the company. Its effect has everything to do with the company itself, the market that it's competing in, etc.
But okay.
Maybe talk about specifics. I think Trump did some tariffs on steel's first term, if I'm not wrong, I think the price of steel like increased very quickly in the short term, at least.
Well, that was because they took off a lot of the cheap Chinese steel that was being flooded into the market. And when they took that completely off the market, obviously prices are going to shoot up in the interim because there's not as much supply. Once that balances out, and especially when the quality's better, then the prices are going to balance back out because now there's a normalization in the market.
Well, here so it seems like we do accept that companies can pass on the burden of these taxes to consumers, right? I think you basically opened by stating as such, right?
The company can pass on whatever it wants to the consumer. Whether or not the consumer purchases it is the choice that they make.
Well, sure. So, we could easily imagine a hypothetical where the price of steel or, anything, the price of silverware is increased because of a 20% tariff, and the company selling silverware just increases prices by 20%. In that case, the incidence of the tax would be on the consumer, right? They would bear the burden.
No, it's still on the company.
Well, no. So, who actually pays
it? It's still on the company.
No, who actually? No, the burden is different from who actually pays the tax. So although, the progressive corporate...
The burden of the tariff is on the company. What they could do is figure out a cheaper way to be able to move their good. They could figure out a cheaper way to manufacture their good. They could figure out a way to not pay as much of their workers to be able to account for it. There's a whole lot of things that they could do than just pass it on to the consumer.
So who pays the tax on an accounting measure is completely different from where the actual burden of the tax is. For example, the corporate income tax technically taxes corporation. However, not all the incidence is on the corporation. A lot of the incidence is on workers through reduced hours and consumers through increased prices. Much the same way, if you tariff a good, the incidence is not just on the corporation. Some corporations will eat the cost by reducing prices, but a lot of corporations will just pass on the cost to consumer because corporations don't have 20% margins a lot of time. Clearly, some of this tax has to be passed on to consumers.
And that's the choice that the company will make, whether or not they do that.
But, okay, so that's the choice that they make, but we agree the end result of one of those choices would be that the consumer bears the burden of the tax.
You're assuming the need by the consumer 100% of the time when you say that, and I'm not. So
well, I'm not saying 100% of the time. Right now, I'm just trying to get... That
product is on the shelf as far as I'm concerned.
Wait, right now, what I'm trying to get is just hypothetically, we can go into real examples later, but hypothetically, we do accept that the burden of the tax could be on the consumer, right?
It could, but that all has to do with the choice that the company makes.
Yeah, I agree. It does have to do with the choice the company makes, but the end result of those is being borne on the consumer.
It could, which is what we've said 3 different times. Stop trying to change the fucking word around. It could.
Wait.
We agree on the could part, because I think we can. Maybe I'm wrong. I think we both agree. At least looking at the past, looking at stats, it seems like in most cases, when a tariff like this is put in place, it at least practically it leads to it being pushed on consumers. You can argue maybe that.
Yeah. I can cite a few studies here, but I was just it sounded like at first he didn't concede to the point that the tariff could be borne by the burden.
I said could to begin with. Maybe you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Right?
Nope, we literally had to run through
did.
Nope, we had. You said the burden was on the corporation.
You're right. The fucking cost and the fucking burden of it is on the corporation. Could they choose to send the cost onto the consumer? They absolutely could. I said the same fucking shit earlier.
So the burden of the tax is different than who actually pays.
The burden is on the company. They can make a choice as to how they're going to recover their fucking cost, their costs. Period.
So if
whether it's by making a cheaper arrangement in the logistics or whatever.
Let's let non-fun respond. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if they make the choice to pass the cost on to consumer, in economics point of view, the burden of the tax is on the consumers. Even if the corporation technically is the one that actually pays the money to the treasury, the person who actually suffers is the consumer. I don't know if CTV's view is on the corporate income tax.
And like I said a minute ago, you're assuming 100% need of this product in this imaginary market.
What do you mean 100% need? Do you mean like
elasticity? If you're going to start including the human cost of it and say suffering, then you're assuming 100% need of that product in that market. Okay,
specify what you mean by 100% need.
you're assuming that there's no other product on the market that's going to be able to be cheaper than that product that that person could go get instead of that product. That's what I'm saying. You're assuming 100%
Okay,
need.
so yeah, Eli, I mean, it works even if it's elastic. The how elastic the demand curve is shifts who the burden is on exactly. But even if it is elastic,
That's why I'm not including the human part of it, right? I'm staying strictly inside the fucking financials, who's paying what, right? The company pays the tariff, right? And then the company can make a choice to pass that added cost onto the consumer. They don't
So-
have to, but they absolutely can.
I agree, but like generally when we speak of the tax burden is different from who actually, from an accounting
Jesus
or financial
Christ,
perspective.
I'm not getting into the fucking word games, okay? I've said my fucking piece on it.
All right, okay. So it seems like we accept the fact that, you know, some tariffs the price effect of it can be passed through to the consumer. Now, like, we have a few different studies on this, from, you know, more general tariffs to like Trump-specific tariffs. I can cite a few of them. I don't know how much you care about them, but generally they have a very high pass-through effect. There's a 2019 study focused on Trump's tariffs. They found that the imports from China, the price of it was almost fully passed through to U.S. consumers. I can cite that one. There's a 2023 report from the International Trade Commission, which finds a near complete pass-through for the price of steel and aluminum from the Chinese tariffs.
Right. So let's
there's
stop
another
and think.
study from the researchers at Columbia
I want you to
University
stop and
finds the same thing.
let's just take the steel. Let's just take the steel example, okay?
Mhm.
Because you're trying to jump around too much. Steel cost went up, went all straight to the consumers, right? What happened?
A lot of it, yep. What happened? A lot
Nobody
of steel.
bought the fucking steel, and it got shipped back to China.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, you're saying because the price of steel increased due to the tariffs, nobody bought steel and all the jobs went to China?
They weren't able to continue dumping that cheap ass steel here in the United States. It went back to China, and then the market settled out. That's why the prices spiked, like you said a minute ago. Then they settled back out. It's a lot of these things.
Wait,
you
no,
gotta,
I get what you're
you gotta,
saying.
you gotta, yeah. A lot of these things, man. You gotta. It's one thing to understand, like, well, this, and this, right? But when you look at, you know, you come out a couple of layers up into the clouds, right? Like you're playing Age of Empires, right? Like maybe you're looking at just like one set of men over here and they're building this fucking farm and they're doing this, that, and the other. But like when you come out and you see how everything else is playing together, right? That's where, like, I would encourage you to go back and, like, say, review NAFTA, how that affected all of the manufacturing here in the United States, and how there's not as much manufacturing now as a result. Where those
debatable.
jobs went. Say again?
I said debatable, but just, the way you phrased it initially was confusing. The way you phrased it, to me, it made it sound like you're saying that the steel tariffs led to jobs going to China. I understand now that's not what you mean.
Jobs going to... No.
No, you said, I forget exactly what you said, but the way you phrased it, maybe I just misheard it. It sounded like you were saying the steel tariffs led to jobs going to China. So I don't deny.
No, it led to that steel going back to China because nobody bought
Yeah,
it.
no, I understand. Yeah, it led to that steel going back to. The way I interpreted it was like steel jobs in America were going back to China. That was my misunderstanding. But I understand what you're saying. So there's a few things I'm gonna respond to. One, even if, you know, some, I'll say, on talking about jobs, even if some steel jobs were protected, free trade typically, almost always actually, has net benefits, and, you know, imposing tariffs has net cost, and the loss to consumers is greater than the loss to producers. So almost always we see a decrease in jobs. This is in fact what
When you say free
happened.
market, though, what do you mean when you
Well,
say
can I finish?
that?
Can I finish my? I can get to that.
I know. I'm
Yeah,
really curious about that.
Let's let Nano finish, then we can ask any questions.
Yeah, I'll finish my point. Like, this is in fact what happened. Trump steel tariffs, as many studies confirmed. Steel is an especially bad thing to tariff as well because it's an intermediate good. So, you know, companies use it to make other things. If we tariff steel, then the nail company gets harmed. So they can't compete with Canadian nail companies who don't pay the tariff. You know, steel is used to build factories in general. You know, steel consuming jobs outnumber steel producing jobs 80-1. The second thing I'm going to respond to is, you know, this U.S. manufacturing point. I think there are some national security reasons to bring U.S. manufacturing back. However, you should consider the opportunity cost of bringing these steel jobs back. So we could bring steel jobs back. That is true via tariff. However, there's a large opportunity cost for that. Everyone working a steel job is someone not working for Apple making iPhones. Those jobs making iPhones are way more productive.
That's a horrible example considering iPhones are being made in China, right?
What'd you say, right? What?
I said, aren't iPhones being made in China?
The final assembly is usually done in China. However, the design of it is the high productivity aspect of it, which is the research and development into designing and engineering. Is all done in
you think that it's better that we allow the manufacturing of the biggest part of it to go happen in China instead of having that happen here in the United States? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, you say there's two things. You say the biggest part of it, but really like the high intensity manufacturing happens in the U.S., which is all this design and engineering, which is very capital intensive.
No, you're just mentioning computer work right now. You're mentioning computer work. Computer work. None of the physical pieces.
Sure.
That all happens in China, right?
Yes, but that's very.
Thank you.
Yeah, the final assembly happens in China.
You're like playing up these jobs as if they're so fucking great, right? And if those other jobs isn't as great, why don't we get the fucking phone actually made in the United States rather than it being made in China?
Because of the opportunity cost, number one. And two, tariffs aren't even a great way to do that.
It's because they're exploiting the labor over there so that they can sell the cost of their phone that much cheaper, right? Because if they weren't exploiting the fucking labor over there, they wouldn't be able to get it to you for what, $1,200, $1,300? It costs more.
Well, one,
think about the power that's sitting there in your hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's fucking amazing. I got the Samsung Z Flip 6, right? Amazing, right? But the power that's in this fucking thing dwarfs what I would have even had my close to ability of having 20 years ago. You know what I mean? But
I agree.
Think about this. In 20 years from now, is this thing going to be able to get any way past where it's at now? I don't think so. Maybe it gets a little bit faster. Maybe, because it's got camera, voice, mics.
There are diminishing returns. I agree.
Right. So it's pretty much peak. So what's the next thing? So that's the thing that I would be curious more about, is getting that manufacturing back here in the United States, if for no other reason than a national security one.
Well, I don't believe manufacturing iPhones is a national security reason. I do believe there can be cases of national security considerations.
You don't consider the privacy of millions of Americans
first of all,
national security?
I don't think just because the final assembly is done in China, that means the privacy is compromised. But I would also
you're assuming you're assuming good ethical practices from manufacturers over in China, that they're not somehow putting some kind of bug back in the firmware that they could be listening back or be pulling data back from in the network and you not even know it. So
I don't think there's any good reason to believe that's happening. I don't think there's any evidence that's happening. I think Apple takes privacy pretty seriously. That's why presidents use iPhones and aren't allowed to use Android.
For the last fucking decade or more, and you're going to say that there's not a good reason to not trust China? Give me a fucking break, bro.
There's not a good reason to believe that just because the final assembly of
everybody's fucking property. You're going to tell me that's not a good reason not to trust them?
They may be stealing. I don't deny that China's stealing intellectual property.
The chips are for example, designed in California, but for example, they might do the assembly, so taking the more complex objects and putting them together. That might happen in China. So just to be clear, it's not like the whole assembly is happening in China necessarily.
What is exactly what they're doing in the United States then? Besides the computer
they're
work?
Designing, engineering the very capital-intensive things. China has a lot of cheap labor. I agree, but U.S. capital markets are
designing. They're designing chips. That's why I was called. There's more.
The labor.
So they're designing it, right? They're doing the computer program work and designing the chips, and that's not the actual physical product, right?
No, not the final assembly of the physical product.
Okay, just want to make sure we understand what we're talking about.
So, what effect on jobs do you think it would have if we tariffed iPhone production and tried to bring that manufacturing back here? Do you think that would have a net positive effect on jobs? Do you think that would have a net negative effect?
I think in the long run, that's what we need to be moving towards, because self-sustainability has to be a priority of the government of any land, or it's not going to continue. Right? If you're not thinking about taking care of yourself and your people first, you're not gonna keep going, right? It's just like you can't if you're sitting there starving and all you got is $5, right? You don't give somebody else the $5 and not get something to eat yourself. You get, maybe you get, $2. You get something, then you can help somebody out, right? But you got to take care of yourself first. That's why they tell you on the airplane, right? Put on your mask first before you go to help anybody else, right?
Okay, so do you think if we were to put like tariffs on iPhone manufacturing, what do you think that would have a net positive effect on jobs in the U.S.?
I don't think that there's enough of a market for iPhones that we're going to be able to, do anything enough for people as far as that's concerned. But I do think there's a number of jobs that could come back that would be able to help a number of people here, right? What the kinds of markets that you need to be watching out for are like steel production, oil, right? Your basic, fundamentals of civilization, right? Those are the things that you need to be making sure are definitely free and fair and of a certain quality too. You just don't want somebody making shit and dumping it on the market, which is one of the reasons for a long time China wasn't allowed in. And then they finally let them in, right? And everything you go fucking buy at the store now is made in China. And look at what's been happening to the people here. Everything here used to be made in the United States. And dude, it's crazy. You go back and look at like refrigerators back from the 50s versus what we're getting today. Bro, I want a refrigerator from the 50s. Those sons of bitches last forever. And they got way more features. And we're getting these to get anything comparable now, you're paying $2,500 easy. And it's going to be, and you know what? You're going to have to replace it in 4 to 6 years. That's a guarantee because that's how they manufacture them now. That's the other thing that all of this shit has done.
The planned obsolescence point is kind of tangential to this. I don't really need to go down that rabbit hole. What I really want to focus on right now is jobs.
You're talking about your iPhone before. Like the flip side is we have the awesome technology like the iPhone that's pretty cheap and available because of globalization also. So there's pros also. Even you admit that.
So now it's 2v1 instead of a moderator. Got it. Look at me calling you on your shit.
I trust you.
I'm being very moderate in the middle, just saying, hey, you mentioned this earlier, just calling it out.
Yeah, so I mean, CTV like mentioned, like there are cases where like you want to make sure production is here for national security reasons. Steel maybe could be that case. I just
maybe we only build cities and ships out of it. I mean, I don't fucking know.
I mean, steel. I also don't. I don't want steel production to be here. Really, I think the opportunity cost is too high. If we try to friendshore it to Japan or one of our allies, I would prefer that.
Where do you think a lot of the raw materials come to be able to make that stuff?
Minerals in the earth, but here they're
really.
I believe.
You think it's minerals in the earth? You think that Nucor Steel in Memphis, Tennessee, they're only using minerals from the earth in order to produce their special bar quality steel? Is that what you think?
Well, I mean, nature and labor, but the thing I want to focus, the reason I don't necessarily want that to be here is because of the
materials that they gather up in large mass, and then they put them into an electric arc furnace, and they melt them motherfuckers down, and then they cast the steel, right? Like it all gets put together. Recycling is one of those things that has been getting shipped right over to China.
I don't.
They would.
I mean that comes from the.
But here
recently, from Earth originally, but like. Maybe some of it's recycled. That's fine, but there's a good reason I don't want this to be here. It's because of the opportunity cost of it being here. Again, every steel worker here reflects someone who isn't working in Apple, doing much higher productivity things. Furthermore, there are further harms tariffs have.
Not everybody needs an iPhone. Not everybody needs an iPhone.
I guess I don't dispute that, but like generally, if we're trying to measure quality,
you think everybody
needs
of life, what things do you think people do need though? Let's talk about that.
I don't see how that's particularly
Because we're going to get
relevant.
closer to a
I guess
market to where it actually becomes relevant, because everybody doesn't need an iPhone, and we're talking about steel kind of innuendo. So I'm trying to, like, what market, right? What do you think everybody needs?
I don't see how that's particularly relevant to this right now. I'm not interested in discussing what people's
You're talking about a very
material needs
niche
are.
market whenever you say you want to have steel workers, which there's a whole lot of functions and uses
Well,
for
we can
steel.
talk about
And
any
you want to
market,
move
like
millions of jobs, right, of people that could be doing steel
I
work
deny tariffs help
overseas
jobs.
instead of them being here in the United States, simply because you would rather have them producing iPhones, which is something that not everybody fucking needs. So I need you to give me a fucking market in which we're going to actually be operating. That's going to make sense. If you're going to be sending millions of steel workers over fucking seas.
Well, not iPhones.
Well, we can apply this logic to any market. I don't care about let's talk about any market. Let's talk about car manufacturing. Let's talk about farming.
Also,
Like the same comparative advantage applies in any market.
We're talking about specific tariffs, which I don't think we're against. We're against universal tariffs. So just want to clarify. I like talking about the individual ones also, but just want to clarify.
What's the definition of a universal tariff?
Well, to be clear, the point I'm trying to get at here is I don't think.
I'm listening now.
Okay, well, sure. Universal tariffs, I would say, are.
He's got wireless mic.
Okay, great. Yeah, universal tariffs, I would say, are tariffs on literally everything, or maybe 99% of things crossing imported into the U.S. But the point I was really trying to drill down here on was that tariffs really don't, in aggregate, protect jobs because of specialization and comparative advantage. That's the point I really want to drill down on. I want to make sure CTV knows that anytime we tariff something, we're protecting some jobs at the expense of others, and that should inform how we and when we tariff things.
I would say that what we're doing is recovering the expected gains that they thought they were going to have by going overseas and exploiting labor. But you can call it whatever you want.
I mean, I've already responded to the exploiting thing, but I disagree that we're recovering gains, because I believe free trade is a net benefit to us, essentially, because of comparative
Who's
advantage.
ensuring
you know
that?
What that is?
Who's ensuring the free
what?
trade?
I mean, we've already gone over this. Like, yeah, the U.S. Navy spends a lot to ensure free trade. I think that's
You're
a benefit
right.
to
The
us.
United States is providing the free trade, so everybody else is getting something for nothing, right?
Well, I want to say for nothing, trade tends to be mutually beneficial. So, like, the U.S. benefits from trade that it does with China, that it does with India, that it does with Europe, that it does with all these countries.
No, those are individual trade deals that get to be made between companies and yada, 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 right? The companies, the free trade, right, is what the military
US Navy
ensures so
those
that
trade deals
companies
can
can be able to trade with each other, right? And then at some point, right, through the national border, that's when the government gets a say, right?
Well, my understanding is that your claim is that the U.S. spent a lot of money allowing free trade to happen, and all these other countries are getting something for nothing in that sense, right?
They absolutely are getting something for nothing. They're getting access to the American market, and they're not having to pay a dime for it. So yeah,
my claim
is
they're getting
something for nothing.
That they're not getting something for nothing because the U.S. also benefits from trade with these countries. Do you dispute that the U.S. benefits from trade with these countries?
There's no reason to dispute that. What you're not acknowledging is what the fuck I said.
Well, I just acknowledge that by saying they're not getting something from nothing because we also benefit
They
from trade
are
with them.
getting
That's my
something
position.
for nothing. Whether or not the trade is
Well,
beneficial is irrelevant to the fucking numbers game. There's millions of dollars spent ensuring the free trade. They're not paying a fucking dime for it. So guess what? It's something for nothing. The companies, right? The companies that are owned by...
He's saying there is something.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm saying we benefit
right,
from this as well because we benefit from being able to trade with these countries.
You're not... The companies that operate inside these nations, right, are the ones making their deals, and they're the ones and the people that work for them, right? And then the where those people spends their money, right? That is where it's beneficial. In a part in there, whenever it comes to competition, right? this other person over here is able to pay their workers an obscene amount of, little ass money, basically fucking slaves, to produce a product that might and more than likely is be inferior, but at a cheaper cost, that is more of a throwaway item, which is what exactly like Christmas lights. That's a great example. We send millions of pounds of trash over to China for years. They turn it into Christmas lights. They turn around and ship it back to us and sell it to us, and we throw them back away again. And they fucking same shit. Fucking crazy. And you want to continue this same cycle without understanding that it's the American people being fucking hurt, so that foreign nations that are, as soon as they get to a point to where that they can kind of have any kind of a say on the world stage, want to start acting out. That's the problem. I don't think they deserve to be having access to the American market and the free trade that they're providing if they don't know how to act right on the world stage.
Well, I agree. If like countries are doing bad things, we should sanction them and maybe even tariff them. That's why, I believe we should sanction Russia and, maybe tariff Russian imports as well, because they're not exactly behaving. But I don't think it's fair to say that they're getting something for nothing if the U.S. is benefiting from our trade relationship with them.
Just because there's a benefit doesn't mean that anybody else is paying the cost.
Well, if we're spending the money and we benefit from it, and they also benefit from it, that seems fine to me. Where
you're
everyone
throwing
is
it all into one pot, and it's not in one pot.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
Someone in the middle here, yeah, because I think I see what both people are saying, but I don't see it as a trade for nothing, because I think it's all contributing us to be like a global hegemonic economic power. Whereas like one of the reasons, like for example, Amazon is so successful is because they're not just an American company; they're able to exist in other countries also. So there's a benefit, although maybe not quite as clear, by like enabling free trade across the globe.
Without the U.S. Navy, there is anybody doing the job? What do you think happens if the U.S. Navy isn't there?
I think trade would be a lot less unsafe. I don't dispute that.
A lot more pirates and shit like that, right? So then the whole idea of that company being able to have, to ship their goods to another country across the sea without having to provide their own escort for their goods to make sure that nobody stole it.
I mean, I don't disagree. My
so
point is simply
right
that
there,
the U.S.
So listen. So understanding that the baseline is piracy, right? And so if that's the baseline for normal, and then there's something that changes that. So the United States changed that and set a new default. The cost is all being paid here for it. Everybody else gets it as a result, because we're telling everybody else to sit down, shut the fuck up, and don't fuck with our boats. Period. And that's why we'll go put our boats in their ports, hoping that somebody, I think it's just more like I dare you sometimes, but like, don't fuck with our boats. Everybody fucking knows that. As soon as you fuck with one of our boats, what happens? Everybody comes to fuck with you. So that's the cost that we pay, period, for everybody else. Now, it's not to say that it's a justification for the tariff, but it's understanding that that baseline is insured by the American taxpayer, period. So when it comes to any tariff that is being considered for a product, my understanding from what Trump has said is that products that have manufacturers here in the United States, because he's not trying to not have a supply of a product be to the people. If there's competition from foreign markets before they come here, there's a tariff. If not, then there's not. So that's the baseline understanding for, I'd say, millions of Americans right there.
I've already walked through what I believe Trump has said, but I guess my point is just, I believe it is a net benefit to the U.S. that we spend money enabling free trade, because free trade benefits the U.S. as well as our allies.
I agree that us doing that does benefit us as well as everybody else.
Okay, so it seems like we agree it's probably a good thing that the U.S. Navy does this, right?
Oh yeah, we've been kicking ass for a long ass time.
All right, great. And then,
But
yeah, I
that
mean, it
doesn't
seems like we
mean
agree foreign
it doesn't
nations
mean
don't
that
pay
everybody else isn't
tariffs,
getting
right?
something for nothing because they are. They're not paying the cost of the reactor fuel that goes into any of the reactors in our ships.
Well,
They're not
okay.
paying any of
You
it.
understand tariffs would
The
not make
American
them pay
tax,
the cost, though.
because if they were, that would be like somehow to say that any other nation has any type of say over our ships, and they fucking don't, right? Only the American taxpayers have say over our fucking boats. So
Well,
that's
I mean, it
exactly
seems
where
like.
I'm at with like the whole,
Wait. It seems like you
nobody else
agreed with
is
this at
paying
the
the
start of the
cost.
debate.
Nobody
Foreign
else is
nations
paying the
don't pay the
cost.
cost of tariffs, right? So tariffs would not help other companies pay this, like, because U.S. companies pay it and U.S. consumers pay it. So it's not like foreign nations are going to help pay for our navy if we use tariffs. We agree with that, right?
Say that one more time.
The U.S. taxpayer is the one that pays tariffs, not foreign nations. So if we put
Wrong.
tariffs up,
U.S. taxpayers don't pay tariffs. Manufacturers that want to bring their products into the United States, if there's a tariff, will pay that tariff.
so when I say U.S. taxpayers, that can refer to a manufacturer, not just individual people. Like corporations pay taxes.
No, we can't refer to the U.S. taxpayers as far as manufacturers, right? Because that's not how it works, right? Because the way that it works is that tax dollars are collected, it goes to the government, and the government sends out, a notice, a contract, right? Everybody gets to make a product. Whoever comes with the best one, the cheapest one, whatever, that's the contract that they get, and then that company is awarded the contract. So at that point, it's in the hands that the American taxpayers get paid to a private company in order to produce the product that the taxpayers want. So then once it's turned back over to the taxpayers, i.e. a ship, right, in this example, then the ship is owned by the taxpayers because that's what the taxpayer dollar produced. See what I'm saying?
I mean, like the Wikipedia for taxpayers is a taxpayer is a person or organization, such as a company, subject to a tax. Obviously, manufacturers are subject to a tax. They are based in the U.S., so I would say, yes, the U.S. taxpayer is the one paying these taxes.
It's a little bit semantical, but yeah, I agree. Corporations are made of taxpayers, but I do think the language could be a little more clear.
I mean, yeah, like clearly, like the U.S. is the one paying these taxes, not foreign companies. We seem to agree on that point, so I don't see the need to debate semantics.
And look, you're jumping back and forth between looking at the world in a global way and then back into a regional way when it suits you. It's it's exercising the fuck out of my patience. Okay.
Okay. Uh-huh. Can you explain how am I looking at the world in a global way versus a regional way?
Because whenever I'm sitting
like,
here talking about it in the world stage, and I'm talking about taxpayers, right? I'm obviously talking about taxpayer dollars that were collected, paid to the U.S. government, and then the U.S. government took that to a private manufacturer to produce product. Did the workers that were working at that company have to pay taxes? Yes, they did. Does that somehow mean that those workers now have, because of their association to that company, any say over the product they're fucking making? No, they have zero connection because they manufactured it there. They have every connection because they're a fucking taxpayer that voted. It's like that's the inconsistency, right, that you're presenting right now in the language, and it's one of those like devilish tricks that I've seen so many times for people on the left when they do it just to subvert language. Now, I want to have a good conversation about this, but you need to be able to follow whenever I'm saying taxpayer up here, and then you want to flip it down here, and then I don't want to do that. I don't want to play mental fucking gymnastics. Either you know what the fuck you're talking about or you're trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about. And if you're trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about, then we can have a conversation where you can impart knowledge and let me know what you know, and then I can let you know what I know, and we can move forward smartly. But trying to have a debate where you are definitely not prepared to be having one is only exercising my patience.
I mean, I think I'm being way more precise with my language than you, but it's semantics, so I don't really care about the meta conversation. So,
I mean, I think we should be okay with semantics coming up because this is a really complicated topic. So I don't think it's crazy like that. Miscommunications do arise. I think we should be okay with that and just address them as they come up.
I guess, when I say the burden's on the U.S. taxpayer, I simply mean that people holding U.S. dollars that are U.S. citizens are the ones paying the tax, or an organization based in the U.S., holding U.S. dollars are the one paying the tax to the
It's such an imprecise
Treasury.
way to refer to it. It's so imprecise.
I don't think that definition of
if
taxpayer
you're
is
an American
particularly
citizen that has
imprecise.
American dollars, but what if you're a fucking foreign national that has American dollars?
Well, those people typically aren't taxpayers. It depends. I mean, they can pay excise taxes, I guess, if they buy something. But that's what I mean when I say the U.S. taxpayer. All I tried to get across by saying that was that, China is not the one paying these tariffs. Germany isn't the one paying these tariffs. The burden at the end of the day is on the United States, at least primarily on the United States for these tariffs. That was the idea I was trying to get across.
The tariff,
it seems like we agree on this.
Look, but that's not...
We'd agreed on this earlier.
Yeah, we
He's
are...
just saying... He's not saying, because he's not saying the consumer part, he's just saying...
No, he's flipping it back around. Earlier we said that the company is responsible for paying the tariff and that it could. And now he's definitely saying that it is. And this is the bullshit with the fucking language now.
No.
He's
all I'm saying is someone based in the
U.S.
does
not
is
pay
paying
that.
it.
Yeah. He's just saying...
Well, no shit.
Tariff,
and look, countries don't...
CTV,
look.
we've had a lot of debates on YouTube. People do not understand that, so it's not that crazy to clarify that.
And people don't.
I don't even know
that.
why would you even bring a country like China doesn't pay this? Of course, China doesn't pay it, but maybe what's that? Huawei? What's that big Chinese company over there?
Huawei.
CTV. Do you at least
starts with an H? Huawei.
Maybe
Anyway, but that company pays the tariff, right? Whatever the company is individual and separate from the nation, the government, right? To me, these are very simple things to understand, right? And it keeps getting convoluted. There's the government, and then there's the company. Right? And then the company gets to make choices, right? So the government's right here says, nope, you got to pay a tariff. And then the company goes, well, fuck, I don't want to pay the tariff. Well, you don't get access to our market. Oh, well, fuck, I want to pay the tariff. Well, shit, now we have to pay this tariff to get our product over here. We're going to pass costs on to consumers. Okay, well, they made a choice to fucking do that. The government didn't force them to, did they? Right. The only problem that I really think that you're having here is that you don't trust Trump, right? You don't trust the people that are around him. You don't trust the policies. You don't trust that part, right? And I think that's where your problem is.
That's absolutely not.
I don't think he trusts his economic policy.
Well, yeah, I don't think that's the issue here. I think the issue here really is we're coming at it from different frameworks. So when I say burden, we mean a different thing by burden because I'm using burden in a more strict economics textbook econ bro sense and not a very colloquial sense. So I think that creates miscommunications.
No, it's not a miscommunication, right? The burden period, right, is who had to pay it, who was required to pay it. The company was required to pay it. They weren't required to pass it on to the consumer. That's what you're convoluting in there. The company was required. The consumer, if they purchased it, the price was raised because the company chose to.
But I think we're getting up a little bit track because I can see what you're saying, but I think I see what's happening. I think both me and Nanfan have met a lot of people who don't really understand how tariff works. They're under the assumption that, for example, if you do a tariff on China, China pays the tariff. I think we all agree that's not the case. But I think a lot of people, at least online, don't seem to understand how they work. So we're talking about...
I can't help out that 90% of the people on the internet are fucking morons.
Well, I just want to clarify. So I think when we're having this discussion, Nanfan is trying to be really clear or really emphasize that part of the argument where in no case is China, for example, paying a tariff. That burden, as he's saying, is being put on the American taxpayer.
It's not being placed on the American taxpayer. It's being placed on the foreign company. The foreign company can then choose to raise the price of their product before it comes in, or after it comes into this American market,
Wait,
if
the
they
foreign- wait.
so choose.
Well, it's not
they are
necessarily a
not
foreign company.
required
It can
to,
be a
though,
domestic
but
company.
they are
Yeah,
required,
that's what I don't
right?
get. Yeah,
The
we're talking
burden
about
of
American
the
companies
tariff.
buying Chinese products. Wouldn't that be the case?
American,
Isn't that what we're talking about?
that would be an import. American companies buying
So
Tariffs
Chinese
or
products,
taxes
right?
on
What we're
import.
talking about is, for example, Trump has said, I want to get the exact number, putting a 60% tariff across the board on all Chinese imports. So yeah, like we're talking about stuff like that. A tariff on all imports from China, 60%. So yeah, so we're talking about imports. We're talking about, that seems relevant, no?
What product specifically in that 60%?
Oh my God.
I mean, let's understand 60% should be like some pretty big like markets right off the top. So what's like
Wait.
10,
All
20,
imports.
30% all import? Okay, wow.
Wait,
Jesus.
I'm happy to go
Jesus.
down.
It's like everything is
road.
made in China now, so we're just all fucked. We should just go ahead and prepare for skyrocketing costs and oh my God, nothing's ever made in America.
Well, that's really what I want to talk about. I'm less interested in debating the semantics of what tax incidence means, what the tax burden means, and these technical economic definitions. What I really want to talk about most is probably like comparative advantage is a technical term too. Do you understand what that means, CTV?
Nope. Why don't you go ahead and tell me? I'm just an old fart that don't understand a fucking thing. Yep.
So comparative advantage, really, it's just the ability to produce something at a lower opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is just what you have to give up in order to make something. Something really great about free trade is that it allows countries to specialize what they have a comparative advantage in. So I think we can all agree if Vietnam and the U.S. were both only making shoes, the U.S. could almost certainly make more shoes than Vietnam. That gives us an absolute advantage in shoes. However, Vietnam specializes in making shoes, and we don't because Vietnam has the comparative advantage in making shoes. What that means is that when Vietnam makes shoes, it has to give up less than the U.S. does if it makes shoes. And I mean, intuitively seems obvious, like the U.S. is pretty high productivity. Everyone making in a shoe factory in America is someone not making iPhones, and iPhones make a lot more money than shoes. Software, Microsoft, that makes a lot more money than shoes.
Do you think iPhones make more money than shoes?
What's the market cap of Apple versus the market cap of Nike? Generally.
Yeah, that's just one brand of shoe, bro. You said shoes.
Wait, I think.
Hold on. If you just opened your fucking mouth and inserted your foot and didn't consider the whole fucking market of shoes before you said that shoes broadly, right, which would include boots and fucking everything else, right? Then you're the one that fucking did it. Be more precise with your language.
Well,
sorry, I should have been more precise. I think the tech sector makes more than the shoe sector, the advanced tech sector.
No. What you said is not wrong because I think you're missing one big difference between a shoe and an iPhone. An iPhone has a marketplace on it where literally Apple makes money on apps that are made on it. Where you can't do that in a shoe.
Yeah, but check this out.
Not everybody needs.
Not everybody needs an iPhone, but everybody needs a pair of shoes.
Well, I'd argue
that doesn't mean shoes make more money, but
become more technically dependent as a society. You might need a computer to.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
be an average person. But yeah.
The way they do the codes with Apples anymore, you got to get the new one every year, otherwise they start fucking with you. So yeah, I mean,
doesn't really matter. We're talking about value. The thing is, you can't.
Well,
here's
CTV.
On a shoe, but yeah.
I think we should generally be able to accept two things. One, do we accept that the U.S. Our labor productivity is higher than other countries, generally speaking?
I don't see a reason why we can't be, producing those shoes here in the United States. Matter of fact, there's a whole market. I'm pretty sure of boots that are being made in the United States.
Well, one that does not answer my question. I was asking whether,
you don't want to buy boots.
Well, I'm asking, do we generally have higher productivity than other countries? Do we think that's true?
Yeah, I would.
And then do we think our capital markets are stronger than other countries too?
I don't know. Yeah, generally.
Yeah, so it seems like we agree on that. Do we think that capital markets are also better in the U.S. in terms of how much money people have to spend on stocks and bonds and invest in all these things.
It sounds like you're only giving me reasons to make sure I protect that market.
Well, I mean, a trade deficit actually helps with that, but
does it?
I disagree. Yeah, the trade deficit is a financial account surplus. Yeah.
Well, there's only a point where you can push out so much manufacturing before you're left with a complete service-based, service. What's the
service? I mean, service-based economy, like service
service-based
industry
economy, right? There's only so much manufacturing that you can push out and then have all the employment relied on that before you actually cap where the middle class is going to be able to grow to. And that's exactly the problem that we have right now. They keep throwing on the taxes and the people can't grow past this point because the manufacturing jobs aren't there. And you want to go into like education from earlier, right? Getting rid of the Federal Department of Education is a great way to fucking go because schools now are not preparing people for actual jobs out in the fucking real world. So there's a whole lot of reasons why we need to get these manufacturing jobs back so that we can give people something to do because not everybody is going to be on par intellectually with producing a fucking iPhone. So you have to have jobs that normal everyday people are going to be able to do because guess what? You could have somebody that has the ability to be able to make an iPhone but doesn't have the fucking want to, and it doesn't matter how much money you want to fucking throw at them. If they don't want to fucking do it, they're not gonna fucking do it. So every way around, it's better to have more opportunities for people here where we are producing these products so that everybody has a job. And the next thing we're going to go, oh, well, job numbers and this and that. And it's like, you really need to travel around the country and see what's going on with people.
Well, no. Well, my point's just simply going to be like a basic economic model shows that free trade actually maximizes net jobs. You may say those jobs are in the service sector over the manufacturing sector, but I don't see why that's necessarily a bad thing. We have a comparative advantage in service sector jobs because we're high productivity and service sector jobs generally require higher productivity workers than, low skill manufacturing jobs.
I'll meet in the middle where I do see CTV's concern where it seems like, at least in general, like the general job is becoming more intellectually demanding, where maybe like the average IQ required to do that job is kind of going up over time. Where definitely, if you look at maybe 20, 40 years ago, there's probably more easy to attain, easier to do jobs. Where now definitely, partially because of specialization, we've been going in a direction where maybe not everyone can maybe go over some of the hurdles put in place or can achieve what we're looking for.
Because, here's the point, right?
So, here, let me just. There's two things.
I was backing you up, so I want to see non-final response, please.
I just want to say there's two things with this whole like manufacturing, job skill thing or whatever. I don't deny that there are winners and losers from trade, right? Certainly low skill workers are hurt by some free trade agreements, whereas high skill workers benefit. What I'm stating is that the net benefit is maximized by free trade. So the high skill workers gain more than the low skill workers lose. The second thing I'm going to point out is that just as free trade,
the fact that you're even
income,
considering losses on the low end lets me know that you don't actually give a fuck about all of the people. Right?
Well, I do care. I care what maximizes benefit for all the people. But the second thing I'm going to say is protectionism has redistribution effects the same way that that free trade has redistribution effects. If we tariff people who consume more of the tariff good are going to be hurt more, and the money that goes to the government is going to benefit some people more than others. So this has the same type of redistribution effects that free trade does. It's just a matter of which redistribution effects do we prefer and which one maximizes total surplus. Free trade maximizes total surplus. I believe there's good reasons to also think that we should that the redistribution effects caused by free trade are beneficial as well. But CTV continue about me not liking low income people.
Well, genuine question, because I think I want to get into this topic at some point. But when you say that CTV that doesn't care about certain groups, are you kind of referencing maybe like the low skilled or low paying jobs we're doing in other countries? Is that kind of what you're talking about when he says he doesn't care about someone?
You just said, look, when you're sitting there talking about high paying Apple jobs, right? How well has that actually worked out for California? It hasn't.
They have a really high GDP, right?
And a dwindling population, right? Great.
Yeah, I think that's
The
mainly
thing that
because
you're missing is like that it doesn't take that many fucking people to do that. But everybody needs shoes. Everybody needs electricity. Everybody needs fucking plumbing, air conditioning. Everybody needs these fucking things. They don't need a fucking iPhone. So it's like this cognitive disconnect that you've got between like economics and the policies and what happens in everyday fucking life. And I'm sitting there looking at you like, when the fuck are you gonna wake up?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well,
Just exercising my patience, man.
I'm a
That's
big
what this is.
capitalist.
And it's like and I don't know if it's like just
well
the general
so
education.
I'm a big capitalist. I love free markets, okay? I think free markets do a great job at aggregating information. So
do you think that foreign nations are protecting their workers the way that we're protecting ours for labor laws, minimum wage, et cetera, across the board, standard of living, et cetera?
A lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't.
They are not, right?
Yep,
Let me
correct.
jump in.
But
I
my
get
point.
into this last topic. Maybe we can do it now. Is like whether offshoring or like low paying labor, whether that's inherently exploitative or what are the issues there? I'd like to tackle that as a topic if we can.
Do you mean in the U.S. or do you mean like in the developing countries? Wait. I want to. What was the point I was making before? I was talking about.
I want to get to that. Yeah.
Sure. So the government suffers from a lack of information. The government does not have the information of which jobs are more efficient to have here versus which jobs are more efficient to offshore. It doesn't know what.
The government doesn't need to be trying to control that. They need to open up the fucking market and let the
agree.
people decide. The market
Absolutely.
will fix its fucking self. So that's exactly why if you have foreign companies that are trying to squeable in a fucking product that they were able to make by exploiting labor instead of paying their workers a fair fucking wage and actually giving a fuck about them before it comes into my fucking country where we insure those types of things, then yeah, place a tariff on that fucking product every day of the fucking week. I want the standards of the rest of the world to be raised to what the United States standard is, not for the United States standard to fucking lower.
But isn't that anti-free market? Like,
wait.
Saying like
me and CTV agree. The free market does a great job at this.
Ensuring the free market by the United States.
One at a time. Non-fun.
Me and CTV agree the free market does a great job at aggregating information and choosing the most productive, allocation of resources. I don't know why CTV is assuming that as soon as we draw lines on a map, this system stops working. The government doesn't know whether it's more efficient to have iPhones manufactured here or shoes manufactured here.
That's why.
The government doesn't know whether it's more.
Not expect me not to answer. Moderator.
The government doesn't know. The government doesn't know if it's more efficient to manufacture shoes here or more efficient to manufacture iPhones here. The free market aggregates the information of everyone's preferences and determines what the optimal number of shoes and iPhones manufactured here versus in China are. This is what's great about the free market.
Well,
CTV is arguing for imposing on these free markets.
The free market doesn't do that by itself, though, at the same time, right? Because you also have to include charity organizations that will donate large amounts of a thing and completely disrupt any type of manufacturing that could happen in an area because they literally just dropped off millions of fucking shoes. It happened in Africa. They were trying to set up manufacturing there for shoes. They had a nice little thing going. Nike gets a whole bunch of shoes collected together. They dropped them off. Next thing you know, manufacturing's gone. Right? So there's a lot of things that you have to
I've read about that
for in there
happening before, sure.
Right.
But...
So that's where I, sitting here in the United States, decided that Donald Trump was the man to go fix this shit.
Well, how is he fixing it? With what type of tax?
By what I said. He's going to take a look at all the companies that are producing products that are being produced in the United States versus products that are not being produced in the United States, and create a more fair market because of the differences in how nations allow companies to operate within their borders.
And he's gonna do this by imposing tariffs. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So my issue
this ain't the first time in history
tariffs are distortionary,
though, right? Or what?
No, absolutely not. No, we've done tariffs. We've done tariffs before. They were bad when we did them before. They're bad now. But
no, No, they weren't bad before. What are you talking about?
I think they were bad before, for the same reason I
They
think they're bad now.
they were
But
not
but
bad.
more
When were
importantly,
they bad? When
tariffs
were they bad?
are distortionary.
We're talking
They
about like
impose
100
on
years ago, bro. Tariffs are great.
Tariffs are distortionary. They lead to a misallocation of resources. They are imposing on free markets the same way any tax does, and can have
It's not a free
distortionary
market
effects.
though. Like we already discussed that, right? Can we agree that it's actually in practice not a free market?
What? Where? What do you mean by that? I don't.
Whole fucking world. It's not in reality. It's not actually a free market.
Free markets are the spectrum. Most of the world exists closer to the free market side. Some countries exist closer to the not free market command economy side.
Right.
It
So without the
depends.
United States Navy, is there a free market?
Well, there would be. I think it would just be more dangerous to trade.
Oh, that doesn't sound like a free market to me, buddy.
Well,
Sounds
just
like
because-
everybody would get very protectionist in their policies. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I don't think they'd get protections in their policies. I think it would just be more. I think there'd just be less trade because it'd be more expensive to trade.
Counterfeiting would be a lot more too. I mean, kind of like what China's been doing to us already, right?
I'm not aware of China counterfeiting. I'm aware of North Korea counterfeiting, but I don't think China engages in significant counterfeiting activities.
Really?
Do you mean counterfeiting, or do you mean stealing intellectual property? I agree they steal IP.
Both.
I'm not aware of any
Absolutely both.
big Chinese operations for counterfeiting currency, but maybe they do it.
I didn't say currency anywhere in there. I just said counterfeiting.
Oh,
Counterfeiting doesn't have to be just currency.
I heard counterfeiting, and I guessed currency, but I'm counterfeiting. That when
So
you say
you learned a
counterfeiting,
new
not referring to
association that
currency,
you
I'm
have in
saying-
your mind that you need to disassociate. Outstanding.
Yeah, exactly. Those two neurons disconnected. Exactly. But when you say counterfeiting, I usually think currency, because the other thing I said was stealing intellectual property. I was using that to refer to the other types of counterfeiting they do. But you're right. That is counterfeiting. Sure, I agree. They do that.
So that's essentially why it's not a free market, because not everybody's actually playing by the same rules, and we're sitting over here paying the actual cost of ensuring that people can move their goods around the seas without having shit get fucked with.
Well, I think we've already agreed that that is a benefit for the U.S. though. That's my position.
And like I said, you'd be assuming 100% demand for foreign products by saying that. I'm not disputing that it's a benefit for people to be able to trade, but by inserting that is to somehow diminish the fact that the taxpayers are the one paying the actual cost, the American taxpayers. And a tariff would be a cost imposed by the government on a foreign company before they brought their product in the United States. Right?
It's not necessarily a foreign company. It can be on a company entirely based in the U.S. that just relies on imports from other
Would there not have to be a company established over there in that nation in order for the?
There
See,
would,
that's
but
the
the
semantics
company
I'm talking
buying
about.
the import.
You should
It's not
already
the-
know
no, it's
that
not at all
company is going to
semantics.
have to be in practice a separate entity in another nation, right? I can understand
No.
that they're all kind of colloquially associated, but by law, right? They are separate entities, and that's the disingenuous part of, or it's either disingenuous or just not linking the parts together, right? Because Ford America or Ford Michigan is not Ford Mexico, right? So you understand the differences.
Well, I understand, but if Ford, my point was that there can be a company entirely based in the U.S. with no foreign counterpart. I'm trying to think of a company that'd be an example. Just like a small family business would be an example. A bakery, a small family bakery. But even though they're entirely based within the U.S., if they buy an import, they're still taxed on that. That's what a tariff does.
No, they wouldn't be taxed on it.
That's incorrect.
They would not be taxed on it. See, and that again
is
with the language.
Inaccurate.
Wait, how would they not?
How are they?
If
One,
we did-
how
if
is the
we did-
American people? How is the American in your example taxed by
But
what you
gener-
just said?
Genuine question. If we
they
did the
when they buy and
60%
import
across the board China tariff, yeah, and I have a small company and I import a random widget from China, would I not? How would I not have to pay taxes on that because of the tariff? That was just CTV.
The tax is going to be the same. The cost of the product, right, is what the company already had to pay before they could put their product on the American market, right?
Well,
So
okay, let's just run through this
the end
example.
cost, the retail price of the product, right, is going to include whatever cost that the manufacturer had.
I've not gotten into the selling end. So far I'm just buying the product. Maybe I'll resell it. If I'm importing something from China, would I not have to pay?
Hold on. I want to figure out exactly where you're at. I want to figure out exactly where you're at.
I'm just trying to understand if we agree on how tariffs work.
The government imposes a tariff. Foreign company wants to bring product into American market.
Just use my example. Yeah, I'm a small company. I want to buy a lamp from China. Do I not have to pay taxes on that because I'm buying it from China? Isn't that how it works?
What are you talking about? You see,
no,
what do you mean?
This is my question.
Yeah, wait.
Very simple.
Let's just run through.
There's going to be your basic sales tax, your federal tax, your state tax, whatever. Stop.
The tariff.
That
the
tax
tariff.
is going to be included with the end retail price. Whatever your normal taxes that you would have in any other product, that's the only tax that you'll pay. The tariff is a cost that is paid by the foreign company to the government. Period.
Okay. Wait. So let's say we have a bakery or let's say, in my neighborhood, there's this nice Mexican restaurant, okay? And then, some nice people own it, okay? It's a small family restaurant. Let's say they buy a tortilla from Mexico, okay? Who pays that tariff?
The company before they were able to bring their product into the American market.
Which company?
Whoever manufactured the tortilla.
No. The company that imports it pays the price. So this Mexican restaurant pays that tariff. When they buy the tortilla, previously it was $10, but now because of a 20% tariff, it's now $20. They pay $2 extra to the U.S. Treasury. That is how tariffs work.
That's my understanding too.
This is true. It's not my understanding. This is factual.
I'm glad I brought this up because I thought we were all on the same page here, but I guess not.
What are you trying to look it up, CTV? It's going to side with me. I'm correct.
No, a tariff is a cost that's paid by the company before they bring their product into the market. It's not like when you sit there and you're sitting there, you're going to the checkout, right? It's not like they got it fucking broke down to where X percentage goes to this, and then oh, here's your tariff, right, on your receipt. It's not like a tax tariff. It doesn't work that way.
I agree with that. What I'm saying is that the Mexican
since you agree with that, then you know that the cost is paid by the foreign company to the government. The cost is already paid there, and then the company has to figure out a way, if they choose, to put that cost back onto the consumer of the product by increasing their price.
Wait.
We already went over
the Mexican. Stop. The Mexican restaurant. Okay. The Mexican restaurant example.
We're still defining the beginning of the chain.
Tortilla company in Mexico, Mexican restaurant in my neighborhood. Mexican restaurant needs to buy tortillas from the tortilla company. When they buy the tortilla, who pays the tariff? Is it this or is it this?
Which product came over the national border?
The tortilla went over the border. The tortilla from the tortilla company.
So before the tortilla came over the national
by the
border,
Mexican
that tariff
restaurant
was paid. Period.
So these people pay the tariff. The tortilla company pays the tariff.
The tortilla company in the foreign nation paid the tariff before that product was allowed to come onto the American market.
So how do these people pay that if they don't have dollars? They're in Mexico. They have pesos. The U.S. Treasury doesn't accept pesos. They only accept dollars. They don't have
Sounds like they're going to
dollars.
be doing a currency exchange, and then they're going to be holding U.S. dollars, which is exactly how it ended up happening anywhere else.
Oh my God.
The
These
fuck are
are
you
the ones who
talking
pay the
about?
tariff. These people can't pay the tariff. They don't have dollars. And also, what if the U.S. government tells Mexico to pay a tariff? Why the fuck would Mexico listen? The U.S. government doesn't have any authority over Mexico. It is when these people buy the good with dollars that they pay the tariff. The Mexican restaurant pays the tariff. The tortilla sellers do not pay the tariff. They don't have dollars, and the U.S. Treasury has no authority over them. They can't pay the tariff. These are the people who can pay the tariff, and they are the people who do pay the tariff.
They'll be paying the tariff before their product's allowed to be brought onto the American market.
The Mexican restaurant pays the tariff. Do you accept or deny that?
Deny. The manufacturer of the tortilla pays the tariff before it's brought into the country. If that company
Okay,
chooses
this
to pass
is-
that cost on to the consumer, then that's a choice that company made.
This is just plainly wrong. The the person who imports it pays a tariff. So if a Mexican restaurant buys a tortilla from a tortilla company, the tortilla company doesn't pay the tariff. The U.S. company pays a tariff. They're the only one with dollars who can pay the tariff. And
You're right. Dollars don't exist
they're the
outside
only-
of the American market. I don't even know how we're having any type of global trade at all. At this point, it's been an hour and a half.
Oh my God.
My patience is completely tested here, right? Like,
Mhm.
I don't feel like we're making any headway, right, at all. So there's a fundamental.
I think we're almost there. I think we're almost on the same page of what a tariff is. But I think we don't have an agreement yet. But I'm curious.
I've been
like,
saying the
do you at
exact same
least-
thing for an hour and a half, and I'm still not being understood, right? So the tariff is paid by the foreign manufacturer before the product comes into the United States. Period.
This is
Can
not.
we try
This
like
is
a
inaccurate.
practical example? For example, Trump did this. Trump put
I gave him a
tariffs
practical
on
example. He
wait,
doesn't. He doesn't
I know,
understand. He's just plainly wrong. I like CTV. What could if I send you something from like the Tax Foundation saying you're wrong? Will you change your mind, or is the Tax Foundation wrong, or like?
Did they change the definition of tariff at any
A
point?
tariff is generally considered to be a tax on imported goods. The person importing the good pays the tariff, not the company selling the import.
I
They'd
think
be
that it
exporting.
could in one example. You think that that's the only way that they work? You don't think that they could say, hey, manufacturer, da da da? You don't think that they could say, hey, individual, if you want to do this and you have to pay this tariff?
I don't think
What
Jesus.
authority does the wait? What authority does the U.S. Treasury have to make a Mexican company pay pesos? One, they don't accept pesos. Two, they have no authority over them.
How about because they're the U.S. Treasury and this is the United States, and if that foreign country or foreign company wants to bring a product into the United States, then the entity that the people gave the authority to would be the U.S. Treasury. Jesus fucking Christ.
You're just plainly wrong. Tariffs are taxes paid
Sure,
by the person
I'm wrong.
importing.
So since that's it,
Well,
man.
we can just look at
Anyone
wasn't
can
wanting
look
to do
this
all
up.
tonight.
I'll wrap this up really soon. That's cool. But I just want to, because I'm coming here pretty open-minded, but like I'm looking into like some specific scenarios. Like I think Trump put some pretty big tariffs in his first term on cars. It looks like me if you investigate any of these cases, the people importing the car end up paying the additional costs. So maybe there's some unique scenarios where that's not the case. But I'm saying at least practicality in most scenarios, it seems like the cost is put on the people importing.
It's not even practically. Practically, usually the cost is the burden's on the consumer. But from an accounting perspective, the importing firm pays the price, not the firm in Mexico that only has pesos and don't have and the U.S. Treasury has no authority over.
Also, wouldn't that make sense? Like if we're trying to incentivize making stuff in America, like wouldn't that make more sense also?
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. The whole point of the tariff is to increase the cost of imports. You want to do that by taxing U.S. firms when they import stuff. You don't do that by taxing foreign nations.
Any final thoughts, CTV? You want to wrap this up?
No, not really.
Do you want to keep going for a little bit, or are you?
This is just a reminder as to why I just haven't enjoyed having these kinds of conversations for a long ass time.
That's great. Wait. There's one thing I want to go over just because we didn't get to finish this last time we were on the hippy dippy panel, CTV. CTV, do you acknowledge that a current account deficit?
I'm not
or a
acknowledging
trade,
shit. Let's start that. If you got a
Do
question
you
to
think that?
ask me a question, but I ain't acknowledging shit.
Okay, my question is a trade deficit equal to the current account surplus?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the language expert
Okay,
tonight.
the answer is yes. So
Okay, good.
the
That it?
trade deficit is equal to the capital account surplus. So do you think that U.S. firms,
Do you
sorry,
think?
other countries?
Look? Let me ask you this. You're looking at me right now. Do you think that this continuing is somehow going to be improving the relationship moving forward, or do you think that you're just doing things to try to piss me off right now?
Well, I'm not doing anything to piss you off. I'm doing things to understand what you think and also see if you
I
have a
don't think so. You've been
misunderstanding.
You haven't been trying to understand a fucking thing I've been saying tonight. You've been trying to tell me how you think tonight. You have turned this into a debate rather than a conversation. It's been very frustrating for me because this is not what I wanted to do tonight. And what'd you do? This is not what the fuck I wanted. When I was sitting there talking to you in fucking DMs, I wasn't expecting you to come with a fucking moderator and all this other shit. And what did you do? So no, dude.
I mean,
like
you
from here moving forward, I don't really have anything else for you, or you, Prawn. Says I don't. Either one of you. Have a good one.
I mean,
Damn,
to be
is he-
clear,
oh,
he's gone. But like, to be clear, the reason we had this debate is because I added him on Twitter and said I'm happy to debate him, and also in DMs, I'm pretty sure we refer to it as a debate. But okay, he kind of also just said he didn't want a moderator. But okay.
Well, so I feel like it's kind of funny to say like, oh, this is a very unproductive discussion. Also, I'm really happy. I'm really unhappy you brought a moderator. It does seem counterproductive.
Yeah, I don't know. Seems so. Yeah, I mean, if he said they don't want a moderator, I wouldn't have brought a moderator. But I thought a moderator would help. But anyone in chat, okay? In my chat and Process's chat, CTV is just factually wrong about who pays tariffs. It's not paid by foreign companies. It's paid by the U.S. because obviously it is. Like I said, they don't have dollars to pay to the U.S. Treasury, and the U.S. government lacks authority over foreign countries. So there's no, they don't pay the tax, obviously. The Tax Foundation has stuff on this. Google like Tax Foundation, who pays tariffs, or Google like Cato Institute, who pays tariffs, or just Google who pays tariffs. So there's probably media articles about it too. So
Yeah, like even practically, that seems like it makes no sense. Like, let's say we want to incentivize U.S. steel manufacture, so we're gonna force it's just an example. We'd force Mexico's government to tax the Mexico steel manufacturers when they're selling steel to the U.S. That doesn't really line up, I feel like. But yeah, to me, that came off as bad faith because I'm not a fucking tariff expert or economist. I'm just reading like stuff on the internet. But it seems like, yeah, definitely everyone agrees with us that, yeah, the U.S. companies importing pay for it. So
I mean, there's two kind of arguments we were having. One was like who from an accounting perspective pays a tax. From an accounting perspective, it's paid by the person who imports the good, which is usually a U.S. company, right? But there's a difference between who, from an accounting perspective, pays a tax and who actually bears the final burden of the tax. So it could be that from an accounting perspective, the money leaves the corporation's account and goes to the U.S. Treasury, but the burden is actually on consumers because they increase prices to account for the fact that they've lost fucking money. This is why something like the corporate income tax might technically be money leaving corporations to the Treasury, but also can have a negative effect on workers as well. It's something that usually Trump people really like to bring up because they're like, oh, Trump cut the corporate tax and that increased wages, even though that's debatable how much it actually increased wages. But yeah.
yeah, they ran away afraid. I'd say definitely you won that one. They rage quit. So
I didn't even, yeah, it's, did I tell you why we had this debate? I don't know if you watched it at the time.
You guys were on Hippy Dippy recently?
Yeah, so basically, we were both on one Hippy Dippy panel, along with some other people. And, tariffs got brought, well, in full disclosure, I brought up tariffs because I feel like that's one of my strongest talking points, and people don't tend to have a good understanding of them. So I felt like that'd be a good thing to bring up. And I did bring it up, and we had some conversation about them. Epically owned all the conservatives, okay? Total non-fond W. Total destruction, okay? And then, like, afterwards, I DM'd two people, CTV and another streamer called Pintuple, and I was like, hey, if you want to continue the conversation on tariffs, I'm happy to, like, set up a time to do that. Neither of them replied. Later, Pintuple tweeted out, Democrats don't understand tariffs. And I was like, that's kind of dumb. And I quote tweeted him, and I said, "Oh, really? Let's chat about it and see who understands them better." That started a Twitter shitstorm. Okay, as much as my small Twitter size is capable of starting a Twitter shitstorm, where like me and Pentuple had a lot of back and forth, and eventually he was like, I shared a clip from the debate where I was arguing with him and CTV, and he's like, "Can't believe you cut off CTV." And I was like, I mentioned CTV, and I said, I'm happy to also debate CTV if he wants to. So that's why we're here. So.
Well, it sounds like.
By the way, any
future, but...
yeah, any of these conservatives that want to debate me on tariffs, Pentuple, check your DMs. The offer still stands. Gibbs, if you're watching or see this, I quote tweeted you on Twitter too. Let's debate tariffs, okay? Any of these people, okay? Come on. And we can do it.
I had some people in my chat disagreeing too. I was trying to see if any of them would come up, but I imagine there's not going to be any takers. I do want to tease something. I'm trying to arrange a debate between you, Econo Boy, and some other people I've been interacting with.
Yeah.
Econo Boy's down, so I'm trying to get those two other people we met on School of Thought.
Oh, great.
I don't have their contact directly, but I'd love to have maybe another discussion. They sound pretty knowledgeable as well, so I'm curious how that would go.
Yeah.
At least more knowledgeable than some people I've interacted with.
And more knowledgeable than most conservative people who think that tariffs are paid by foreign companies or foreign nations.
If you don't mind, because I don't think we've really talked post-election, do you mind if I kind of ask about your opinions and like why you think?
Not at all.
What you think about the results?
Ask away. Obviously I don't like that Trump won. Not the ideal scenario. Obviously I don't think the election was rigged or anything. I'm not really liking Trump's cabinet pick so far. It makes me think he might be a little cuckoo crazy, as we all knew. The real thing we should take away is that Merrick Garland is a fucking dumbass because he waited until 2022 to appoint Jack Smith to prosecute Trump when Trump clearly should have been prosecuted the moment Biden took office, okay? We had so much evidence that he's at least guilty of conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, and now Trump's not going to get justice. Trump and his co-conspirators also probably aren't going to get justice. But anyway. That's my
Why do you think... I'm sure, it's obviously very complicated. Like, what do you think the major contributors to our loss was?
One is obviously just inflation. Inflation hurt incumbent parties around the world. I'm sure you've seen people with that take, and you might have seen the graph that, like, literally every developed country that had an election, the incumbent party lost vote shares. I think a big part of that was inflation. Another part of it was probably that I feel like Democrats are bad with some alternative media stuff. Like the right has the whole media infrastructure of like Daily Wire built up, and like all these, like Joe Rogan kind of leads conservative, has a lot of conservatives on. All the popular podcasts are like conservative podcast versus I feel like Democrats don't really have that. And then Democrats didn't play into populism in the right ways. I feel like, Trump's able to be pretty populist with tariffs especially are able to, tax foreign nations, bring manufacturing back. I feel like Democrats, a lot of Democrats sort of don't play into that as much as they could, and have more nuanced arguments about like why tariffs are bad when like really you probably could have a more populist rhetoric for this stuff, but those are like big reasons.
He's kind of populist, but yeah.
Yeah. But like I feel like it'd be easy to do like a kind of populist narrative with like the YIMBYism stuff, where like we need to build more homes, stop government interference in preventing the building of new homes. But rather than like the more nuanced arguments people make for it. So I feel like those are the big reasons.
A couple more questions, if that's okay. Talk about the podcast thing. Something I've been thinking about, and I don't have a great answer. But why do you think it seems like the right seems to be dominating the independent news space a lot more? If I think of like the biggest people even on YouTube space, like news space, the first people I think of are usually on the right. Why do you think that is?
Some of it is just because I think they like started earlier and have built it up more and received more investment. Some of it might some of it might actually be because of fucking like, you know, millionaires are more likely to fucking and billionaires are more likely to invest in the Daily Wire than like left wing shows. That's probably actually is some of it. But like Daily Wire started pretty early on. I think their only real comparable thing is like TYT, and I don't think I mean, they're not nearly as popular anymore. I don't think. I don't really know. I think it's because one, they appeal to populism more, and two, they just started early on and have funding that the left has not built up.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially that latter point. Yeah, I think there are examples like the Young Turks where they're there pretty early, but I think a lot of conservatives were kind of pushed off of traditional media, and so they kind of found that as like a kind of resting, a safe space, to use our liberal terminology, where they can kind of express their thoughts and views. And so yeah, I think they were.
Yeah, there's also no fact checking and no consequences if they ever fucking get it wrong, so they can lie with impunity. But you know, it's awesome.
True. And it's kind of like what I asked a second ago, but I want to frame this a little bit differently. What do you think, or how does the Democratic Party need to look differently in 4 years from now, do you think, to be successful? What should we focus on changes in the next 4 years?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's really hard. There definitely needs to be someone needs to make a left equivalent of the Daily Wire. Okay, get Sam Harris, get Destiny, get Brylan Tyler Cohen. Okay, have them form a media company, have them do a weekly podcast. Okay, there probably needs to be that. And then probably just trying to play into more populist rhetoric, since apparently that fucking sells really hard right now. Yeah, and they need to. There are a few things that Democrats. I feel like, you know, I feel like the far left sometimes has like a lot of negative effects on being able to control like what Democrats can say. Like a left-wing candidate is scared to say like, I'm against abortion at 9 months, because it seems like the far left who do support that kind of have an unjustified control over everyone else in the party. Same thing for like trans people who are like, you know, Democrats are scared to say that like someone who hasn't medically transitioned should not be able to play in women's sports, because the far left is really against that, and they have an unjustified amount of control over what the rest of the space says. So I feel like those things are big, but
that definitely is the issue. I'm curious if any responses to this. I think a big failing on Democratic Party, and I can see why this happened, is they've not been as appealing to men as they needed to. I don't agree with that, but I can totally understand why some men have been drifting more to the right or toward supporting Trump.
Yeah,
compared to the
I feel like that also has to do with some of the far left having like an unjustified amount of control, because like the far left is obsessed with like power structures. So if you're a white man and like the epitome of the patriarchal racial supremacist power structure in the U.S., they don't want, you know, Democrats like appealing to young men somehow, which by the way, I really don't know how we fucking appeal to young men at all, because I don't know, I lucked into just being able to fucking read, and therefore I support Democrats. So
yeah, that's something I've been thinking about. Obviously, I'm not gonna solve the issue on my own, but I do think the left has to address that. But yeah, I don't have a great solution or answer for you. How do you make that party more appealing, or how do you have them come over to the left? Don't know the best way to address that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
it sucks because, really, there are things that Democrats need to do. But really, to me, it just feels like the big issue is that there's basically no accountability on the side of Republicans. Like, when Donald Trump does fucking January 6th, he basically gets away with it. When Fox News loses a defamation lawsuit, sure, Tucker Carlson left, but the Tucker Carlson made his own show, and that's fucking more popular than he was on Fox. So it just seems like there's almost no accountability for bad faith actors on the right, and that lets them just perpetuate this. And it's like, I just hate that. It always just feels weird to me that like we're like, what do the Democrats need to do different? When it's like these fucking people are insane liars and they don't face any accountability.
I definitely agree with the criticism. That being said, yeah, I don't know if we can. Unfortunately, I don't know if we can stop that. I feel like.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that like
has the power to police the right. Yeah, we kind of just have to do our best with against our
own
opponent.
people. Yeah.
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 Even though I totally agree.
I mean, I agree.
Concern. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, Hopefully, you're not seething too bad. Did you put any money on the election or anything?
Nope, I didn't. I don't really bet on anything. No. So, I did.
I didn't-
I think I probably told you. I predicted Harris would win every swing state except Georgia and Arizona. So that prediction was
Ooh.
wrong. But
thing you did not put money
not
on
not
that.
not the worst prediction I saw. Okay, other people had worse predictions. Okay, so there's that.
Well, I didn't put any money on Trump or Kamala, but someone bet me that RFK would be in office, and I won that one. So someone owes me $200.
Wow, damn.
It was $100 at one point, and they offered to double up, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'll do that."
Listen, we might get RFK as fucking health secretary or something. So there's that.
Well, I think
Can't
the bet
wait.
was they would be president. So pretty early on, I was like, I'm pretty confident.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously.
Well,
I
think I'm
guess
gonna
I
wrap up
Oh,
pretty
sure.
soon.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be doing some. I think we'll be doing a fundraising stream with some friends in a little bit. Going to Vegas in a couple of weeks. But any content you want to tease or that you're doing later this week or tonight?
Not really. I mean, everyone watch it on Process's stream. I am cool and awesome, and go subscribe to me on YouTube, NONFON, or on Twitch, NonFon420, NONFON420. Go to my YouTube channel, watch me epically debate conservatives and own them on many of Process's panels. If you like Process's panels, I'm on some of them. Go watch the videos of me epically owning them.
Have you hit 1K on YouTube yet?
I did, thanks to you, Process. I appreciate it.
Hey, I hit 500. You hit 1K. We're both rockets
Hell
going
yeah,
off in the
we're
stratosphere.
getting up there. Hell yeah, exactly. We are the
SpaceX
alternative
rockets,
media.
designed by
the
Elon.
alternative media.
For sure. Yeah, we are the new media. Maybe. Hey, I need to stream on Twitch more, but I feel like there's like a new space for Twitch poll with I heard the Hippy Dippy's kind of done for now, so maybe there's some space there for a new Twitch poll 2.0, 3.0, whatever we're on now.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's
Let's
kind
see,
of.
I'm actually surprised YouTube poll is doing like quite good. Like there's only like you hold panels, like Sarah the Raging Tomato holds panels, School of Thought has her panels. I think Grid Motorsports has his own panels. I wasn't aware of this space before, but I'm happy you alerted me to it. Actually, it was you, so thank you for that. Yeah.
Have you heard of Speakeasy? That might be another one to check out. It's called Verbal Combat. I'll send you the info off stream too. But
Sure.
if you like doing blood sports panels, that might be good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. To tease my own shit, yeah, definitely gonna be more debates, both participating, moderating, and hosting. So yeah, sub to my channel if you're on non-fon stream as well, because you can watch, like you said, watch non-fon own dumbass people on the left. I said, oh, so left, on the right.
I mean, I don't think I've debated any leftists there yet, but I will. I do debate some far left people. So.
Would you say you're center left? Would you kind of say you fall somewhere there?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me because like it's like
everyone has their own version.
There's that, and like there were some ideas that I have that are like kind of progressive and also kind of like center left. For example, like I do want to increase taxes on a lot of the middle class in a way, but I want that in an entirely different way than like a lot of progressives want to do that. So like it's hard. I would say I'm very much basically in the what people call new liberals, the new liberal camp, somewhere between like new liberal and social democrat. Yeah, so center left, but yeah.
Do you mind explaining what the differences in like your system of distribution versus
yeah,
more
so like
traditional, I guess?
Yeah, so like, one thing would be like a lot of like progressive people are big fans of like raising, for example, like the corporate tax or whatever. It's like, well, I wouldn't necessarily have an issue with, increasing the tax burden on corporations. However, I think the way we should do that is not increasing the corporate tax right now. In fact, I think we should repeal the corporate tax that we have right now. What we should do is something called a destination-based cash flow tax, which is a lot more efficient, allows companies to immediately expense any capital or any investments they make, so none of the burden falls on investment. You get really good investment. It allows, if you have a year of negative cash flow, then you get tax credits, so you don't have a tax burden next year, even if you have positive cash flow. So it's a lot less distortionary. And the things like I'm a big fan of some type of progressive consumption tax. So I don't really think savings should be taxed. You know, if you save money, you shouldn't be taxed on it. You should only be taxed if you consume. So like, in a way, I would be, you know, happy if we had a consumption tax that taxed middle class people who consume a lot more than rich people who don't really consume a lot. But I'm taxing them in a different way than like I want progressives to tax them, and I want like a UBI, which is going to decrease the tax burden for a lot of people. So yeah, there are things like that where like it's kind of hard because they're progressive in a way, but also like very econ brain, new liberal. So
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I never heard that exact term before. So that's interesting. I have heard like people like saying, hey, you could like you can use the income tax to tax the rich because not income tax. A spending tax. Yeah. Because they spend a lot more. Well, awesome. I'm gonna wrap up here. I assume we're gonna keep streaming for a bit.
For a little bit, yeah.
Cool. I'm just gonna hop off. I think I'm gonna be joining another stream in a minute. But it was great talking to you. We'll do it again soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Try to get this econ debate set up in the future. But if not, we'll do something.
Absolutely.
Sure. Soon, I'm sure of it. Well, bye now, non-fun stream. I'm gonna head out. Later, non-fun.
All right, bye-bye. All right, everyone. Send in a link in chat. You can go sub to him.
Oh, thank you. I'll do the same. Do you? Go sub to non-fun.
Hell yeah.
But I'm gonna leave the Discord now. Call. So, deuce.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. What's up?
So, I gotta pause your stream. Okay, what happened?
We debated pointless and dumb things, and not at all were any points of like what he said that I expect he would bring up. It's not like to be clear, I think I fucking destroyed him. It wasn't like a blood sport thing, so it's hard to say I destroyed him. But like I think I did better. It's just that like for a long time, we probably spent like 10 or 20 minutes debating like the semantics of like a tax burden versus like who pays the tax, you know, like because his point was like, no, the U.S. consumer doesn't pay it, the company pays it. And in some sense that's true, because the company is the one that pays the tax. Like they're the one that sends the money.
Tax,
they send the money to the treasury.
Taking that loss.
But the burden can be different because they can raise prices on consumers. The same way, like, the tax burden is different than who actually sends the money physically to the treasury. So there were like a few dumb things like that where like I have a better understanding of this than he does, and I can, fucking epically own him on it. But it's just like a dumb conversation. It's pointless. I didn't get to nail down on like some of the things I like really wanted to, because some of the things are like he's kind of neutral on. It's like a lot of people are like, oh, tariffs to protect these jobs or whatever, and I can drill down on that and why it's not really true. But that barely got brought up. So it's like I'm able to explain why that isn't the case, but like he doesn't offer much pushback, and like the pushback he does is like weird semantic stuff. But I don't know.
What do you think? This is a random question, but what do you think about Matt Gaetz becoming the new AG?
Kill me, fucking kill me, kill me. Kill me.
Do you think, even though it's Republican majority, do you think they're going to allow that?
I don't know. I don't know is the issue. I don't know. I could see like the Republicans, thinking like, oh, Trump only has one term left, and then he's gone. So like it might not hurt me too much if I like oppose him, and then because he's gonna be gone from the party anyway in like 4 years, so maybe they can get away with it. But well, yeah, that's the thing. I think there's a good chance fucking JD Vance or Don Jr. Vivek runs, and they very much maintained a MAGA movement, and they say these people wouldn't vote for Donald Trump's appointments, and you shouldn't vote for them. So I really don't know. I could also see that happening. So the Republicans just all confirm it. I imagine they'll probably. I would think they're gonna confirm it. Unfortunately, I would think so.
I had Minar on. I talked to Minar, a long lost and brother-in, for the first time. And I took some notes at the end, and I was talking to him about like how does he think Trump's term is gonna go? And he actually thought this is a actual. I took notes because I was like 6 months into Donald Trump's term. We'll revisit this. Manar thinks that Donald Trump will sit down Israel and Hamas and put an end to the war. What do you think about that? What do you think? What do you think?
I mean, one, who the fuck they sitting down with? Like, come on, like Sinwar's dead, the other guy's dead. Most of Hamas's leadership is dead. I don't know who he's sitting down with.
Yeah.
Two, I think clearly this is just not what his rhetoric has been. His rhetoric has always been let Israel do anything they want. Don't do any ceasefire.
Fast.
Yeah. Like, I just not. There's no reason to believe he'll do that.
There was.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't even know if they have the capacity to do that because literally, who the fuck are they going to sit down with? Like,
I did get him to concede on that after though. I spent like 40 minutes and I was like, let's just hyper focus. Like, let's autistically focus on Donald Trump and Israel. Because I was like, I know this is something Manar like cannot be be behind. And then I did catch him. Okay, I did a little bit of research. Okay, I had my ADHD medication and I was concerted all the way up. Okay. And I was doing some tariff research. Not fun. You got me researching econ, okay? For my first time now. So I've learned that like debating conservatives, I need to look at like unironically, I need to spend more time researching like what headlines I'm gonna get hit with and not like the actual like substance of arguments, sadly.
Yeah.
So at one point I was talking to him and he tried and somehow, okay, I had this in my notes prepared, but he tried to pass off like I don't know if you know about the John Deere situation where Donald Trump threatened John Deere with like 100% tariffs if they left to Mexico.
Yeah. Yep,
he tried to pass that story, like he stopped them. And I was like, hey, Manar, buddy, I was like, I have a quote from the actual manufacturing head of the company. And the quote is, and it's like, we will not be suspending our operations to move production to Mexico. And I was like, so we just blatantly lied about that. I don't know, though. I was very like hand-holdy the entire debate. Sorry, not the debate, like the whole conversation. And the next time I'm gonna have them in 2 weeks. I'm just gonna be uber confrontational, autistically confrontational, and then that's gonna like decide how I handle conservatives for the next 4 years, whichever one I like more.
Yeah, makes sense.
How are you in with that? Do you think that do you think we should make some common ground on fun, or do you think we should ride to war?
If Trump gets rid of Jerome Powell, I'm declaring war. Okay.
Oh, the FEC.
If,
the
head of the Fed. Okay. Powell cannot fall. Okay. I can accept rule of law being dead and Eastman getting away with his fucking coup that he tried. But I can't accept Jerome Powell. By the way, I started reading some of the J6 report. Just because
I have the entire report.
Yeah. I started reading the chapter 5, a coup in search of illegal theory, just because like I was on like some panel, like some YouTube politics panel thing, and I was like, Eastman, I knew this. Eastman conceded that he was going to break the ECA by doing this. I was like, this clearly breaks the ECA. I think you were there watching it because he asked me to name like the exact statutes that broke.
Oh yes, I remember.
Yeah,
we were talking about it.
And I was like. Yeah, but after he was like, better people debated this than me, and they said that it Pence did have the power. Which is like not true. Almost no one agrees that it had a power.
Was that founded in the
Interestingly, you know what I found out? There's an email from Eastman to Chesbrough, another lawyer who helped concoct this fucking scheme. Okay, where Chesbrough says, "I think Mike Pence has the unilateral authority to not certify the vote," and Eastman replies, I disagree with this. The 12th Amendment says, all it says is that in the active voice, the president of the Senate opens them, and in the passive voice, they are counted. So that's him literally saying this plan is fucking unconstitutional, and he just flip-flopped on it later on once it became clear that this was the only way Trump could win, because that was before the electors had been certified by the states. So they still thought they could get their fake electors certified by state legislators. So therefore, to be semi-legitimate electors that could be legitimately argued should be counted, and not fake electors that can't be argued should be counted.
Well, I guess we'll never know though now, since all those cases are being stuck. Okay, I guess he was really innocent this entire time.
Do you have any opinions on like should Merrick Garland have charged him earlier? This has been there's a lot of total division about Democrats.
I've heard this where like the time that they took them to like gather. I don't know though, like I'm not a fly on the wall in those conversations. I would assume that they did it at like the best time they saw fit. Like I don't think that. I think the same outcome would have happened. Like if they're like 6 months ahead, or if they're a year ahead, I still think that they would have been like, well, he's gonna run again, so we should probably wait till after the election, and they're probably gonna do the same thing. And I also could probably guess. I don't know a lot about law, but I think that Donald Trump's lawyers could find ways to like impede the process
At
to
least
slow it
delay
down
until-
to weeks. Yeah. So I think that no matter what, this election was going to be like the biggest deciding factor. I mean, it did not go. We haven't talked since the election. Oh my God, not fun. What the fuck
Well, I
happened?
think we've talked. We just did we? I don't know.
Just haven't talked about it. We've been ignoring it like an elephant in the room.
Yeah, we lost. We did horrible. Horrible. Who is this? This is Isaac.
I
Goes
used to be an
Insane.
OG, and then I stopped being here a lot, and then I just now sit and DM him instead of talking in chat.
He's Isaac Goes Insane. He's also kind of a streamer, like halfway streamer.
I'm trying to focus on the podcast more than anything, which sucks because now I'm not getting I used to get the Destiny wannabe comments, and now I'm just getting the white people should not have podcast comments. And unironically, my TikTok is being flamed by conservatives. I don't know. Wait, you have me on TikTok. I don't know if you've seen any of the comments on a few of the shorts.
I haven't checked the comments, but that would make sense.
There was one
Also,
where
Judge Cannon.
I was
Also, wait, just to reply to my chat. Also, Judge Cannon. Yeah, Judge Cannon said this theory is absolute bullshit. Though in 1877 there was a court case saying this theory is absolute bullshit, and just days before the election there was also a court decision, Wisconsin Voters Alliance v. Pence, that said this theory is absolute bullshit. There were 3 separate court cases where they say this theory is absolute bullshit. So, anyway, continue about your podcast comments.
No, you're good. You're good. So I was basically saying, I think you would probably agree with me here. Where I was like, I think like, so the first episode was us just explaining like how we got to where we're at, and I was explaining how like I have a very like determinist view where like if I was to give individual advice to someone, I would say like focus, like you can overcome any hurdle. But like if someone was in poverty for like 20 years and they were like someone comes up to me and like it was like, do you think they failed because they were like a loser or they didn't have that drive? I'd be like, no, like the circumstances they were born into probably like limited their like experiences in life already. And I was like, so that was like the way I was like, I would try to like influence society to give those people the best odds. And people in my comments were like, that's horrible advice to give. And I was like, I'm not giving them that advice. That's why I even directly split. And they're like,
yeah, you literally,
you're just,
yeah.
And it's like, your life's already over and this is your way of coping. I was like, I'm 19. My life can't be over. It's like, there's so many options left, man.
Yeah, dude, I was getting positive comments on my YouTube channel for the first time, okay?
Yo!
And I don't know what happened. I uploaded a video of just me reacting to Brett Cooper saying why she voted for Trump. And,
yes. Bring out the
the
misogyny.
comments
This
on
is your
that,
time.
they're all, I mean, she was really stupid in the video, but like, they're like, or she wasn't stupid. She was bad faith, like obviously bad faith. I can explain a little bit, but the comments on that, all of a sudden, they had a shift, okay? All the tariff debates I did, all the comments are like, wow, non-fun, you're so smart. You're the best liberal debater ever. These people don't know anything. I uploaded the Brett Cooper video. You're such an idiot. Delete this video because it's embarrassing. Fuck you. It's like, dude, what happened? What happened? Where'd my fans go? Where'd they go?
Let's look at some of these comments. Advice
It's
to the guy who
wild.
made this video: delete it before anyone else sees it. It's embarrassing. This guy is so dumb. A crying emoji with a bottle emoji. Preferably, they're signaling that you are a crybaby. Was expecting good content. Most of the video was just a complaint about how the other conservative party is bad. Didn't learn anything. Just heard a bunch of whining. Bro, delete this. It's very embarrassing. Jesus Christ. Bro,
I don't know what happened.
I have the Jesus. So I had this problem. I'm used to it by now, and I assume you are. But like, my podcast host has not done any social media before the podcast, so he would like get in contact with me, and he was like, he would get into contact with me, and he was like, well, I'm kind of struggling right now. And I was like, listen, man. I was like, listen, okay. If someone likes a video very slightly, okay, they're just gonna swipe away. If someone dislikes it slightly, they'll probably leave a comment saying some dumb shit. I was like, if someone really likes the video, they'll just like it and swipe away. If someone really dislikes it, they will comment and swipe away. I was like, the way TikTok's made, it's just to incentivize like bad comments.
Yeah, there's a negativity bias when people interact. If you really like the video, you don't do shit. But if you absolutely fucking hate it, even if you mildly dislike it, you might comment because people feed off negativity.
Oh, wait,
social media was made for.
I'm gonna send it to my
There's
co-host.
good comments
and
on.
good comment.
No, you gotta give them the positivity.
I'm trying because I feel bad. I'm like, I brought him into this world and he's gonna just get cyberbullied. I'm used to it, okay? Me and you know this, okay? We are liberals, okay? You don't become a liberal because you want the audience to like you, okay? You don't. Yeah. You don't go into debate panels with a lot of conservatives who are a lot bigger than you, and then fight with them on Twitter a few days after. Like that would be never something you'd do, right? Like
no, I would never do that.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be the reason that I debated CTV today. You know, I would never do that. Hey, by the way, Pentuple, you still think Democrats don't understand tariffs? Come on to stream. Let's chat about it. Gibbs, you think Democrats are too hyper-focused on tariffs? Let's debate what optimal tax policy is. What do you think it is? Do you think it's tariffs? It's not tariffs. Anyway.
I've kind of adopted the same. You actually put me onto this where I was like, I think a good strategy is to be like, if there's any conflict, just come find me. Like there was literally my TikTok bio has been changed to, if you have a disagreement, just DM me. I was like, I'm not hard to reach. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm just done with this. I'm done. Okay. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. Not fun. I'm crashing out in real time.
Yeah. Well, I DM'd both of them and neither of them responded until I publicly harassed them. But
whoa, that's not what happened.
Harassment's a strong claim or a strong word for what I did publicly.
Yeah. You publicly poked them with a stick.
Yeah. Why did Kamala lose on Fun for 20? Complicated. Inflation was a big deal. Voters fucking hate inflation. This is part of the reason why like all incumbent parties lost vote shares.
Yeah.
Democrats didn't play into populism enough, I feel like, for whatever populism really fucking sells right now. Even if the actual policy is fucking stupid, if you do it in a populist rhetoric kind of way, people will fucking fall for it. Like tariffs, for example. I feel like Democrats don't have as big of an alternative media, thing built up. So like all the popular podcasts on Spotify are like pretty right-leaning podcasts. There aren't many popular like left-leaning podcasts. Yeah. Also, and I feel like the far left kind of has an undue amount of control on like what Democrats in the center and like more progressive but not like insane far left side can say. So like it seems like somehow the far left has like co-opted the Democratic Party into taking this like insane pro like self-ID trans woman who identifies as a woman should immediately be able to compete in women's sports. It seems like that is just not sustainable. They can't continue to exercise that control over the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris should be able to go out and say, no, I don't think you should be able to compete in women's sports if you haven't, for example, medically transitioned. But I feel like the far left would fucking screech at that, and that's why she doesn't say it. But I think primarily inflation, probably.
Yeah. And then you also had, I think you hit it on the head with the far left. You had the far left like suck, even like Hassan, like it's like that's crazy.
Yeah.
The far left is like hating on the Democratic primary candidate, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
There's just no unity here. But like the Republicans can have anything. They could have Matt Gaetz become AG, and they will stand behind each other single file to support it. And it's like, holy shit. We need that type of unity, okay? We need to be able to send in a criminal and then like, listen, okay, whenever the emails came out for Hillary, those email leaks, we should have been single files defending it.
It should have been, no crime, every dude.
I don't see no charge, okay? Like that. Listen.
Well, yeah. Dude, that was insane. The Brett Cooper fucking video. Oh my god, she made me so pissed off. One, she talked briefly about Trump's criminal history, and she's like, Donald Trump was convicted for just how he paid people, and like, that's an unbelievably Wait,
What a nice way to phrase
unbelievable
it.
way to frame that. Like, falsifying business records in order to cover up another crime. That's not you getting charged for how you paid people. That's a felony. Falsifying records in the commission of another crime. Maybe you should become a far leftist one day. We'll get there.
I had an argument with one recently, actually.
Oh damn! But real quick on the
I was-
documents thing, she was like, Trump was charged with mishandling documents. But guess what? It's not just Trump. Every administration since Reagan has mishandled classified documents. Like, motherfucker, it's such a dishonest framing. The crime isn't mishandling. The crime is like willful retention. And we have so much evidence that Trump willfully retained these classified documents. We have basically no evidence that any other candidate did, except arguably the strongest case you can make is against Biden when the Her report came out, which, by the way, fucking insane that Biden's own fucking DOJ investigated Biden and did their entire fucking report before Trump was charged with anything. Or not charged, but convicted of anything. But anyway, but even they concluded that they couldn't prove Biden's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's insane to framing. But anyway, tell me about the leftists.
Okay. So I was invited to a cookout, okay, and I was warned that there was like an extreme he said it was a democratic socialist, and I was like
boy.
I'm prepared. And it's actually my co-host, he invited me to a cookout. And
okay, well,
I found out, this is a fun fact, okay. I ended up finding out that this democratic socialist actually debated Charlie Kirk like a week ago before I met him. Not from like any social media thing. He just happens to be, I didn't believe him until he showed me the video. It was one of those like Charlie Kirk going to like a college in like a pop-up tent, and just happened to debate him and one of those. And I was like, okay, that's pretty. I told him, well, I can't make the joke I made on here. I said he should have done something to Charlie Kirk, but that cannot be said on Twitch. So it could be anything, you know, positive, like maybe give him a hug. You know?
Maybe, yeah. Give him
exactly.
a quick pick in the cheek. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. But I remember it, and I was like, I didn't know who it was the entire time. And like near the end of the night, I just hear like, that's when I knew Kamala was gonna lose, and I was like, lock on. And I was like, why do you think that? And it was like, cause she wasn't helping Palestine at all. I was like, you think that would have like changed her chances?
Oh my god.
And he was like, yeah, I think she would have won, or at least like lost like better. And I was like, well, losing better would probably like, that doesn't really matter if you still lose, right? I was like,
yeah.
But what do you mean? Like, do you think she really would have won? And he's like, yeah. It's like, I mean, like when the general population is still like leaning pro-Israel, do you want to like sacrifice most of that like to like push pro-Palestinian rhetoric, or when you could just try to be both sides, like she is pushing these 6 weeks ceasefire? And he was like, yeah, but what does a 6-week ceasefire solve? And I was like, listen, that is the most, and like that was the, I actually think I said it was the most retarded thing. I was like, I think that was the most retarded thing you could say, because, unironically, are you going to tell like a Palestinian that's in the West Bank that like, oh, I'm sorry, we could have got you water, we could have got you like water
Thank you for the
lines,
10 bits. Why is Kanye West? I appreciate it.
But no, instead we just wanted to, you know, have the war to end. We wanted all of the war to end. Okay, the 6-week ceasefire wasn't enough. You just have to end a conflict that started from the beginning of time.
Also, the ceasefire released hostages too, right? Like that's probably a big deal.
That's what I said. I was like,
did it also release Palestinian prisoners? Wasn't there an exchange for Palestinian?
It was
yeah,
exchange.
so
that's what I was like. I was like, do you think like these people that are like missing their children don't like, especially just on either side? It's just I was crashing out in real time. But I told him if he ever wants to yell for 90 minutes to come on the podcast, so maybe I'll have him one day and I'll just yell at him.
Oh, hell yeah. That's how people vote. She wasn't pushing both sides. She was just pro-genocide. Stop capping.
Oh, God. I hear a far leftist. Locking.
I mean, if you...
Well, if you want to pro-genocide, don't worry, you got it.
Yeah, she's less pro-genocide than Trump. Can we admit that at least? Like, clearly... Kamala Harris was less pro-Israel than fucking Biden was even, so...
Oh, yeah, easily.
Yeah. But, people don't... Biden could have won. Biden could have won. Biden could have won. I don't think that's true.
Don't fall into it. I actually I was talking about that on the podcast. I was like, there's 4 groups of thought right now in the Democratic Party. There's like 1, okay, like we just accept Kamala and we lose. Okay. 2, we should have ran Bideners. 3, we should have had RFKers. And then we've had 4... the Berniers. Okay, the Bernies are bust. We're still around. Okay, I still hear some inklings in the shadows about how he could solve it all. He's not too old. Okay.
Yeah, I think Bernie's too old, and also I think Bernie was literally one of like 3 senators that actually underperformed Kamala Harris. We had a lot of split ticket voting, where like the senators got more votes than Kamala Harris, like in Arizona.
Yeah, I saw that a
in,
lot.
And in
Michigan was one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Bernie Sanders was one of the few senators who got less votes than Kamala Harris. So that's not really a good sign for Bernie. I do think the populist rhetoric apparently sells really fucking well right now, so we should probably try to lean into that more. Bernie maybe could do
baby.
that.
Nah, Pete Buttigieg.
I think
he's getting a following.
I think Buttigieg probably could. I think Pete Buttigieg is like Pete Buttigieg is by far the best like Democratic candidate that I've seen like do interviews.
Not a fan of
and
Newsom?
stuff. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen Newsom do like any interviews. I think Pete Buttigieg is really good at interviews.
True. Yeah. He's really well spoken. You should react to Ron DeSantis and the DeSantis Newsom debate.
Gavin Newsom. I did see that. Yeah.
Every time I hear about that, it was just apparently a bloodbath.
I don't remember exactly. I remember the moderators kept bringing up stats, so like we're very clearly biased towards like Ron DeSantis, and Newsom had to be like that. No, like this is misleading. Like it was really funny. I guess I was just saying Pete Buttigieg is really good at interviews. Like he does really well on Fox. He did really well on that Jubilee thing. I think he did really good for those things. I haven't seen Newsom do the same, although maybe it's good too. I really don't know if running someone from California would go well. It could, but like I feel like the conservative media would just be absolutely spamming images of homeless people in California and just being like, this would be everywhere. Fentanyl, California fentanyl, homeless people, they're going to make your neighborhood look like this. And I feel like that could, the median voter could be swayed by that and it would not be good. But I don't know for sure.
Also, because I see it on my corner of my eye. Okay, Nonfa did not call you a far leftist. I did. Okay. Sorry, just random.
Yeah, I don't even think I did. Yeah. Also, chat, I didn't see any non-fun W's during the stream. Okay, we need some non-fun W emotes here. Thank you, Captain OK, for the non-fun ball.
God damn, on demand. Wait, why do you have an emote that's just a ball of you? Have you added some new? You have added some new emotes. What the fuck are these? What is non-fun W spin?
Non-fun W spin, bro. It's not fun W, but it spins.
No.
This is what I need spammed in my chat when I get a good point. I need all of the non-fun W's and non-fun W spinning. I think you can only use the animated emotes if you're a sub because that's the way Twitch works.
You need a good like confusion one. So like
one fun, true.
You need one that's like whenever a conservative making stupid points in the chat can just spam it. That's what you need. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure I have some thumbnail faces that can make any emotes.
Bro, you have like a million to choose from. Do you ever just sit on like your camera while you're just off and just be like?
Yeah, I have like 5 different videos. I would not care if my news got leaked. If the thumbnail face videos got leaked, it would be over for me, man. Those can't be out there.
Why don't you spice it up and just do both at the same time? Do nudes with the thumbnail face.
Dude, it'd
non-fun, okay.
It'd be over.
To clear up the elephant in your chat, okay. Non-fun. Are you not anti-genocide?
Well, I'm anti-genocide. It's obviously just a factual disagreement about what's happening. Is it genocide or is it not genocide? And then secondly, it's clearly some genocides can be worse than other genocides. And if you believe that someone's going to make a genocide less bad, then even that, you should probably be like, well, clearly the only thing I have the power to do here is make the genocide less bad. What's up, Chris? Chris has a hammer. Welcome back.
Shit, he got a hammer. My bad. That was.
Wow, nice one, bro.
I don't mean to harass your chat sexually. That is my apology.
Nice
That's my. It's just a good name, okay? Just a good name. What percent of people think that Israel is doing a genocide as of recently? Because the most recent polling I have is from January of this year. In my notes.
I haven't seen any polls that ask that question specifically. I don't know. It's a hard question to pull because like you can pull like do you support Israel or Hamas more, and it's like, well, clearly there's a lot of pro-Palestine people that are gonna still choose Israel over Hamas but then, you know,
Jesus Christ! I just read your chat. My bad, Chris. I'm sorry, Chris. I'm sorry.
No, it's
sorry,
fine. I'm
Chris.
Jesus. Mass deportation is going to have a huge scar on the country. A lot of older people are going to pass anyway because their caregivers are immigrants. Oh, that's true. Immigrants do work in a lot of caregiving jobs. A lot of a lot of young mothers rely on immigrants being fucking caregivers, and that's just not going to happen now. It's going to have a negative effect on a lot of construction as well. Immigrants work in construction. If they can't fucking construct shit, then shit's going to be more expensive to construct.
Okay, yeah. Here's the most
Also,
recent
people
polling
making
I can
food prices
find.
cheaper. True.
Most recent polling from November 5th says that according to the poll's finding, 31% of voters say that the U.S. support for Israel is too much, while 30% say it's not strong enough, which those are some interesting
Yeah,
people.
oh, man.
And then 31% say it's about right.
Yeah, that's hard too because the supporting Israel too
Not
much
enough?
could also be like
Not enough?
like Matt Walsh. There are isolationists.
Do they want boots
who-
on ground?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is not enough?
There are like people like isolationists like Matt Walsh who are like against like all foreign aid but still are pro-Israel. Like Matt Walsh, I'm pretty sure sucks off Israel, but also at the same time he's like we shouldn't give any aid to Israel because we shouldn't give any foreign aid to anyone at all ever. So it's like some of that 31% who supports Israel too much is not the Israel genocide camp. It's just people who hate foreign aid. So it's hard to, yeah. How do you appease all those people if you're Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I'm just Jesus. That I did not think 30% would say that's like 1/3 of all of the voting population that we're not supporting them
Yeah.
enough. Which
Well,
I
I
guess
think
that's got to be.
I think
What do
it's
you think it is?
unironically basically propaganda from Trump because Trump literally has
about to
ads
say-
saying Kamala Harris supports fucking Hamas. Kamala Harris is pro Hamas. And it's like,
Wasn't it-
well, that's not really true. But
Wasn't it Rudy Giuliani who was like Palestinians are taught to hate Americans from the age of 2, or was it kill Americans? What you know what I'm talking about?
something like that. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. It's all Trump literally didn't Trump literally say on the debate stage, if Kamala Harris wins,
Donald-
Israel won't exist in 2 years. Like,
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that he called Joe Biden a Palestinian. That
he
was
did
a
also
really
call Joe
funny
Biden a
moment.
Palestinian. So, yeah. What do you think is happening in Israel? You should have a good idea after that in our feeds for a year. Well, I don't think like seeing
Easy answer.
children
War.
dying is indicative of
Yeah.
genocide.
What is
Like,
it
like
good for?
True. Like you have to do more than me to just like show images of like children dying. Like to be clear, go look at my like Reddit history. Like I'm in r/Israel crimes. I'm in r/Palestine. I'm in r/Pan Arab. I see these videos because I am a Lay Epic based Redditor. I see the
And
Israeli
I'm
crimes.
in r/Monster Girl. Shout out to the
Hell
ones
yeah.
you know.
I'm in
My bad.
r/Overwatch porn. I'm in r/Undertale
Whoa,
porn. I'm in r/.
No, wrong count. Being horny on main, okay? We can only have one person be horny on main, okay? And that's why it's taken up.
Every celebrity that has a not safe for work page.
Even the underage ones?
Oh, what the fuck? Why did we just switch places?
Hit you with that trap.
Wait, how did how the fuck
Wait,
did we do that?
What the? Oh, it's because I changed my name. So when I think my name alphabetically is now earlier than yours or later than. That was really
Okay.
weird though, right? Shit,
Yeah.
I'm the big dog now. Hey.
Damn. Well, actually, you're the one being covered by chat now, so you know you're fucked.
Fuck, I'm gonna change my name back to non-fun.
Do you think Israel is doing? My audio cut out. What do you think Israel's
So just
doing?
repeat the same thing you just said.
Yeah, I don't think Israel's doing a genocide. I dispute that. Like, they're even something like indiscriminate attacks doesn't constitute a genocide, right? I don't see significant evidence that Israel's doing a genocide.
Do you think that they have? Wait, let's give you a chance to be more moderate. Do you think that they've done war crimes though?
Well, like obviously.
Wait, let me act surprised.
Yeah, obviously.
What?
the U.S. Also has done war crimes. Doesn't mean that we committed genocide. Like, we tortured prisoners in Iraq, just as Israel has been found torturing prisoners in fucking Palestine.
You just gotta hedge a little. Make sure you talk into that, because a lot of people who will say that they're using. You can't be confused for a far rightist non-fun. Not yet. Not until the until the kick soon drops.
Like, they raped that Palestinian or whatever. There's probably other cases of rape too. There's probably cases of torture from Palestinian prisoners that I've seen. Hamas also tortures Palestinians, by the way. The IDF just released all that footage. I don't know if you saw it of Hamas torturing Palestinians as well. But why do you think there's no genocide, and what America did in Iraq is a genocide? You think that America did a genocide in Iraq? What's your definition of genocide?
I think
there's a much stronger case
Israel,
about Gaza than there is about
Iraq.
There's a much stronger case about Gaza than there is about fucking Iraq. Like, yeah, like, there's probably way more. Actually, I don't actually know. I don't know the relative risk for the war in Iraq, but I would assume the relative risk is higher in Gaza, but I don't really know. Relative risk ratio. Both genocides, America killed 1 million. Do you think you can kill 1 million people without it being a genocide? Do you think
Do you think like every war that's ever happened is a genocide?
Yeah. Like, that number literally means absolutely nothing. It doesn't tell you anything about, like, what war wouldn't be a genocide? Like,
yeah, you're gonna kill large amounts of people, and probably
there's
a portion of a civilian population.
We could do the math. There's no number here for the relative risk of the whole Iraq war, but like there's certain things, like the Battle of Mosul had like I think that was in Iraq, right? Mosul's in Iraq, right?
Also, do you think like they didn't have like good aims, like the aims of like now we know they weren't, but like dismantling supposed weapons of like mass destruction, like that was like their goal.
But it's not even like the U.S. can do a war in bad faith. Like, the U.S. can do a war with bad aims, but it doesn't mean it's genocide just because you have a war with like bad aims or whatever.
I think their intent was, well, it depends on how like conspiratorial you want to go. Maybe oil was their reason. Maybe it was.
But like a war for resources, even an unjustified war only for resources that kills a lot of people is not anywhere close to genocide. Yeah. So here's just like one the Battle of Mosul, which was a battle that lasted 9 months and 5 days between Iraq and the U.S., I think, right? Yeah, the United States and coalition forces from 2016 to 2017 had a relative risk ratio of 164. Essentially, what that means is that militants were 164 times more likely to die than civilians. That's not very indicative of a genocide. Typically, genocides have a relative risk ratio of at the most 4. At the most, like, contested genocides have 4, meaning like, if you're a militant, you're only 4 times more likely to die than civilians.
But the steelman is just going to be like, who made those numbers? Like, who determined what was a militant? It's the same steelman you hear in the.
Well, that's much easier to know for Iraq. That's much easier to know for Iraq than it is for fucking Israel Palestine. Notably, ISIS is actually also included on this chart. ISIS, the Northern Iraq offensive, has a negative risk of negative 0. I can't read it. Negative 0 point something. It's like negative 0.6 or something. What that actually means is that, a 1 on relative risk means you're being perfectly indiscriminate, right? You're not discriminating between civilians and militants. To higher the relative risk, the more discriminate you are towards militants. A negative relative risk means you are being discriminate, but you're being discriminate towards civilians, right? It's very hard to actually get a negative relative risk because usually to kill civilians, a lot of times you have to go through militants, which is why even contested genocides have sometimes a relative risk of like 4. So militants were still more likely to die, but it can still be a genocide. How many people do you think died in Gaza? Not particularly relevant. Actually, not relevant at all. In fact, everyone could die in Gaza and it still would not be a genocide. Well, that doesn't mean it's a genocide. It could be a genocide, and you could do a genocide and kill everyone in Gaza. You could also not do a genocide and kill everyone in Gaza. It's irrelevant. Are you mid-win? What do you mean?
Are we debating?
Yeah, we're
Am I CTV? Is your title still debating CTV? Oh no.
Yeah, it's been that the whole stream.
Am I becoming CTV?
Apparently. CTV. Why do you believe tariffs are
I've been asked this before.
welfare
okay,
maximizing? You've been asked what before?
Is this guy notification friendly? And then you had to explain to me what that meant for 20 minutes,
Oh.
and then I was like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
So that's your answer. Okay, let's speedrun it. I don't know, man.
It's irrelevant if America killed everyone in Gaza. To if it's genocide, it's not particularly relevant. Yeah. You could kill everyone in Gaza, have it not be a genocide. You could only kill 1,000 people in Gaza, still have it be a genocide. That's not how these things are defined. What do you think about the wave of FAFO based? Yeah. How exactly does one kill everyone in Gaza unintentionally? You do it indiscriminately. You carpet bomb the entire place.
Nuke.
Or nuke.
Hiroshima.
Sure. Indiscriminate does not mean genocide. They actually kind of preclude each other because indiscriminate just means you're not discriminating, where genocide means you are discriminating, but you're discriminating towards civilians. That's why they're different crimes. Like an indiscriminate attack, I think there's like 3 qualifiers for it. If it meets any one of the 3, it's indiscriminate. It's like 1, any attack that treats as a single military objective several distinct military objectives. So this would be like carpet bombing. Even if there are lawful military objectives within a city, if you treat the entire city as one military objective, when in fact there are several distinct military objectives within that city, that's indiscriminate. 2, any attack which would be expected to have damage to civilians or civilian objects in excess to its concrete and direct military gain. That's just a disproportionate attack, which is also indiscriminate. It means you're killing too many civilians relative to the military gain you get. That counts as indiscriminate. And 3, any attack that is using means and method of warfare that cannot be targeted effectively. So, using cluster bombs, for example, would fall into this category because cluster bombs, you don't have a control where they land. They damage civilian objects too easily. You can't aim them effectively. Hamas's rockets also fall into this category, by the way, just so you know. That's an indiscriminate attack when they launch them into civilian areas and they're imprecise rockets. They don't have exact control over where they go. They're also indiscriminate. But yeah, these are different things. Genocide is killing, a group of people in part or in whole with the special intent to doing so. These are indiscriminate, does not equal genocide. In fact, they arguably preclude each other. My understanding from the stuff I've read. Which I need to finish an international law textbook.
You did join the Discord. If you disagree, why not just go into the club waiting room and I can bring you in. Y'all can have a conversation while I eat my donuts.
Nice to see people be ignorant of modern day Holocaust. Very cool to say. What did I just say that was ignorant or wrong?
Also, the comparison to the Holocaust is crazy.
You can, but you can disagree on the factual, is Israel, targeting civilians with specific intent? You can disagree there, but nothing I just said was wrong about indiscriminate attacks not constituting genocide. The Holocaust wasn't indiscriminate. The Holocaust was discriminate towards Jewish people and the other people too. But yeah, that's why the Holocaust was a genocide and not just an indiscriminate attack. Germany actually didn't do that many indiscriminate attacks because Germany, when Germany did carpet bombing,
they just did.
What Germany would do is bomb areas with Jewish majority neighborhoods. They were actually being discriminate towards fucking Jewish people when they did air raids. They also did do indiscriminate attacks as well, but there were cases where they.
My bad. Why did you just take your mic cover off? I watched that.
There's cat hair in it. I try to take it off, but
Yeah. Do you need a lint
What?
roller? Just.
I do. But we can seal the junk in it. I don't
I'm
know.
d-
There's
oh
no
my
point
god,
of it.
not fun. I'm catless now. Okay, with the recent developments in my life that you know about, I lost.
Yeah.
The custody of the cat has been taken from me.
Damn. Aren't you a dog person anyway? Aren't you a fucking degenerate dog person?
It's just bro. They just love you unconditionally. A dog will starve
Yeah.
to death and not eat you. Cats will wait like 24 hours and eat you if you pass out.
I mean, if I'm dead, why do I care? Okay. I want my cat. Listen, I want to like mutually beneficial.
God,
mutually.
The utilitarian's coming out. No.
Mutually beneficial relationship. Dude, I got on my fucking I don't know if I probably have explained this to you before. Most of the people here probably haven't heard it. I got on my fucking like Snapchat like 1 year ago today thing, like a post I made where it was like not beating the necrophilia allegations, and it reminded me of that fucking debate that I had with my entire fucking classroom, which I am right on, and I maintain that I am right on.
Yikes.
I am right. Basically, for chat, the point I made, which I am right on. Well, to be clear, okay, here's how this started, okay? This is important. Eating is a sign of disrespect. The point I made.
My bad.
Or the first point was like someone in the classroom like asked me, they were talking about like this weird girl in the class who said that she would eat like human liver or whatever. I don't know why he asked me this. He was like, "What do you think, Jared? Would you eat human liver?" And I was like, "Well, I'm vegetarian."
Yo, leak. We know Nonfon's name.
Damn, dude, I've leaked my name before, but okay. Like, Jared, would you eat human liver? I'm like, well, I'm vegetarian, but I don't think there's anything intrinsically immoral about it. And we went through, explain my rationale. Well, it's a dead body. It's not a moral subject. No one is intrinsically harmed. The harm comes from like the damage you do to the family when when you desecrate the body. The family is, in some sense harmed. But I don't believe the dead body itself is, in an immoral sense, wronged. If there was a universe with only a dead body and a person and only one mind, I don't think that you could really harm the dead body in a moral sense because there is no mind, there's no suffering there. Eventually, he keeps pushing me. He's trying to do a reductio ad absurdum, which I guess fucking worked, So we get to the reductio, so your position, Mr. Nonfon, would be that if there was a 5-year-old girl, but she was dead, then you think it'd be immoral. You think it would be moral for you to do the deed with the dead body.
And what'd you say, Nonfon?
It's not intrinsically immoral. In a universe with only the dead body and one mind, no one is harmed. It is not intrinsically immoral. Is it gross? Is it disgusting? Yes, but so is eating your own shit. I don't think eating your own shit is immoral. Insofar as it doesn't harm other people. I mean, maybe you could do like if you eat your own shit and your breath smells bad and you kiss your wife.
Not being any allegations, Nonfon. You are not being no allegations.
Pedo, the fuck.
You're bleeding.
To be clear, I said it was.
You're bleeding off. You're bleeding off your chat, Nonfon.
To be clear, I am correct. Okay, this is the base position. I am correct.
Well, listen, this is why when it comes to philosophy, I stay out. Okay, I had like one philosophy discussion with you, and I was like, I don't like where these can lead. Like, I'll think about them, but will I publicly talk about them? No, because there's a lot of weird situations that you can be like worded into, and you'll have to like, when logically it would follow, and it's like, but I don't like it to agree with this. It feels so wrong.
Yeah. I mean, there's an insane reductio for like basically any philosophical moral system or whatever. It's like if you're a utilitarian, then you kind of have to bite the bullet I just bit of like, yeah, I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with what I said. And also my chat said pedo. To be clear, does that make you a pedophile? Kinda, But I don't think it
True, 'cause you'd
morally
have to have
harms
some
anyone.
sexual attraction.
Yeah. Like, to be clear, anyone who does that is a pedophile and is a disgusting person, but have they morally harmed anyone in the case where there's only one mind, they're the only mind, and the only other thing in the universe is the dead body? I don't think anyone has actually been morally wrong there, because there's no moral subject to be morally wrong. There's literally only one mind that exists, and only minds that I think are capable of being morally harmed. Only sentient beings, and literally one sentient being exists in this universe, so far as they're not morally wrong. Yes, it is sin. Well, we're assuming there's no God here. Like, this is a we're not a universe where only one mind exists. Presumably God has some mind. So universe where only one mind exists, and it's the person who does the bad thing, or I say bad, not morally bad, gross thing. Are they a pedophile? Basically, yeah. Has anyone been morally harmed? I don't think so. But like if you're like a full-on deontologist, then it seems like, you know, there are reductios we can do. It's like, well, literally, if I were to, you know, you say, you know, punching someone is wrong. Well, if I were to literally say there's infinite suffering in infinite universes, if you don't punch just one person, you would still have to bite the bullet and say it's wrong. You can kind of get around that by being like a threshold deontologist or whatever. But, like, you still kind of have to bite the bullets of, like, well, if it's below my threshold for rights violation, then it's still fine to be a deontologist or whatever. Yeah. By the way, I've been watching too many... I've been talking to too many people. I've been watching too many vegan debates, okay? I think I don't have any good arguments against veganism now, and I'm worried because I don't want to go vegan.
I do. It's just meat is good.
Well, good how? Like, what's the... Okay, Isaac.
Oh, fuck me.
What trait present in humans that, if true of animals, would render them sufficiently morally valuable to not eat?
Probably like a human level consciousness, I would think, right? Like a dog that can talk in a movie, you can't, or a horse, or like a cow, probably shouldn't kill it because like it's close to a human.
Human level consciousness. Okay, so let's find the reductio ad absurdum for this one. So what do we count as a human level consciousness? Because clearly like some disabled people are probably dumber than like a chimpanzee, right? So like, does it make? Yeah. So like, are we gonna say?
But
It's
they're
okay
human
to eat the
though,
disabled
so
person,
it
but then...
probably is no because they're still human though, and it's probably.
Well, so like human, like let's say we change the DNA a little bit. Well, you're saying when you say human, is you're saying there's actually nothing wrong with like creating the experience of like a human mind being being like, you know, factory farmed. All you're saying is that it's because of the genetic. It's like, well, what if we slightly change the genetics of someone, so therefore they're no longer human?
I would probably have a lot of like
mind.
moral problems with the changing the genes of a person just so we could eat them. That seems already weird.
We're just like a hypothetical of like, I mean, you said human, so like we could imagine like an inhuman, you know, inhuman like thing that still has a human mind, and we still say like it's immoral to eat them.
Wait, what would it be though? The problem is like with this hypothetical, it's like hard to imagine this like scenario, right? Because like it's a non-existing thing with a non-existing level of consciousness with a non-existing DNA. It's very hard for me to like picture this.
We have you, okay, and we changed the DNA slightly so you can no longer breed with other humans. You can no longer successfully reproduce offspring, not because you're infertile, but because you literally have different genes. But you still have the same exact mind. Like,
oh, I still have a human level consciousness?
Yeah.
Well, then that would be with the human level consciousness. I feel like
well, you switch from human level consciousness to like just human. You said
being human. So whenever, because like you made the argument that like what if like some humans don't have human level consciousness, which I would agree, but those people are still human, right? So for those, I put this exception of human because you probably don't want to eat people in general that you were in the same species of, because that's a very weird category to get into, cannibalism, just like in general. Okay. You're making me go into like moral arguments that make me sound weird. I'm just saying though, like you should never want to be in a position to eat the same species you are. I feel like it never leads to anything good. Maybe it does for some species. I don't know, but I wouldn't. So for the same people who are lower than human level consciousness, which even those people, I would still feel like they're a human level consciousness. I don't think consciousness is like a thing where like you're at this level and this level. It's probably like a general like vast like, you know what I'm saying? It's like a cloud of consciousness, and there's probably different like clouds, but I don't think there's like a level. I don't think it's like a stat you can upgrade, right? Or a stat you could lose. I think there's just different experiences. Like people with like different disabilities, I don't think that their consciousness is any less just because like they have a less emotional maturity or they have like less like learning abilities and they're present in their brain. I don't think like their consciousness might be any less. Maybe it is, but I don't think measuring consciousness is a thing you can like relatively do. So I would say even those people still have a human level conscious. I'm fine. You've been watching the vegan videos. Lock in.
I mean, you apply the fucking reductio, so the reductio would still be. I mean, it'd be the same thing I said before. Is, I guess if you're saying like literally, what if I implanted a pig mind into a human body? Is that someone with like a human level consciousness, or like is that a do they have a pig
I think
level?
it would either go under the fact that they're like still a human in species, and I don't think it's a good idea to ever eat like the same species as you. So I think that would be the first offense. But yeah,
But
also
we
I
already
feel like
did the reductio for that one. Like clearly, like if we change your genes a little bit, so you're technically no longer human, but
then
you're still the same
you're
mind.
not human. Yeah.
Well, then you're not. So
there's
can
like
I eat
two.
you? Can I
There's
kill
two
you and eat you?
buckets. There's two buckets. Okay, that need to be passed. Right. It
You
can't
need
have a
both,
human
or
level
only have
consciousness.
one?
I think it's both buckets. Okay, so it can't be human level consciousness, and it can't be human in like species. Okay.
Wait, so something would need to have both of these traits in order to have sufficient moral value to not be eaten, or something would only have to have one of these traits to have sufficient moral value.
I think either of these traits would make it, because I think something with a human level consciousness that isn't human, I wouldn't want to eat, and I think something that is human without a human level consciousness, probably we shouldn't eat either for the like good of society.
So if it's either one of those traits, you don't want to eat it. Human level consciousness or
just being a human, like species wise.
Just being a human species wise. Okay.
Yes. And there's like weird arguments like, well, then could you like eat a dog? And it's like, yeah, like unfortunately. Okay, I love dogs. I'd never do it. Cats. Listen, no, I'm fine. Okay. Let's just say, okay, if I ever come over, okay. Have you ever watched Alf? I don't think you have.
No, I've not watched.
Oh, it's an alien, and it's a great TV show, but it's an alien that tries to eat their human's cat all the time, and it's a running bit in the show.
Oh. Human level consciousness. I mean, it would just it's weird because you're baking into the like thing, like only humans can have human level consciousness. It's like, okay, well, if we have a disabled person who's clearly like less intelligent than like a monkey
the problem
or
is,
whatever,
while they're less
or a
intelligent,
dog.
do you think they have less of a consciousness? Like consciousness
That's
is a very
hard.
hard thing to measure. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Right?
I was about to say it's very hard to
Yeah.
know, but if we don't know what the fuck consciousness is, it's hard for me to know like what the different experiences
think
are
it's-
like. Like I have no
Do you know
clue, really.
Is it called the bucket of sand fallacy, where it's like you can't correctly determine when when grains of sand become a bucket of sand.
Yeah,
but you
when
can
it
always
comes to heat,
look
sure.
at.
Yeah,
but you can always look at it and tell, right? Like you can always. I feel like that's what it would be, right? I don't think you can like determine when something loses and gains human level consciousness, but you can probably interact with something and see if it's at a human level consciousness. Do you
Anyone
have
who
any
says they wouldn't eat another
responses?
human just hasn't been. Well, I'm trying to. I don't know. Again, the issue is
Don't you get
I'm sure
dehydrated if you
someone-
eat? I've heard that myth. Is that a true thing or not? Is it if you eat like human meat, you become like dehydrated?
I mean, maybe, I don't know, but like I don't really care about the practicalities of like.
True. Yeah. I'm just saying for that chatter.
Yeah.
Yes, because human flesh would inherit the massive amount of sodium. Apparently, is what I'm reading. And now I'm definitely on a watch list for cannibals, but it's fine.
Hey, not intrinsically immoral so long as they're dead. And
That's what I'll tell the FBI.
You're
agent.
the
I'll be like,
yeah.
Listen, okay. Do you think it's morally wrong that I'm doing this? Yes. Okay, but like if we were in a vacuum, right?
If we
It's
were
just
in
me
a,
and you.
if there was only one mind, if we were in a
Me
universe,
to the
there's
judge,
only
Your
exist.
Honor. Your Honor, if we were in a moral vacuum. Anyone who says they wouldn't eat human meat another human just hasn't been hungry enough. I mean, like the point though is like morally, would you like do it? Like obviously, there's going to be situations where your morals go out the window in like certain dire situations.
Well, yeah, it's more like I mean, it's more just like we accept that, like, even if we would eat people in extreme circumstances or whatever, like, generally it seems like people accept, like, that people have sufficient moral value, so you can't put them in, you know, factory farms and eat them or whatever. But cows don't have sufficient moral value where you can't put them in factory farms and eat them, as evidenced by the fact that most people eat meat and eat cows that are.
True, but I think
made
most
from
people,
factory
I would
farms.
say, I could be crazy.
Well,
but I feel
most
like
people have
would
not
probably be
thought this
against
through.
factory. I was about to say, I feel like most people, if you polled most people and you like showed them a video before and was like, this is what factory farming actually looks
probably.
like.
Yeah.
I feel like most people would probably leave it being like factory farming is a bad thing, right? Like,
I think that's
the
true,
point of like
actually, yeah.
consumption is to like put as many barriers in between like the process to the consumer. Like, if
Yeah.
these people had to see like their iPhones being made by like 7-year-olds, they probably wouldn't buy iPhones.
Yeah.
Then again, it like a new sweatshop story comes out every week and people still buy them. So what do I know?
Yeah. Is it moral
no.
is it moral to eat an aborted
He's trying to get
fetus
you
in a
banned offline. Trying to get banned offline.
I mean, if it's already dead in a vacuum, then I don't think there's any mind being harmed there. If it's
Not
literally
fine. No, please, just give a broad answer. Okay, don't give a specific answer. Just give a broad answer. Say like
In a
no action
universe-
would ever be.
in a universe, there's only one mind. There's only one mind, and also an aborted fetus. This is the only two things that exist in the universe. There's no God. There's literally nothing else except one mind and one aborted fetus. I don't think anyone can be morally harmed there because there's literally only one mind. And whatever that mind chooses to do has no implications on other moral subjects because there literally are no other moral subjects. That would be my position, but
Have you seen that clip where Alex Jones is talking about how he would want to eat his neighbors in a pot? I think Alex Jones is looking for reasons to eat his neighbors. I'm not gonna lie to you. That
Dude,
man,
can we
he's
get-
like the type. He's like
can
the
we
type that
get
owns
Alex
guns,
Jones? Alex Jones, press secretary. It'd be so funny. It'd be so
No,
funny.
I will not fun. I can't say it on Twitch. I will not be happy.
Hold on, I'm asking AI to come up with an argument for me real quick.
Against like what? Against me?
Yeah, I'm asking it to come up with a reductio for the human level of consciousness.
Okay. Also, since I don't know philosophy terms, what is the reductio? Is that just like reducting it down to like its simplest form to see like where the conflict is, or what?
No, it's a I actually don't know the direct translation. It's reductio ad absurdum. It's basically it's trying to like prove the argument wrong through like absurdity. So like, you know, it's like if this philosophy leads to an obviously absurd position, then you either bite that bullet and no one agrees with you because you're absurd. You've been reduced to absurdity. That's what it means. Thanks, chat.
Okay.
Or
wow,
yeah.
no, I had to be given the term from your chat.
Yeah. Okay, let's consider the reductio ad absurdum. If lacking human level consciousness justifies treating a being as we treat animals, then it would be morally permissible to treat humans with severe cognitive impairments the same way we treat animals with food.
But again,
I mean, we kind of went over that.
Yeah, we kind of found that one.
If we accept human level consciousness as a more relevant thing, we would be compelled to grant these animals greater moral consideration. The reductio. Okay, well.
Damn, so you're telling me I beat ChatGPT too? Chat.
Yeah, you beat.
I'm
well, I don't think it understands what human level consciousness means either.
Yeah, the problem with this like consciousness is such like a broad. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like that is my actual answer, but that does feel like such a like a copium like hide behind, right? Because it's very hard to challenge like what is consciousness and like what is the measurement of consciousness, right?
Yeah.
So like that is my actual answer. Shout out to ChatGPT.
What's up,
okay?
Asian
I
EP, and
beat
welcome
it,
back.
the robot, and now Nonfun's muting to tell his chat that oh my bad.
What was that? What's that? Well,
No, I didn't say anything. That's my bad. Now answer your next moral question, okay? We're getting you canceled tonight.
Yeah. What's my next moral question? What? What?
Would
abortion be murder if the child developed outside the womb and it was born after 2 weeks of fetal development and they're the size of a thumb? Whether or not it's murder depends on whether they're a moral subject. So if their mind is not developed enough to be a moral subject, then it would not be murder. If it is, then it would be murder. It depends entirely on how developed the mind is, which at 2 weeks, it has nothing to do with whether they're inside the woman or outside the woman or an artificial womb or outside an artificial womb. If it has a mind, if it is, sentient, then it'd be murder. If it's not sentient, then it's not a moral subject in my view. And therefore, we should not apply moral consideration towards it. That is my position.
But it's a life non-fun.
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
I have another question. Do you feel like this is another case where I think the far left might have an undue amount of control over what the center left and like slightly progressive left says? Do you think like Democrats would just be willing to bite the bullet on like no 9-month abortions? It seems like that issue could. No.
Okay. I used to be very strong on the other side until like I looked into these cases where I think we actually had this exact conversation before, and I was looking into these cases where it was like people were genuinely dying not because of the right whether or not to get an abortion, but because doctors were trying to figure out how to process around like the bureaucratic red tape of the abortion bills that were signed because there was 9-month exemptions, but because it was an exemption and not like legal, they had to work. The doctor was afraid to obviously lose his license, lose his practice. Like that's his career. That's like his livelihood. That's the way he lives. So like it's weird to like put doctors in such a weird position like that. And I don't like that at all. The problem with that though is you have to bite the bullet of like, well then you're leaving the option open for like people to just randomly at 9 months, which I don't think actually happens, but conservatives think to do. So.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't really think that happens very often. I guess I haven't looked into most of the cases. I think we had that conversation after the hippy dippy debate. And I was like, I was talking about tariffs, but they shifted to like these specific abortion cases, which I don't know anything about. I guess I just, I don't know. I haven't looked into them because I'm more like, if someone wants to argue abortion, like I'm more interested in just arguing like we should codify Roe v. Wade because I think you should have the right to do with what, the right to do whatever you want with your own body, so long as it doesn't harm other people. My position is that abortion is, bodily autonomy up to the point where it harms someone else. And that point only really comes at like 20 weeks or whatever. So, I'm interested in codifying Roe v. Wade for that reason. I haven't looked into any of those cases really, but I've seen, I don't know. I listened to their argument. I've seen like a few others. I think wasn't the one case in Georgia? People argue that the doctors were just misinterpreting the law, and they could have done.
Yes, but like, why would you ever want to leave that as an opportunity, right? Like,
as an opportunity,
sure, they could be misinterpreting it, but the law being there directly correlated to their death. Like the doctor misinterpreting it only happened because there was a law that could threaten their practice if they did the abortion at 9 months. But I understand what you mean. I think that like if it went the other way, I'd be perfectly fine with it. Like, yeah, if they bit the bullet and were like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't. I mean, I get it, right?
Could you tell us more about the constitutionality codifying Roe v. Wade? But dude, how many times have we gone at first? Like, look, there's a difference between me and you. One of the differences, okay? I try generally to match my knowledge or to match my conviction with my level of knowledge. So I don't know a ton about the implied powers in the Constitution. So I don't know a ton about whether Congress could pass a law codifying Roe v. Wade, if that fits into, what schools of constitutional thought would think that's okay, what schools of constitutional thought would think they're not okay, and which ones would think that, which one is correct in that view. So I don't have a strong position on it. You, on the other hand, can't describe to me what a tariff is or what the balance of payments are. So, but despite that position, you still have strong opinions on tariffs, which doesn't make sense to me. So, like, I'll admit to you.
My bad.
It come from
it's
what?
Discord. You know how it is. Didn't it just come from the right to privacy? Isn't that like where it got derived from?
Well, so he's asking a slightly different thing, but yeah, the ruling for Roe v. Wade was like, the 14th Amendment applies the right to privacy, and therefore women have a right to an abortion without federal government interference, or state government too, have a constitutional right to an abortion without government interference or whatever. What he's asking is basically what article gives Congress the power to pass a law codifying Roe v. Wade, because like technically Congress can't just pass any law at once. It has to have a constitutional basis for passing that law. Can't just pass a law saying everyone has to step on one foot. It has to do with something that falls into one of the categories of like commerce, regulating interstate commerce, necessary and proper clause, that this law is necessary, required to carry out some constitutional duty there, or to establish an army and navy. Obviously, there are like implied powers of Congress. Like, for example, I mean, the Constitution only says Army and Navy. It does not say Air Force. But, like, it's pretty reasonable to say Air Force is an applied power because, like, clearly, what they meant by this was just to maintain a military. Like, it doesn't really matter if it says armies and navies. And then, like, there's debates over exactly what Commerce Clause means and, what counts as regulating interstate commerce. Localist takes a very strict view of what counts as regulating interstate commerce. There's a case about this, for example, I think the federal government tried to ban the ability to carry guns on any school grounds. And there was a Supreme Court case about this. I forget the name, and they basically had some pretty loose argument, well, this is interstate commerce because clearly guns go across state lines and we're making a law for all the states and guns are interstate commerce. The Supreme Court said no, that's clearly not regulating interstate commerce. But there are certain things the federal government can do, even if it for example, the federal government can't just ban all states from allowing guns on school property or whatever. But what it can do is say, if you accept money from the Department of Education, then you have to follow these requirements. So, for a while, I don't even know if there is now, there is no federal minimum drinking age law. The Congress just said, if you want highway funding.
If you break it, no funding, yeah.
Yeah. Therefore, you could argue you could do something similar with abortion and protect it at a federal level like that,
Make it a de facto law, basically.
Yeah. But there's other arguments that you could protect it on a federal level, even without, just make it de facto by making all the states do it. I forget exactly what they are, but yeah. I mean, you could just make it any state that accepts Medicare funding has to provide abortion. Since every state relies on Medicare funding, they all have to, they would all pass a law protecting it immediately. Yeah, there are things like that you can do, but Localist takes a view that is not the most constitutional lawyers probably would not agree with. It's a very strict originalist view. Between 1937 and 1995, the U.S. Supreme Court did not strike down a single federal law succeeding congressional authority, nearly 60 years. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, what was that? To attack, defend?
No, he does this sometimes. Sometimes I even ask him specific questions, and he'll quote to. Sometimes he fucking sends quotes of ChatGPT. Yeah, literally. But sometimes he literally quotes ChatGPT. He puts something in quotes as if he's quoting an authoritative source, and it's just written by ChatGPT. And it's oh, you really, dude? The
Rob Noor route.
Yeah. Did I ever tell about the cum metric or the cum index?
What?
The cum index. We're having this weird debate about unemployment numbers and whether they're accurate or not. He's being incredibly fucking retarded the whole time. He has no clue what he's talking about. At one point, he was losing so badly that he went to ChatGPT, because I think I asked him okay, how should we be calculating these numbers? And he's like, well, here's the comprehensive unemployment index. It wasn't actually the cum thing, but it's funny to say comprehensive unemployment metric and call it the cum index. Yeah. So he was like, here's the comprehensive unemployment index. And I look it up because I thought this was a real thing because it sounded plausible at first. And it's I said, I can't find this. I don't think that ChatGPT just came up with this for you, right? And he was like, yes. I think I asked him where I can find it, and he said, you have to compute it yourself. And I was like, okay, if I have to compute it myself, then clearly this isn't a real thing accepted by any economist. It's just something you fucking came out with. But you don't understand how any of this works, so you sure as hell didn't come up with it. Did ChatGPT come up with this? And he's like, yeah. And in the equation for it, the first thing it does is add U3 unemployment to U6 unemployment. U6 unemployment includes everyone in U3 unemployment. So literally the first thing it does is double count unemployment. So ChatGPT clearly does not know what the fuck it's talking about. But he cites it as like an authoritative source. Yeah, exactly. But like, yeah, it's wild. He also trolls. So I don't know how much of his position is real and how much of it is trolling. But I don't know.
Any comment? I'm waiting. Okay, I'm waiting for the defense. I can be swayed, okay? I could be team localist. This is your chance.
I don't think he understands opportunity cost or anything. He's so dumb. He's so dumb, unironically. Did you see? I don't know how, if you saw any of this. I don't know if this is a real position he still holds. I think this was a real position he held. And then he realized it was so incredibly stupid that he started like joking around to like pretend like he was trolling the entire time when he wasn't trolling the entire time. He did at least at some point hold his position unironically.
Yeah.
He believed you should adjust real wages to inflation, aka dividing inflation adjusted wages by inflation, aka adjusting for inflation twice, aka doing something no textbook, no economist does. He can't cite a single economist who does this because it's fucking retarded, okay? And you don't get an accurate view of purchasing power from this because you're adjusting for inflation twice.
Yeah.
So
probably just genuinely didn't not know that real did already account for inflation and then just got caught in a corner and then just like
it's incredibly dumb. Yep, it's dumb. But yeah. You know what we could get, though, with the Trump presidency? We can get Twitch. We can get Dan Clancy in front of Congress now, okay, with the Republican majority who all love Israel and hate anti-Semitism.
Do you think we'll see that? I think there's a good chance with that one.
I
do
think
keeps commenting on it, unironically.
Yeah, dude, I found this out. Twitch has actually been called in front of Congress before, although what they were called in front of it for was for like copyright infringement, because it used to be really easy to just stream fucking copyrighted content on Twitch. So like it's not out of the realm of possibility. But yeah, we get this, we get fucking Dan Clancy in front of Congress. That'd be fucking hilarious.
So when Hassan was on stream showing Houthi terrorist propaganda videos, did we think that was like
I know,
Twitch's best interest to have advertisements on that?
Yeah, it would be really funny. It would be. I hope they call Hassan in front of there too. That'd be awesome. That'd be epic.
I don't know. I don't know how that would go.
I don't think it would go well just because I think congressmen are fucking stupid and don't understand the internet. So Hassan could probably mog them on a lot of things.
Yeah, and then I have to go on TikTok and I have to see Hassan mogging our like congressmen.
Yeah, sitting congressman. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like if you look at like the Facebook trials or whatever.
Actually,
like
no,
like it. You know.
I got it. They call out Hassan, okay, and then they appoint Destiny as chief prosecutor and then is locked in.
Hell yeah. I don't know, but there are like legitimate reasons to be like worried about Facebook or whatever. But like you call Facebook in front of Congress and it's a bunch of old people who don't understand the internet.
Well, my phone know I walked over there and it's like,
exactly.
Oh, we're so cooked.
So it's like there are legitimate reasons to do this, but like you are so fucking dumb that you just make Mark Zuckerberg look good, and it's like, okay, dude. Now that Democrats lost control of the federal government, they will now be either friendly to the states resisting federal encroachments or cut themselves. So true. I mean, Republicans will have the same authority to make federal laws as Democrats did, and states will have the same authority to make the laws that they can. I'm sure now Democrat states are going to be making laws to protect against federal government encroachment or whatever, whereas previously, since Democrats had a lot of control over the federal government, there were probably red states making laws trying to protect against, Democratic encroachment. That actually doesn't happen very often, though, because what Democrats do is actually good for most of these states, especially red states. We actually invest a lot of money in red states. Like, there were all those like senators who voted against the Biden infrastructure bill who then tried to take credit for things that the Biden infrastructure
I
bill
remember
funded.
seeing that tweet.
Like,
Who
yeah.
was it? It was a girl, yeah, and she was like pointed it. She was like supporting it, and then Pete Buttigieg like retweeted it and was like, "By the way, you voted against this."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are multiple cases of that even. Like, yeah, Democrats spend in red states. I know you hate federal government spending at all, but like a lot of the CHIPS Act money went to red states and purple states. It didn't all just go to California. Yeah, a lot of blue states are actually net, taxpayers to the federal government. A lot of red states are tax receivers. That's not to say they're necessarily like a complete drain or anything. They do provide essential like services like farming or whatever. But 70% of the U.S. GDP comes from blue counties. I understand you think GDP is totally fake, but 70% of GDP comes from blue counties. Actually, that was in the 2020 election.
I saw
so
somewhere,
it
wasn't it like
now.
that if California was its own country, it'd be like the 5th largest economy in the world?
Yeah. And a lot of that comes from LA, like the cities that he hates. He fucking hates the Democrat cities. He despises cities at all, especially when they're run by Democrats. But yeah, like even, he does, he's not going to agree with the word productive because he thinks GDP is totally fake. But, like the most productive areas in red states are the Democrat cities, right? Like the money in Texas, a lot of the money in Texas does not come from the rural areas. Although some of it does through oil, I think, because Texas does have oil drilling. But a lot of it comes through Houston and Austin, which are like Democrat cities. Like these are places where Democrats live. I'm pretty sure they have a Democratic mayor. They pay taxes to the federal government. I think Texas actually is like basically the only red state that actually pays taxes to the federal government and doesn't receive benefits because they reject most of the benefits that the federal government offers them because they want their own stupid shit. Like their own independent energy grid, which means every time there's a fucking snowstorm that they have a power outage and
destroys them. Yeah, and then Ted Cruz
they can't do
runs off
anything.
to Guam.
Yeah, but they can't do anything about it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah.
Colin, bro, that Colin dude was so cool.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But
and then do you support? I feel like I'm chat half the time. Do you
support California independence? No, I don't support secession for any state.
Doesn't
really.
Texas still have it built into their like constitution that they can succeed?
Nope.
And it was
No.
they didn't. I thought
Inaccurate. Nope. I'm pretty sure in their constitution they say that they can split into 5 different states for whatever fucking reason if they want to split into different states. But it's my understanding is that they don't have that built in the constitution. What about kicking California out of the union? No. Let's start seceding from the union. Unilateral secession has never been upheld by the Supreme Court. Localist hates the Supreme Court, so he disagrees with that. Localist is fundamentally un-American. He does not think America should exist. Don't let him tell you otherwise. Don't let him tell you the Democrats are un-American or anything because he is un-American. He literally does not believe the United States is a country. Just ask him, is the U.S. a country? He says no. Ask him, was there a civil war? He doesn't believe there was a civil war. He believes it was only a, quote, war for independence. Like that somehow precludes it being a civil war, even though a lot of civil wars are fought for independence, but he has a really dumb fucking definition of civil war. He is fundamentally un-American. Treasonous. He supports the treason. Oh fuck! I think it was the 10th of November. Remember the 10th of November. I see no reason why the. What's the quote? There's a Sherman's March to the Sea. It's like remember the 10th of November. I see no reason why the flag of traitors should fly over the land of the free. Localist. Remember. I'm the real American. You are the treasonous usurpation regime supporter. Nope, I'm infinitely more American than you. I have infinitely more respect for the Constitution than you do because you believe the Constitution should be torn up and states should just secede. It depends who wins according to Nonfon. What? Was the American Revolution a civil war? No, not really, because they weren't citizens of the same country. It's my understanding. It was a colony versus the mother country. I would say that fits more squarely into the definition of a war of independence, colony versus a country. The colony is not part of a country. The Confederates were part of the country. They were part of the United States. Britain did have a civil war in like 1516 or whatever, right? Like, war. You can fight a war of quote unquote independence and have it be a civil war. Like, it's just dumb. Or definite like, you can have a definition of civil war, that says a war for independence isn't a civil war. I think it's a dumb definition of civil war. It's not what most people mean when they say civil war. Usually they just mean two citizens of the same country like fighting each other. I can also have a definition of insurrection that says anything Donald Trump does is an insurrection, but you would say that's a really bad definition of insurrection. Yeah. Why is a colony not part of the country? By definition, they're not part of the country, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be a colony. It would just be part of the country.
Be a part of the country, yeah.
Are you saying the concept of civil war necessarily predicated on the idea of being citizenship? You have to be part of the same country. Usually that's what that means. I think some definitions of civil war do say just two citizens of the same country, like, fighting each other. I don't know if that necessarily has to be citizenship. It has to be, like, two parts or two factions within the same country fighting each other. I wouldn't say that a colony versus the mother country is a civil war. You don't support the Constitution. You support judicial construction of the Constitution and Lincolnian nationalism. Sure. I don't know what Lincolnian nationalism means, but all right.
Probably.
I mean, I guess I don't know how country is being defined. I don't know. Episode 2, Revenge of the Graph Nerd. There are no graphs on screen right now. Okay. What'd you say? Sorry. You're gonna.
Well, no, you're good. I was gonna make a comment about Lincoln, and I was gonna make a joke about him getting shot in the head, but we can move on.
Okay. Not yet. They're bidding the time. I looked at a few graphs today. They're not relevant because CTV, his mind would explode if he saw a graph. But yeah, I think most people defense terrorists' mind would explode if they saw a graph. But there's no constitution power. There's no constitution of the power of constitutional review rests solely in federal judiciary. And the president is, if binding. What? I don't do those. Maybe I'm just tired and read that wrong. That did not make sense to me. Or if you got your R-worded baby hanging around too. True. Isaac, you should there's a lot of people in YouTube poll that like have these open panels. They're like infinitely more successful than Twitch poll, honestly. Like there are people who get like Glenn, who I talked to, who was on the Jubilee, and also hosts panels that are like open panels. They're also all dumb, so it's pretty easy to debate them because they really don't know much. There's a girl called Sarah, the Raging Tomato. There's a girl called School of Thought. I don't know how smart School of Thought is. The people I debated on her show were actually decently smart, although they were dumb and wrong still. But they average like 70 to 90 viewers. I've seen them at like over 100 viewers before. I've seen Glenn at like over 200.
Maybe I need to tap in. Maybe I need to tap in.
Yeah, I know. And like it's not like Glenn is literally illiterate and like he's somehow successful and like
whoa, not getting out of nowhere.
He is. I mean,
Nonfon, are you in your drama era? Are you in your drama era, Nonfon? I noticed.
Well,
I saw the Twitter, bro. I saw the Twitter.
I'm just making a fact. Glenn is literally illiterate. I don't understand how someone could read and hold the positions that he does, considering if you can read, you preclude the ability to hold the positions. Yeah, the example is he doesn't believe that any court has ruled January 6th as an insurrection. Now, if you have the ability to read, you understand this is not the case because the Colorado Supreme Court made a decision where they say J6 was an insurrection. The New Mexico Supreme Court said that J6 was an insurrection. I believe there were cases in Maine too that called J6 an insurrection. If you have the ability to read, that precludes the position that no court has called January 6th an insurrection. Glenn does not have the ability to read, so he believes that there is no court that called January 6th an insurrection. If you have basic logic, this is also untrue because Donald Trump was going to be kicked off the ballot in Colorado for being an insurrectionist. There would be no need to overturn that decision, but they didn't overturn it calling it an insurrection. They just said Colorado doesn't have the authority.
State to determine.
Yeah, they said They just said Colorado doesn't have the authority. They didn't even overturn. But his point, his position was that no court ruled it was an insurrection. So even if the Supreme Court overturned that, his position would be negated by the fact that the Colorado Supreme Court had a decision to overturn it in the first place. Yeah, if you can read, you don't have the position he has. The same thing is true of John Eastman conceding that his plan would violate the Electoral Count Act. My understanding is Glenn's position is still that Eastman did not say he was going to violate the Electoral Count Act, or he wanted Pence to violate the Electoral Count Act. If you have the ability to read, this is a position you cannot hold, because we have an email from John Eastman where he says, now that it's been determined that the Electoral Count Act is not so sacrosanct as previously determined, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days. That is him saying that he wants to break the Electoral Count Act. Now, the reason he wanted to break it is because he believed it wasn't constitutional. He probably believed it was constitutional, and he just lied to Trump saying he didn't believe it was constitutional, considering he didn't believe it was constitutional to do this at first, and then changed his position later, after all other options had failed. He did write down that this is an incorrect interpretation of the 12th Amendment, and then later just lied about it. But yeah, these are positions that are precluded if you have the ability to read. Glenn does not have the ability to read, therefore he can hold these positions. You said elected, what? Oh, you're responding to locals.
Come on now, not elected.
Erected. Oh, elected. Sorry, I'm tired, bro.
You're such a non-coomer. You didn't even get the. Stolen valor.
Yeah. Yeah, but Glenn can't read.
Why is this actually like a Finkelstein? Like, why are there just quotes with like no like opinion behind the quotes?
He's dumb. Yeah, he's dumb. He's probably quoting ChatGPT. He's either quoting ChatGPT or 10th Amendment Center. 10th Amendment Center might be a good think tank. I don't really know, but the issue is, localists could make some legitimate points. The issue is, he's so much utter, complete dog shit. It makes me think that he is not making any. Like the fact that he presumably still believes that you should compare real wages to inflation makes me think that any point he's making about the law is probably just fucking dumb. The fact that he believes universal tariffs are welfare maximizing makes me think he's just dumb. And, any point he's making about the law is probably not well sourced, considering the fact that everything else he says is so fucking dumb. But yeah, trying to make a cause from what I confer that the Supreme Court gained too much power. I understand. I understand the point he's trying to make. I think the point he's trying to make is that he doesn't think the Supreme Court should have judicial review, and it should be left up to the states whether a law is constitutional or not. And if they think it's unconstitutional, they should be able to nullify it. I mean, I think the world just works better if the Supreme Court does have judicial review. There are probably good reasons to believe the Constitution gives that authority to the Supreme Court. I don't know. I haven't looked into it, really. But I do understand that it's basically a power the Supreme Court just took for itself in whatever Marbury v. Madison in 1803 or whatever. And to say shit about leaving it up to the states. My understanding is that his position is that he doesn't believe that the Supreme Court should have judicial review, and the ultimate authority of constitutional interpretation should basically just be left up to the states. And they shouldn't have, the Supreme Court shouldn't have the authority to impose a unconstitutional law on the states, is his position, is my understanding. But he's dumb. So it makes me think his understanding's wrong. State courts have no power over the Constitution or federal laws. Constitutional review is a power the Supreme Court has. They can nullify down a law that's unconstitutional. It's just not a power that's concentrated solely in the judiciary. So it's in direct conflict. Well, he doesn't agree with the way the Constitution is currently interpreted and acted upon. But I don't know. He's dumb, mega stupid, mega retarded. I don't think he'll unironically answer. Does he believe that you should compare, or sorry, not just compare, but divide inflation-adjusted wages by inflation? Because he knows he's fucking wrong on that, but he knows if he stops trolling and admits that he's wrong, he looks bad. He looks like an unbelievably retarded dumbass. So he's not going to say, I was wrong to believe that you should divide inflation adjusted wages by inflation. Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me so he just doesn't agree with like the fundamental understanding of the Constitution? Oh my God! Someone get this man inside of the Supreme Court real quick.
Yeah.
What we have in there right now, he'll fucking fit right in. Get that man.
Oh, he does. He does completely reject this. By the way, when it comes to any, so I would say like the amendment that the Supreme Court made about the 14th Amendment in like Colorado or whatever, I don't think was a good decision based on the historical understanding of the 14th Amendment and based on the like original intent. One, this was taking power away from the states. It took away states' power to define what an insurrection is and decide who's on a ballot based on that. States basically control every other element of how they run their elections. Localists believes that states should be able to control basically every element of how they run their elections. Right now they control how many signatures you need to get on a ballot, things like that. They control if you need voter ID. Localist believes that states should have this authority. Suddenly, as soon as it affects Donald Trump, states shouldn't have that authority. Secondly, every other amendment or every other section of of the Reconstruction Amendments are self-executing. Previously, historically, the 14th, Section 3 has also been argued to be self-executing. I believe Jeffrey Davis made this argument when he was trying to fucking run for whatever. This makes no sense to me at all why this amendment is not self-executing. Why this section of the amendment is not self-executing. So, and it also very specifically says that it gives Congress one role. That is to remove disqualification for being an insurrection, disqualification for running for office, right? If you're an insurrectionist. It gives Congress only one single role. The only role it gives Congress is to remove such disqualification by a 2/3 majority. That singular role is completely negated by the decision, because the decision says Congress first must pass a law with a simple majority defining what an insurrection is. So, if they have to pass a law defining what insurrection is in order to disqualify someone, they could remove the disqualification by simply repealing the law with a simple majority. So the Constitution only gives Congress one role here, and that role is null and void by this very decision, which makes no fucking sense. So you're removing authority from the states, which localist doesn't like, and you're making an argument that makes no sense based on the plain text of the Constitution, and historically it's not been interpreted this way. Three things localists should be opposed to, but because it affects Donald Trump... Yes, he defends it.
That's really position, funny, because didn't he just put in a quote that was like... He quite literally just put in a quote that was like, he doesn't like the idea of like the Supreme Court getting too much power, but then he'll support this?
By the way, last time I talked about this, I don't know if this is still a position, he said that this was the right decision because, quote, it's the right thing to do. He just likes Trump. That's the only reason.
Jesus, that is such a...
What am I defending against you? I forgot. I mean, have you listened to anything I said like the past few minutes? You defend that Colorado should not have kicked Trump out, or did not have the authority to kick Trump off the ballot because of that Supreme Court decision, right? You think that was a good decision? Or do you think that was a bad decision because it removed state authorities and also doesn't make sense with the plain text of the Constitution? State reserved rights to see. Okay, why do you agree with it if it A, takes away... You recognize... First, can you concede that it does take away from states' authorities to control their own elections, right? This is the federal government interfering with how a state conducts its elections. Concede to that first. He's literally saying unconstitutional sit. Who is, me or localist?
I would say now it is kind of constitutional, unfortunately.
It's a federal election. So states control how they run federal elections, dumbass. That's unbelievably fucking retarded that you would say that, considering how much you're in favor of states' rights. The federal government does not determine how states run their elections. in
You should ask
basically
him,
any
does
other
he think that the
circumstance.
federal government should determine how the federal elections
Also,
held in
do
every
you think
state?
the federal government? Do you think the federal government should impose on states how it can control how they control elections? Do you think that should happen? Do you think the federal government should control how states can run federal elections? Do you
I know
think
that
that
was a
should
big thing because different states have different laws.
they
when it
have
comes
different
to, like,
voter
mail-in
ID
voting,
laws.
what
They have different
times-
laws.
Yeah.
Yeah, mail-in voting laws, when mail-in ballots can be counted, how ballots are counted. All these different things are different state by state. Whether you need voter ID, whether it's electronic voting machines or
I
paper
would love an answer
ballots.
to that question.
Do you believe,
we'll get one?
localist, that not an honest one? No. What is this? States in election clause. What about this? Oh yeah, I mean, like, this is in the Constitution. Like, it literally, arguably, people will say the state legislators are the only ones with authority to do things. This was John Eastman's theory, by the way. John Eastman basically said, or sorry, not John Eastman's theory. It's independent state legislative theory. So there was that lawsuit I mentioned earlier, Wisconsin Voters Alliance v. Pence. States can run their elections how they want. They can't disqualify eligibility criteria. It's federal. It's not complicated. So states actually can disqualify people.
Yeah, there's
for
different
federal
ballot
elections.
requirements in different states to get on the ballot. Would you consider
Each
that?
state,
Yeah.
Each state, Green Party candidates are only on federal election ballots in some states. So that's completely fucking wrong. You recognize that, right? Recognize what you just said there was wrong. Say that. I need that concession. Recognize what you just said was fucking retarded because states do control who gets on a ballot for federal elections. I need you to recognize that. I need that concession. Or I, like...
Also, can't different states determine, like, if they're even, like, eligible? Like, didn't that happen to Jill Stein
Yes.
because she switched her VP in a
Yes,
certain
exactly.
different amount
Yes,
of time?
exactly.
So votes for Jill Stein couldn't even be counted because she was
Yep.
eligible in Ohio, Washington, and other states. So they actually can determine eligibility. So that's crazy. All right, guys, we gotta wait. ChatGPT is currently down. Give it 3 minutes, and we'll get.
Yeah, ChatGPT. By the way, yeah, every state counts ballots differently. Yep, hence we have such disparities in time of results. Yeah, exactly. California takes forever to count results. Now, luckily, California's a safe blue state. Nevada takes fucking forever to count results. Unfortunately, Nevada's a swing state, so we don't know the results of Nevada until a week after the election every fucking time. But yeah. Yeah, he's ChatGPT, baby, yeah. Yeah, Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution. The times, place, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives, which are federal offices, by the way, shall be prescribed in each state by the legislator thereof, but the Congress at any time shall make a law, at any time by law, make or alter such regulations, except as places of choosing senators. The senators were originally, I think, were appointed by state legislators, so it kind of makes sense why they can't do that. But there are people who argue that for independent state legislative theory, now it's a really bad argument that was ruled against in the Wisconsin Voters v. Pence Alliance, but literally say, wait, localist, what the fuck did you just say? All you said was Clarence Thomas. It has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Can you concede? Wait, can you concede? Wait, localist, I need you to concede that states can disqualify people for federal elections. I need you to concede that.
Non-fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe there is a way to determine if humans don't have human level consciousness. You got this, non-fun. You can get a concession or at least an answer.
He's not going to. He's almost certainly not going to. I think this is something they can maybe try. No, I need you to concede right now that this is already something that happens. This is just completely fucking retarded. You know, localists, do you accept that Green Party candidates are on the ballots in some states, but not on the ballots in other states or federal elections? Do you accept that? Yes or no? Yes or no, localists? Yes or no? Are
not
Green...
on the ballots because you could still write in. Not are they not only on the ballot, they're also ineligible in some states, meaning if they were
Yeah.
voted for, it would not count.
Yep. Do you accept that localist? Yes or no? Answer that. I mean, this is like yeah, Isaac mentioned Ohio. Like literally, just look it up. Yeah, they got LGBT. Okay, so to be clear, you accept that states can disqualify candidates for federal elections. You accept that, right? That is literally what you just said by saying they have eligibility requirements and shit. Candidates can be ruled ineligible for federal elections. So you were just fucking wrong on that. You recognize that, right? States can disqualify people for federal elections. Say that. Say that. Say states can disqualify people for federal elections. I mean, I understand sending the link too. A federal appeals court has denied a request by presidential candidate Jill Stein to overrule her disqualification from the Ohio ballot this year. Eligibility requirements and unilateral disqualification is not the same thing. What do you, if they have different eligibility requirements? That if you don't meet the eligibility requirements, you're ineligible for office. That's fucking retarded. Okay. Also, like we have this case from Ohio, Jill Stein was ruled ineligible by an Ohio court, and then a federal court upheld that decision. Man, I love waiting for ChatGPT. You think out of tokens or something? He's gotta buy more tokens.
No, he's just clicking regenerate response until it gives him something that is somewhat defendable. It's sending like, well, this would be inaccurate because, or this is incorrect because. He's like, no. It's like, I guess one way you could defend it is, it's like, there we go.
He's probably in the free version, probably. So it takes a while. Yeah, he's got to
cool.
Scroll through the 10 different variants to find one that agrees with him.
I saw this podcast on TikTok, and it's like The Last Man on Earth, and it's a man just doing a podcast with ChatGPT, and it like has a really cool setup, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
I'm so sad I didn't think of that. That's so cool.
What the fuck do they talk about? What does he talk to ChatGPT about?
I mean, anything really. You could just be like, "What do you think about like veganism?" You know, but probably literally anything you will have an opinion on. Listen, okay, if I didn't find anyone in this state that was a liberal in the time I did, it would have been me. It was a hard battle to fight. I would have been doing that podcast if I didn't find Robbie, my co-host.
Can we make Democrat GPT the perfect Democrat Party
God.
parroting?
I hate how there's that fucking, I forgot what it's called, but there's that Republican Wikipedia. Where's Wokepedia? Okay, that's what I need.
I love Conservapedia, bro. Conservapedia is awesome.
Yeah, I need Wokepedia real quick, okay. Stalin, kind of based, okay.
Hey guys, on the left, doesn't non-fun for 20 room look like a cheap set? Oh, fucking hell, it's not a. It does. It looks like a brothel.
Sex
hotel room. Come on. Ballot
Unless they have
access
brothel
laws are
room.
different from and don't conflict with constitutional eligibility requirements. And it's no, so you recognize if you can be ruled ineligible based on a state's requirements for being on a ballot, right? As Jill Stein was, by the way. Like, I'm quoting, a federal appeals court panel has denied a request by presidential candidate Jill Stein to overrule her disqualification from the Ohio ballot this year. So you recognize Jill Stein was disqualified in Ohio.
Also, you're just goalpost shifting. What you said earlier was states can run their elections how they want. They can't disqualify, however, as that is eligibility criteria is federal. What non-fund is presenting is saying, look, there is eligibility.
Clearly eligibility criteria. Goalpost shifting. Yeah, eligibility criteria is not federal. It's based on states.
The real conversation is non-fund. You got to move that bed, okay? It does look like a brothel room because it's just having the bed in the middle is a very brothel thing. You should either have it like facing the door or in a corner. Why do you not have it in a corner? Your feng shui is all off.
This is the best setup.
Is it because you just have copious amounts of women coming in and out? You got to keep like traffic moving.
Yeah, exactly. I don't. There's not many other ways I can. Hold on. I can lay out my room.
We're getting a room reveal from non-fawn MTV Cribs.
Yeah, it's like I got my desk face on this wall. Got my bed, the other bed, and the couch. I have TVs in front of these beds. You know, my desk in front of this. Dresser's back there. There's not many other ways I can lay it out. I don't really know. Forgive me, it's a bit room insecure. If my room is awesome, fuck you.
What's going on?
Fuck
What's going on with
you.
that? Can we organize those pile of books over there?
I don't have like a bookshelf or anything. No, I can't really. They can't disqualify it over age or citizenship. That what they ruled with the insurrection of Trump. Well, they can't disqualify based on age or citizenship. I don't think that's not what they ruled when dealing with Trump, right? They ruled that states don't have the authority to enforce Section 3, Amendment 14, because it's not self-executing, and they lack the authority to implement it. Is my understanding. I'll have you know, all the girls that have come in my room, which is not very many, have liked it. Okay, so fuck.
Yes, sir. Would you say they wanted to stay now, Fawn? Stay over?
Well, I mean, they're, just like most of them are just friends. So, well, the majority of girls who have been in my room are not girlfriends, but friends. So most of them know.
When am I getting a room invite now, Fawn? When am I gonna be in the room where it happens?
I mean, you could do it. You could come here, bro.
Sorry, that was. I will one day. First, I have to get you over here and to the podcast set, which I will do.
Yeah.
But we need to wait for a Democrat win. Okay. We need something good to talk about now, Fawn. We can't just be struggle session. If I'm driving I think I'm driving 5 hours there back. Yeah, I'm gonna need a good reason.
It could be unconstitutional for a state to block anyone from federal ballot. So why did the federal district court rule that Ohio could block Jill Stein from their ballot? That's just not true, Tron.
No, I think you're just okay. A localist person. Okay, you didn't throw this constitutional word in the beginning until like after we shown this out. I'm going through all of your DMs right now under your messages. And the words you used was that the states can't rule on the eligibility, right? But now you're saying the constitutional eligibility. You're kind of just like, see how you're kind of throwing that constitutional word in there and hoping it does a lot of lifting for you?
They didn't unilaterally disqualify Jill Stein on the 14th. That was never a claim that we made. Do you think that we made that claim? That's never a claim that we made. It's totally irrelevant and unbelievably fucking retarded that you said that. We're not disputing that.
Say Clarence Thomas.
We never made that claim. Yes. You think we made the claim that Jill Stein was disqualified based on Section 3, Amendment 14? I guarantee you we never made that claim. Because obviously she wasn't, because she's not an insurrectionist, as far as I know.
Debatable. She's a Russian operative, and I stand by that.
How did the debate go? Was it a master? It was fun. We didn't talk about some of the things I wanted to talk about, but...
Here's the
saying
question I always ask myself, and I want to ask you this, okay? I always feel like going into, like, research with... When you know that... No, okay, no offense. I don't know CTV personally. Coming off of a complete speculation. But there's some conservatives, and I'll just call them out directly. I'm talking about Menard. I'm talking about Menard when I say this. Where whenever I'm going into like a debate with them, I spend less time actually researching the substance because I know they're just gonna hide behind the substance, and I just really look up like examples of things I know are gonna argue. And do you feel like a lot of the like research you did into the substance was actually utilized, or like do you feel like it was just lost?
Well, this debate was weird because we debated a lot of like weird semantic things, and not really like the substance, but like. Yeah, like a lot of. I mean, I'm doing this research not just to debate him or whatever, but to debate more people on tariffs and to, and just for my own knowledge because I like reading about it. I'd be reading about it even if I wasn't streaming. At least some of these things, I'd be reading even if I wasn't streaming. But like like a lot, like one of the books I'm like reading is called "What's Wrong with Protectionism," and it just goes through like here's an objection to free trade. Here's why it's fucking stupid. Here's another objection. Here's why it's fucking stupid. Here's another objection. Here's why it does a really good job going through that. It's 2024. Who even reads for real? But like like a big like so many, especially with other conservatives, it's like I can't debate policy. I have to debate whether job numbers are real, and it's like, what the fuck? like we're debating over whether the Bureau of Labor Statistics is falsifying job numbers. Like, there's no substance there. It's just like me having to learn like useless like statistical things to like argue.
Yeah, you gotta learn examples. I know exactly.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I was talking about. I was like, you gotta learn like these niche things that happened at one point in time. Because I swear to God, they'll be like, well, what do you know about like this time in 1876 that they did this? And then you look it up, and it's like they didn't even do this at all. Actually, what they actually did was this.
Yeah. It's like they throw so much shit in the wall. It's like shit at the wall, and you're like somehow the burden is on you to like have everything memorized so you can like try to scrape the shit off the wall before they move on to the next pile of shit they throw. But yeah, it's wild. Free trade is some mythical voodoo witchcraft nonsense. So true, Localist. It actually has nothing to do with what we're pressing you about. Localist, I do have to go to bed soon. I just want to be clear. You do accept that the 14th Amendment gave Congress one role, a single role, and that role is negated by the ruling itself. Do you accept that? Or do you disagree with that? You have to debate whether birds are real. It feels like that sometimes. I disagree with your face. God fucking damn it. God damn it.
Owned. Fuck. Also, now I'm fine. Just a random question, just like to see where we're at. What are you doing, January? Are you free on January 6th?
Yeah, are we?
I got some plans coming along. Okay.
Okay. Well. First, we have to cook up some plans to do stuff on December 14th when states must transmit their electoral votes. So first, we should probably look into the rules in North Carolina where electors have to be in order to transmit their votes, whether they have to actually be in the Capitol. You know, because in some states you have to be in the Capitol. That's why you have to try to fucking break in to the Capitol to certify the vote. Or the state Capitol to transmit the vote, like they're trying to do in Michigan. You know, just look up fake electors trying to enter Capitol on YouTube to watch that. But, you know, we should probably look at that up in North Carolina, like, you know, maybe get some documents ready. I hereby attest that I'm sworn elected for the true winner of 2024 election, Bernie Sanders. Bernie can still win. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't think he's, something tells me one elector isn't going to switch a lot. No, I'm fine. I got bad news for you. Okay, we're gonna need to book a few flights, go to a few other states.
You know, we also
should be easy one to flip. They're already ready to do that.
Also, welcome to the stream, Oblong.
Yeah, he's Vermont, isn't he? Yes.
Shack Slap.
I'm correct.
You guys in Vermont, yeah.
Wrong. Oh, okay, good.
If I was Yeah, we have to do that. Gotta drop some documents. Gotta somehow find a way to get them to Kamala Harris.
And one of us has to find the time to sleep with a porn star.
Thanks for the
and
following. I appreciate
violate
it.
34 counts of
Yeah,
lying under
yeah.
different forms for tax reasons and saying, "Oh my God, follow over gold on bond."
Oh hell yeah! I don't even know what the goal was. Hell yeah.
220.
Oh, 220.
Or do you mean like
Hell
what the
yeah.
actual like physical like what you were going for?
Well, I forgot I even had a
Non-fun.
fucking follower going
When
Twitch.
are we gonna see the blue hair? No, fine. I did it. Okay, I had to be a blue hair liberal. Okay.
I haven't made any commitments yet. Okay, maybe I'll do it at some point, but it would need to be like something big. Okay, thankfully I already reached 1,000 subs. Okay, we're not retroactively doing it for 1,000 subs, so I don't know. Maybe maybe the first video to get 1 million likes. Yeah, 1 million likes. I'll do it. How about that? Yeah.
That's crazy.
Isn't every lawmaker bound by the Constitution? Shouldn't it be a crime to appoint Trump president? We don't appoint Trump president. But I mean, I guess the electors.
You're more
vote for
certifying,
Trump.
yeah. But like, do you think the electors are held under that?
Well, no, I don't think the electors are. I guess maybe.
No. And also, it would need a conviction, and I don't see any-
Unilateral removal over accusations of insurrection denies due process. I don't. The argument is
We're
over
talking about
whether.
Joel Stein, aren't we?
Well, one, that's a goalpost shift from the argument of whether states disqualify people at all. Unironically, I think he just went into ChatGPT and asked, why did they make this ruling? Now, the reason I think that's dumb is because every other Reconstruction Amendment is self-executing, and I don't believe that this should be any different. And the second thing I'm going to say, which he didn't answer at all, which is the question I asked because I do have to fucking go to bed soon, is do you agree that the Constitution gives Congress one role, and that is to remove such disqualification, and that role itself is negated by the decision because it says they must remove it by 2/3 majority, when if it requires them to pass a law first, then they can just remove it by a simple majority. Do you agree or disagree with that? Are you on diet? Me, no.
What? Oh my God! By the way, does he know why you had to wear that beer dress? Does he know? I just like flexing.
I mean, there are a few different times I wore it, but
Wait, what?
Maybe because I had it.
Wait, wait! Actually, pause. No, I need context. Yeah.
Wait, you don't remember that? Okay, the reason I
remember
first
one
wore
time.
Grumple, is maybe I lost some bro versus
I
bro
bet
gaming
to
competition
me, a
to
gaming
Isaac.
competition.
And he bought me a costume and I had to wear it on stream. Now I will say though, it did become a good donation incentive. People donated. I had multiple people donate a few dollars to make me put it on. I think it happened twice. I removed that donation goal because it's kind of annoying to have on stream. But I need to make a. I need to buy other costumes. I need to make a website, okay, where you select what costume to buy.
And you like pay bits.
And yeah, you pay.
Can you do that with bits actually? Isn't there bits
you
like
could,
things
yeah.
you can implement? Yeah, that'd be really easy to implement.
Yeah, I don't know. And I need you know what I need though? I need like a system of like if I'm already wearing a costume, like it costs more money to like make me switch costumes, and like you can keep like outbidding each other.
Oh my
it costs
God,
more
the
to make me
capitalist
do it
brain is
mid debate.
already working.
Yeah, exactly. If I need to do it mid debate, it costs like 3x the price. Hold on, it's a good point you made, but I have to go. I have to go put a fucking dress on. You go to college? I
know
do.
You actually.
I have 6 minutes to do this college assignment. Do you think I can do it?
Probably. How big of an assignment is it? Like, how much is it worth?
No, I gotta make like a whole ass PowerPoint. How would we?
Just send an email that you are sick and you are requesting a few more, like one more day.
I think the policy for that one might be at non-farm. Or at non-fam. When you talk to conservatives like CTV, you need to tell a better story.
Bro, you need to work rhetorically. Focus on the examples. Stop trying to engage with them on substance. Stop on their conservatives, not liberals. I've been talking.
I had some good models. I had some good like stories, intuitive stories that I can use for some things, but we didn't get to like any of that in the debate. So for example, for jobs, I have a pretty intuitive story for why tariffs don't protect jobs. It's called the Iowa car crop. There are two ways to get cars in America. First way is to manufacture them in Detroit. Second way is to plant seeds in Iowa. Everyone knows about the first. Let me tell you about the second. Plant seeds in Iowa, which are the raw materials from which cars are constructed. You wait until wheat appears. You harvest the wheat, load it onto ships, sail them eastward into the Pacific Ocean, or westward, eastward, one of them. I think it's west. And a few months later, the ships come back with cars in them. The fact that Japan is a country with a bunch of people and factories is not relevant to America's economic interests. We might as well assume that Japan is just a mysterious factory that turns wheat into cars. Any tax or ban on imported car from Japan is a tax or ban on Iowa crop farmers. Because, if you protect Detroit car makers from competition, you must harm Iowa crop farmers, because Iowa crop farmers are the competition. They are the ones competing with Detroit car manufacturers for making cars. This is a good model of how trade works, and then go into what exactly deadweight loss is. But we didn't even get there because we debated stupid semantics all the time, and he wasn't looking for a debate. He was looking for a conversation. Yeah.
Oh, yay! Are you guys friends now?
No, I don't think he likes me.
I always like it whenever two people can have a nice and civil conversation. Don't you love that?
Yeah, you got him. He was like, I didn't expect you to bring a moderator here. And it's like, first of all, if he just told me that, I would have not brought a moderator. Like, if he just said it, like, I was under the impression it was going to be more of a debate, because on Twitter I said I'm perfectly willing to debate him, and then he DM'd me when I had asked him.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like when you use the
this?
word debate, yeah, it's like I feel like you would use the word, like, we could set up a conversation or set up like the talk.
Yeah.
And I feel like debate
Like, if he literally just said, I don't want to do a debate, I just want to have like a conversation and we don't need a moderator, I'd be like, okay, that's chill, I'll hop on stream. But he didn't say that, so I brought a moderator because I'm cool. And also, Process gets viewers too, and I can tell his viewers to subscribe to me as well.
Did you feel bad for Process at the end?
Not really. His job could have been more difficult, honestly, with me and CTV there.
Yeah.
Me and CTV who gets heated a lot. Me, who, with the right people, can get heated. CTV being such right person, and the topic being tariffs, which is a topic that I will drill down on. If someone says something incredibly stupid, I will make them concede. I'll make them cry. I'll make them come. I'll make them piss. I'll make them shit.
I remember with Minar, whenever I was arguing with Minar about tariffs, the thing he was like, and there's no difference between a tariff and sanctions. And I was like, and then I had to explain there was a lot in that. And I was like, do you really not think that? He's like, yeah. He's like, don't you think it's like contradictory to have different opinion of these? I was like, no, not at all. Let me explain the difference.
Yeah.
Ooh,
your position on tariffs
calling
isn't
you
even
out.
Good. Who called me out?
Localist, the person you were just responding to.
I talked to Localist about tariffs earlier today. He doesn't understand enough about tariffs to have a strong position on them. He shouldn't understand. Like, he's like neutral on like all these things I ask him. I ask him like, do you think free trade carries net benefits? He's like, oh, I'd have to look into it more. Do you think free trade, adds jobs or costs jobs? Oh, I gotta look into it more. I don't know. It's like, okay, well then stop having a strong opinion on tariffs if you don't even have answers to these simple questions. You think free trade is simply no import restrictions? When I say free trade, the most relevant thing is the freedom to import. That's because, freedoms to exports aren't restricted by the domestic country for the most part. Typically, they're restricted by other countries. So, when I say free trade, typically I mean the freedom to import in whatever country we're talking about. Yeah. It's the ability... It's the ability to those in a country to import without restrictions, or import and export without restrictions. I think exports are typically more in the control of other countries and their policies rather than in control of the domestic country. Those questions have to be clarified, like generally in a vacuum. I mean, I did say generally, but in a global market. Crumple, if you want to talk on tariffs, like join a fucking VC. I think you have stream room perms, but like we can draw a very simple model and explain why free trade carries these net benefits. And we can also back this up by empirical evidence. Empirically, this what I just said was absolutely true, and a simple model explains why it's true. So what I just said, it was absolutely correct. If you dispute that, fucking join VC. You don't have any good arguments against it. All you have is like your own incredulity about, well, you have to specify more. Who else is on screen? That's Isaac Goes Insane. He's another streamer dude kind of guy.
I used to be heavily streaming with NonFon, and then I switched to mainly producing more long form content on YouTube, and that's what I do now. I've kind of left the debatosphere.
I don't ask NonFon about vacuums. He starts thinking about dead kids and goes on.
Bro, that entire conversation. Hello, yeah, but yeah, that entire conversation. NonFon, I was like, oh, like, I don't like where this is going. I was like, just speak broadly, please. Do not say you would eat the fetus. Just say anything in a vacuum.
Well, I wouldn't eat the fetus, to be clear.
Do you think there's anything morally wrong with eating the fetus?
Does this have a net increase on jobs? Yeah. If I ask, do you think generally free trade or tariffs would have a net benefit to jobs? That should be a simple question to answer. The answer clearly is that free trade generally has net benefits to jobs. A simple empirical model, can explain why this is true, and empirical evidence backs this up. So that is a pretty simple question to answer. Generally, free trade is a net benefit to jobs. In fact, it can be. You could do like a basic syllogism with it, like free trade increases real income. Real income increases job opportunities. If you accept those two premises, which I think most people would accept, then you should accept the conclusion that free trade is a net benefit for jobs. And then jobs in a country where things are sold, or global jobs. Jobs in our country, in the country imposing the tariffs. That's obviously what I mean.
In the American country.
Exactly.
America.
That's such a deep and nuanced philosophical question that cannot be encapsulated in yes or no. You're dumb.
Base. Oh, my bad.
Well, it's not obvious what you meant. When I say do tariffs protect jobs, do you think I'm referring to do tariffs protect jobs in countries where the tariffs aren't implemented?
This is chat. This is not my streamer chat. This is not my stream.
It's obvious when I'm saying, do these things protect jobs. I'm referring to the country imposing the measures. I don't know why I would be referring to other countries. But also, free trade typically is a net benefit for 9.5 hours of what I'm talking about. Grimo, baby. You know what, Gibbs? I've actually been streaming for 13 hours and 47 minutes, but the Twitch stream crashed 4 hours in. So.
Also, Gibbs, you're live right now. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I was.
Wait, is Gibbs live right now? What?
Yes. How's the Piers Morgan video? Is it a good video?
Why are you in my chat, please? I appreciate it, Gibbs. I appreciate you chatting while you're live. The dedication, the true non-fun fan you are. Thank you. Imagine where you build lithium-ion batteries. Most of those lithium comes from South America. Lithium imports slow down our jobs. True, especially because lithium's like an intermediate good. It's used to make batteries, which are then used to make other things. So, like, obviously, tariffing lithium is going to have negative effects because lithium consuming jobs probably outnumber lithium producing jobs like fucking 10 to 1, if not probably more than that, honestly, because steel jobs versus steel consuming jobs is like 80 to 1. I would imagine it's even higher, or it's about the same for lithium. It might be a little less just because we don't. Actually, I don't really know. More everything I can think of that uses lithium also uses steel, so we probably use more steel. Mike and tariffs was top tiers and totally dismantled yours. Localist, you don't have a good enough. Localist, if I asked you to describe what the current account balance is versus what the financial account balance is, you could not answer that. If you can't answer that, you don't have a better opinion on tariffs than me because you barely qualify as having an opinion on tariffs because you don't understand what those mean. You don't understand what a tariff does to the deficit or the trade deficit or the capital account surplus. Like, compare Poland or Georgia or anybody in Russia, trade block, true.
Oh no. I yawned so hard, tears came out of my eyes. Should I farm?
Wow, you're crying. Wow, I made you cry.
Should I clip farm?
Yeah, absolutely.
The tariff arguments are really hard on me.
What I read about trade and protectionism, it's fundamentally true. I don't. What did you even? What? What did he say about it? What he said earlier, like when we were chatting in VC, or like what you said in chat now? You basically, I don't think you made like any claims about what tariffs and protectionism do in chat right now. I think you were just referring to what you said earlier. And earlier, all you had was where it was saying, I don't know. I have to look into it more. That's basically all you said. You couldn't answer like any of my questions of like, do you think free trade is like a net benefit to jobs? Or do you think it generally is net cost? You also won't accept any empirical evidence I give you ever. So there's that as well.
Till Donald Trump's in office, baby. Then
Yeah,
it's all based. Okay.
Adequate 4. The tariff conversation is really hard on me. Oh, it's really hard on.
Yeah, no, not really hard on. Hard on
Wow,
me. And also,
wow,
it's
wow,
2 A's.
wow.
It's 2 A's. No, it's gonna go in as a quote with my name misspelled.
I don't even know I don't know what the quote thing does. What does the quote thing even do? Like, what is the point of it?
Quote book. Just have quote books. You don't have a quote? My friend group had a quote book that we always kept.
No, not really.
Oh, yeah, there it is. No, it's misspelled. No. I'm cooked. My name is ISAAC.
Oh, fuck. Well, I can't do that college assignment now. Whoopsie. I do think there's an argument for
Why?
tariffs in emerging economies that are going. So there kind of is an infant industry argument that can be made. The evidence in infant industries argument is mixed. There just aren't infant industries in the U.S. worth protecting unless it's for like insane national security reasons, which there could be cases for. But also, tax incentive financing is just better. Subsidies are just better. They don't like tend to have the same negative effects. I don't know why we wouldn't just give tax credits instead of doing tariffs. Like, I think tariffs generally have more detrimental effects than just tax credits do. Especially on like our allies. Like, why would we tariff our allies for these things as well? Like, nobody does it for me. I think your short stream layout needs some work. Oh fuck, it is fucked right now because hold on.
Why? What did you do? No, I would.
It's just my camera and then the chat and
Oh, am I just
you're
being
not
cut out?
there. Well, you're not
Oh.
even on it. Yeah, the Discord overlay thing is on it, but damn me if you need some help.
just, like,
I don't know how should I do it. Here, this is what it. Is it better now, Trot? It's a little better now. You can at least say Isaac, but I don't know exactly
Sir.
how I should lay it out. Not being able to manufacture power substation transformers ensures 100% national security risk. The made to order 6 months late. Well, if you want to say that, then like fine. Then like tariff, then like some specific tariffs on whatever power transformers maybe could be good. But also one should probably come in conjunction with some also tax incentive financing, right? And like tax credits and subsidies. Like these tend to be more efficient in my view, at least. Like yeah. Don't say that tariffs protect jobs. Don't say the tariffs is a net benefit. Just say the national security risk justifies eating the cost of the negative effects of tariffs. So the claim shouldn't be that these protect jobs or anything. The claim should be the national security risk here justifies the net cost of imposing these tariffs. I say we should pay negative 100% tariffs on all goods that our countries have to pay us to take them. True. Also, the whole like framing of this is usually removing a chicken tariff on light trucks would let Toyota, whatever, a mid-sized truck import. I want those. So that should be the exception. Well, I think we should get rid of all the chicken war tariffs. It's dumb that they're still up. They're bad. I don't like them. Yeah. I also like. The benefits of free trade the benefits of tariffs justify the net cost. Okay. Well, what do you think the benefits of tariff? We're going to disagree on what the benefits of tariff are, but the light truck is the only thing left of it. Okay. But yeah, like I hate the whole framing of this because I don't think imports are a cost. In fact, I think arguably exports are more representative of the cost of trade than the imports of the good. So let's just imagine the U.S. The U.S. exports a bunch of cars. It sends them on ships to the U.K. And then the ships are loaded up. The cars are unloaded. The ship is loaded up with imports. And on the way back, the ships sink. And we never get any of our imports. Is this situation of exports but no imports beneficial to the U.S.? Well, obviously not. We didn't get what we fucking paid for. These imports, they were going to help us. Consumers wanted those imports, and now the consumers never get them. Even if we didn't pay for them, the consumers still lose out because we didn't get them. Basically, exports are resources that we use that go to foreign nations, right? Imports are other countries using their resources and giving to us. I mean, giving to us is mutually beneficial, but exchanging them for us. So, like, arguably, I would say imports are the main benefit of trade, and exports represent the cost of trade. And also, the trade deficit, not only that, but the trade deficit also, it means a capital and or financial account. Some people say capital account, some people would say financial account surplus. What that really means is that, other countries are investing into us. That's not really a bad thing. What it means is that the demand for people to stay within the U.S. is not high enough to match the investment opportunities in the U.S. Therefore, foreign capital is brought in to close that gap that allows investment that otherwise wouldn't happen. That increases productivity, that increases real income, that does a lot of good things for us. I don't think that we should prevent that. And the decreasing the trade deficit, by definition, means decreasing the capital account surplus. So, yeah. I mean, a company does have to pay, but that is going to be rolled into the total cost of the good. Do people not track that concept? I don't know what you mean by that. Obviously, the company pays, and then some of that cost is passed on to consumers, and some of it might be paid by the corporation in the form of lower profits, but in a large part, that's passed on to the consumer. Total cost influencing price of purchase? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Resilience, reduced dependency, basically the same thing. Domestic companies pay it. The negative numbers and tariffs joke I made is premised on the idea that the other countries / foreign countries would pay it. That's not the case. Yeah, obviously. But yeah. I mean, the issue is localist. We completely, the issue is, like, you say that, but, reduce dependency or whatever. One, I think interdependency can be good for world peace. There's even studies on this where people argue that. We completely disagree that universal tariffs would actually bring that about. The issue is you don't have a good enough understanding of basic economic models to understand why. You don't have a good enough understanding of consumer and producer surplus to understand why consumers lose more than producers gain, and therefore it actually is a net cost to jobs than a net benefit to jobs. So, like, if your understanding is not good enough of basic economics and basic economic models to understand why. What is actually race to the bottom? We ran through this. You don't care about this. It's so dumb. We ran through this. We ran through my whole example of what if a country has a natural advantage in something, right? Well, clearly, that's an unfair playing field just because of one country's geographical location has a natural advantage in growing a set of fruit or natural advantage in set of resources. But that does not preclude at all the possibility of free trade being a net benefit to everyone. So I don't see why it should matter whether it's a natural advantage or unnatural advantage. So long as they have a comparative advantage, it's a net benefit to everyone for countries to specialize in what they have a comparative advantage in. I don't think it's possible to explain this, break it down on a really local level. Does every town need to have a steel plant? Yeah. Well, localist is incredibly fucking mega retarded. Doubly so, because he believes that every local community shouldn't trade either. He believes that, like, all local communities should be entirely self-sufficient. Not just, like, states, but, like, cities should be entirely self-sufficient. And I don't think he has a good understanding of opportunity cost. He literally thinks every Tiger Woods should mow their own lawn. Like, that is the implication of his position. Does every city in the USA need a steel plant? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like obviously, obvious. That's another example you can use. That's why economics textbooks use it for as an example. Open basically any economic textbook, and they use this example. Should Tiger Woods mow his own lawn? Well, probably not, because even if Tiger Woods is the best mower of lawns in the world, even if he can mow lawns faster than anyone else, he's also a better golfer than anyone else, or was. It's complicated. He was when they wrote the example. So the opportunity cost of Tiger Woods mowing his own lawn is very high. Even if he has an absolute advantage in that he can mow his lawn faster than anyone else, comparatively, he is better at golf than he is at mowing lawns. So the opportunity cost for him is too high, therefore someone else should mow his lawn. You know, the U.S. manufacturing shoes would be Tiger Woods mowing his own lawn. It's stupid. It's unnecessary. It's obviously not a net benefit. It's not a net benefit to Tiger Woods to mow his own lawn.
I'm gonna send you a meme that is posted by a sitting congresswoman.
What major overlooked issue to bring manufacturing back to discussion is that we don't have a labor base for it. It's not because we don't have anyone who manufactures the basic good, because they are already manufacturing and more advanced goods. Well, yeah, the whole issue. Yeah, that's the whole issue. Donald Trump named Matt Gaetz to be. Oh man, awesome. Is this a Democrat? I'm guessing.
Yeah, California.
Yeah, based. Yeah, the big advance. Rich people, they have to pay more stuff and time. They have to pay. They can pay to have more time in the day by hiring maids and stuff. Yeah, this is why billionaires take private planes. I mean, part of it is just because they could afford to, and because of the luxury. But literally, it is not worth their time to wait in line for commercial planes. It makes it more economical to charter a private jet because they get to where they need to faster, and they can fly in and out on the same day. Like, yeah. It's also, people don't like. People say we need to bring manufacturing back. It is true that like a lot of manufacturing employment has declined. Now it's because the U.S. has a comparative advantage in service industries, and I believe that we should probably be focusing on service industries more than manufacturing, considering they're so much more productive. Now, localists and other people don't think service industry jobs are real at all, which is probably the real issue. The real issue is that they literally think all these jobs are like fake and meaningless and bullshit. So they actually wouldn't care if free trade benefits jobs, because they think all these jobs are bullshit. This whole comparative advantage fallacy is a load of false assumptions. Did you type into Chat GPT, what are the assumptions comparative advantage makes, and then you found like it assumes labor and capital aren't mobile, and you're like, wow, epically debunked. I bet that's what he did. I guarantee you he typed into Chat GPT, what assumptions does comparative advantage rely on? Because he doesn't know. And like, one of them is that capital and labor are immobile between countries. And like he's like, this actually isn't true, because today labor and capital are way more mobile than they were when David Ricardo came up with his theory of comparative advantage. Not like thinking that I didn't know that, or like thinking that this has any relevance. Like, it's incredibly fucking stupid.
I'm gonna head out while you continue to crash out on localists. We never ended up getting an answer, unfortunately. But
oh, we never did. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Peace out.
All right. Appreciate ya. Thanks.
Yeah. Do we have a better community name, or are we still
No, we're still NGGers, unfortunately.
No.
Just have to live with that. The theory is just voodoo bullshit. Well, if you reject the theory of comparative advantage entirely, then like you there's no point in having a conversation with you at all. I could explain to you like why comparative advantage is true, but then like, if you don't believe in comparative advantage, then you should start every conversation about tariffs with, hey, by the way, comparative advantage is bullshit. You should why are you making these arguments that like, oh, free trade protects jobs or whatever, when you don't believe in comparative advantage at all? Like, what the fuck? That's insane. Also, 100%, guys, 100%, unironically, he typed into ChatGPT, you know, why is comparative advantage bullshit or whatever, and he found it relies on some assumptions, and he's like, these assumptions clearly aren't true at all. Well, locally, here's just a very simple question. Should Tiger Woods mow his own lawn? Unironically answer that. Should Tiger Woods mow his own lawn? Answer that question. Should be easy to answer. No, because of opportunity cost. Great. You just explained why. You understand comparative advantage is all about opportunity cost. You understand that, right? Or do you not understand that? You just explained why, you know, why countries should specialize. You just explained, you agree with comparative advantage. Should Tiger Woods, just to clarify, should Tiger Woods mow his own lawn if he's the best lawnmower in the world? If he can mow lawns faster than anyone else. RuneScape players understand this. Tariffs are the equivalent of killing chickens all day to collect feathers and then train fletching rather than doing some money-making activity and just buying feathers from a G. True. The idea that even if a man and woman are identical in every way outside the reproductive organ. What the fuck is this? Why are we talking about this now? True competitive advantage does apply to male versus female needs. Ugh. Women tend to be better at socialization and working in networks, and men are better at heavy labor compared. Oh, this is true, actually. No way, you're right. Men probably do on average have a competitive advantage in some things. Tiger Woods should hire a lawnmower from Temu. Okay, you're dumb. Even if Tiger Woods has an absolute advantage in, in mowing lawns, there's still, the opportunity cost is still too high. You joining in the debate panels tonight? Probably not, just because I've already been streaming 13 hours. I've been going to bed early recently just because, just because I've been staying up later a little every night, but I don't know how it's fucking for conservatives here. I get dog piled on that one. I'm also talking to this guy tomorrow anyway. School of thought process. Don't know what the fuck they're on about.
You know how it worked. We realized it wasn't going to work.
Asking for money, dude.
No, we don't. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Yes, it is.
Show me a clip of the last time I asked for money. Show it to me. Show it to me.
Remember the 80s and the 90s when, or is it 70s and the 80s where they were talking about all the children in Africa that was
Okay. Competitive advantage is real. It's just retarded to apply to race to the bottom trade. If you think that competitive advantage doesn't apply to quote unquote race to the bottom trade economics or whatever, then you literally don't have an understanding of comparative advantage. Then you literally don't understand it good enough. Comparative advantage explains exactly why like this quote unquote race to the bottom is still like a net benefit. It explains why like it explains why if countries specialize in what they have a comparative advantage in, it's still a net benefit for everyone despite this quote unquote race to the bottom. With the race to the bottom or whatever the fuck, countries with high productivity that have countries with high wages get compensated. Sorry, I'm fucking tired. Countries with high wages compensate for that by specializing in things that they have a comparative advantage in because their high wages are compensated for by their high productivity. That's why the U.S. exports things in the service sector. Explain why this specific instance is a net benefit. What specific instance? Countries with low productivity are compensated for that low productivity with low wages. Think you look at world markets, it'll poor nations pushing America up. America is standing on the shoulders of these other nations. And we're building awesome shit like SpaceX. True. Countries with low productivity are compensated for by low wages. So long as countries specialize in what they have a comparative advantages in, these things even out. The U.S. has a comparative advantage in a lot of things that are high productivity. Therefore, it doesn't matter that our wages are super high because guess what? I get some rest and leave for Fabian Liberty. That conversation is going to be fucking hell, man. But so long as we specialize when we have a comparative advantage, this race to the bottom does not preclude it being a net benefit to everyone. It's fucking dumb. What are you debating with Fabian Liberty? It's not really a debate. This one will actually be more of a conversation. I'm hoping, at least. I don't know. Basically, during the tariff drama on Twitter, he was like, here's smug dismissal. It makes me want to debate you on tariffs, even though I don't like them. It's like, okay, well, DMs are open. Like, you're talking about whatever. So I don't know. It's going to be like some dumb philosophy stuff I bet about empirics, about whether empirical evidence is relevant in a lot of economics. I think it is. He's probably more praxeology pilled. So we'll probably have a discussion on that. I don't know. Countries or corporations compete for and specialize in whoever can produce the lowest cost based on who has fewer. Nope, that's not true, localist. Even if a country has higher cost and higher regulations, they can still have a comparative advantage. You don't understand comparative advantage. You are fucking stupid. Fewer regulations, blah, 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 by simply having lower cost. Nope, not lower cost. Lower comparative advantage. Or lower opportunity cost. And no trade barriers to balance the playing field. But also, even if I accept that, it doesn't preclude the fact that trade can be a net benefit. I somewhat agree with localist here. But it doesn't even preclude the fact that trade can be a net benefit. He's just a mega retarded. Okay, anyway, I gotta fucking sleep. Okay, so I guess head over to fucking... Well, I'll head over to Gibbs, I guess.
This guy only wants...
Jesus.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Alright, thanks for watching. I love streaming. I love the guys watching me stream. Really, really, really appreciate it. I will stream again tomorrow. Talking to Fabian Liberty tomorrow. As well as doing some boring reading tomorrow as well. So, yeah. Follow for that. If you're on the YouTube channel, subscribe. Yeah, go to the YouTube channel and watch me epically own conservatives on all the VODs as well. Thanks for watching. Love all you guys. Love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Again, I'll see you tomorrow. Had a fun time today for all the fucking 13 hours. I need to fucking sleep. 14 hours, actually. I need to get some sleep anyway. See you guys tomorrow. Make sure you're here. Bye-bye, chat.